Alrighty, hello everyone, and welcome back to the Nittany Invitational here on the wonderful Penn State campus. I'm Cabbage, joined here on the cast by Septilence. And Septilence, it has been a long weekend of games, hasn't it been?
It really has. So our last three series on stage last night all went to map 5. So 15 maps in a row. We also saw Syracuse play 15 maps. We saw Alvernia play 14 maps. And Alvernia was able to win that best of 5 series to secure the Final Four. But Alvernia, not one of the teams we're talking about yet.
Not yet. However, I'm hoping that they can use this time, maybe get a little bit of rest, recuperate.
They might
after
still
going
be
that
sleeping.
long.
I don't know if you heard, they were awake for like 27 hours. Like something like they came in, they drove in, they weren't able to sleep, they weren't able to like get. So at least a couple of their players were like, oh yeah, we've been up for like almost 30 hours. And then they're like, oh yeah, we just played 14 maps. So they're probably still sleeping, but who's not sleeping? Who's on the battlefield right now?
Well, we have Penn State versus Texas Tech. Penn State coming in as the number 2 seed, also my university that I tend to favor just because I, go here, of course. But Texas Tech, on the other hand, the number 8 seed coming into this entire event, expected to just go 0-2, drop out immediately. Instead, Septilence, they're here in the Final Four.
They came in the Final Four. You know, map number 1 was a rough one for them, and then I do not think they have dropped a map since. It has been the Texas Tech show just coming out through and through. A beautiful performance so far from this squadron, from this team, and it has been nothing but incredible. Texas Tech, I knew them not at all when we walked in, but they have grown on me in its entirety. If I love one thing, it's a clip farmer, and this is a team of 5 clip farmers. They are so fun to watch. It has been nothing but entertaining. And Penn State, they're almost the exact opposite. They are calm, cool, and collected. They come in with a surgical precision, with a lethality we have not seen in a lot of other teams this weekend.
Oh, yes. And Septilence, if you didn't know these teams before, you'll know them now. And not to break with tradition, we are once again going to be here starting on Lijiang for our control map. The bans coming into this are Ball and Wu Yang. Ball banned by PSU, Texas Tech banning the Wu Yang away. So without the Wu Yang, probably going to see a little less. Yeah,
it'll just be Kiri Lucy is the real answer. It's kind of the weird thing about banning a support, and I think typically, I was talking to Syracuse about this yesterday, that we are seeing people ban supports to protect the ones they want.
Yes.
So they'll ban a nobody support, they'll ban Wu Yang because they need to play Kiri Lucy.
Yes.
If you ban Kiri or Lucy, you play Wu Yang. So you've got this very strong Venn diagram of if you can't play one, you're just going to play the other 2.
Well, in Septilence, I'm expecting as well 2 teams here at LAN probably prepared specifically for this matchup.
For each other, yes, absolutely.
Yeah. So you have comps, you have strategies that you want to run, and you want to protect those picks to make sure that they work. As we get here in a game number 1, Septilence, we look at the 2 teams, and I'm not surprised to see Penn State picking up this Zarya.
Yeah, not in the slightest. Penn State going to be bringing Zarya to the table. Wanston doing a beautiful job. I mean, a notoriously ranked Zarya player, so this is exactly where Wanston wants to be. We've got clamps on the Hazard as well. We haven't been seeing a lot of Hazard on control. It's not uncommon, and we just haven't been seeing it a lot this weekend. So I want to see what Clamps is going to be able to do here on the engagement. LRF coming up from the midfield as well. Has to approach out early, but this fight's about to break open. It's going to really depend on who goes down first.
Certainly so, and I want us to keep our eyes here on QLM and LRF, the 2 hit scan players here for Texas Tech and Penn State. Both of them, like you said earlier, been absolute clip farmers here. The question is who's going to hit the harder clips. Wanston is going to take out LRF. QLM now has free reign to start pounding through damage onto the members of Texas Tech. However, Texas Tech, they're doing a good job of just backing up, giving space, not losing any lines. However, they're backed into a bit of a corner here. The members of Texas Tech back up. Hazard's low, hanging out in the corner, but not quite going to get taken out here.
I'm amazed that Clamps is still standing. This fight, definitely a slow burn. It's going to be unfortunate for Texas Tech. They're staying alive. They're able to find that damage, but unfortunately, this has been racking up for Penn State the entire time. 3 eliminations in favor of Penn State, 2 in favor of Texas Tech, who are finally going to have to give that fight up. I don't know if Epic makes it out of this. The boot back, the heel amp, and it looks like, oh, you got to keep going. You don't stick around for the fight, and unfortunately, it is going to cost Ray that spawn.
Yeah, very unfortunate here now. A staggered death for Texas Tech as Penn State continues to progress this point. And it was an incredibly scrappy fight that
it was
Penn
a long
State,
one.
Oh, yeah. But like you said, that entire time here, Septilence, Penn State racking up that point, and Texas Tech are on the back end.
Yep, we're looking to see this Kitsune rush from Penn State likely. That's a defensive play because Mobilize is going to go in with one of their own. If everybody's got a Kitsune rush, nobody does. So we see this Kitsune come out on both sides. I believe we're going to be seeing a Death Blossom just around the corner as well. It's only 1 elimination, but unfortunately a valuable one. Turns into 2. Let's make it a 3-piece. Do I see a 4?
He's
Deep
going
into the corner with the help of Quinn. Penn State able to find it in Texas Tech. Will lose that team fight. 20% left on the clock. They're going to have to use every ult they have, because if they lose this fight, they lose this point.
Yeah, it's a complete and total team wipe. However, important to note here, Septilins, Penn State does use all of their ultimates in that attempt. Texas Tech sitting on 3, so in a rather good position, actually, to try and push Penn State off, but you have to use it just to stay in the match, and after that, it's going to be a little tough.
We've got the high noon, but we don't even have the beat online. Nemers has fallen, Jalen is missing, but honestly, it's not that Texas did anything wrong. They just couldn't have made it. It was a timing issue. It was a speed issue. QLM going for a clip farm at the end there. One acronym name taking out another, but it's a rough start. It's early. Texas Tech not able to find it. Good news is they haven't even lost the map yet.
Certainly. And I think the biggest thing that stood out to me there was the plays that were being made by the Reaper here. I was thoroughly impressed with how often the kills were coming through and how successful a lot of the flanks were.
The flanks coming out from the Reaper, I mean, because Reaper is, when you look at the way that, when you look at his play style, his kit, you think, oh, I want to be in the front line, I want to be hyper aggressive, but it really is that slower kind of backline creep play style that lends itself really well to at least the composition we're seeing from the side of Texas Tech. Malik can get in the backline, he can isolate a support, and then it's that much harder for Texas Tech to do anything.
Certainly, and I remember yesterday as well, we saw Drexel playing a lot of these dive-heavy comps. You had the Wu Yang to help facilitate the Reaper, to help facilitate something like a Venture. But without the Wu Yang being here, it's just going to be a little bit slower. LRF, though, taking out QLM. That's a good start, but loses his life in trade as Quinn is going to take out that Cassidy. Big fight here inside the house as Clamps knocks Quinn out of the game, and Penn State now are the ones on the back foot. Texas Tech are going to run them down and run their HP bars into the dirt.
I haven't seen a fight in that little house in years. I'm not even kidding. It has been so long since I've seen teams go for that engagement, go for that opportunity to strike, and now Texas Tech, they find a really strong opener. That first point, Night Market simply not theirs, not feeling super strong. But they come in on a slower rotation. The communication clearly so much better. They're going to be able to find that damage. They need to be able to hold on to it, though. We need this fight to be the win as well, and the damage onto Quinn could be the linchpin to find here, but unfortunately nobody down yet.
Yeah, nobody down quite yet. Penn State grouped up maybe a little bit too much. However, they're trying to find some kills here. Crucially, a kill comes through onto Clamps. The tank is down, but with only 2 members left, I don't know if Penn State has the energy left in the tank to make this happen. Texas Tech are going to mop the remaining members of Penn State up and continue to rack up this point. And
something to note here, Kevin, that we even talked about, we've officially entered single elimination. It's just semifinal, grand final. So whoever loses this series, gone. There is a third place match, but it's entirely off stream. So in terms of how we are considering this, it is single elimination. Whoever loses this series will not be moving forward, and whoever does will move to grand finals against Maryland or Alvernia. It's going to be a hell of a matchup later today, but we're going to have to wait to see who it is, because Texas Tech 60% on the board and counting, but Penn State currently, well, had that control.
They had that control, but with 2 kills, crucially, the hazard going down, Penn State's in a better position than before, but an absolute bloodbath is still going to turn up in their favor. The Tracer trying to stay alive, can't survive long enough. QLM takes them out, and Penn State, team of clip farmers just like Texas Tech, they want to be on stream as long as they possibly can.
Absolutely. It's a big motivator for a lot of players, because now you've made it on stream. You want to be flashy. You want to get that clip that's being commentated for the highlight reel. You want to see all of it, and unfortunately, Epic Z just removed from the fight before it can really start. Good news, Texas Tech is so far back already, they'll just wait. Lucio's back in 3 seconds. So it's not a huge loss, but it is going to slow them down a wee bit. It makes it easier for Penn State to see which rotation they're going to be using. And going in through White Room here, Texas Tech going to have to utilize, I'll say, at least 1, likely 2 ultimates, even just stay alive, let alone try to win this fight.
Certainly, as they try to come through, but Penn State seems like they might have that on lock. I think crucially this Sojourn causing a lot of issues when you try to push down a straight hallway like that. LRF trying to take some pot shots, but Penn State smartly just back it up. Texas Tech, though, they pop the ultimate on the hazard. LRF goes down, though, before he's able to get any value, and then a massive pull gets countered out by the beat. Texas Tech finding a couple more kills, though. Penn State might not have the longevity to stay on top of this point. Malik is going to go down now at the hands of Nemris as his Tracer really putting in value. Got to be careful, though, if you're Lucio here as Wanston. Seems like you might have your number. Hazard not going to go down. It's a great pulse bomb here by Nemris. Going to take out the Zarya and force Penn State to back away.
This is such a little note, but I want to give credit to Malix. I don't think I've ever seen a Reaper headshot as often as we're seeing Malix. I mean, the accuracy is there. The game knowledge is there. And Penn State really trying to utilize that Reaper explosive damage to get into these fights, to get into these engagements. And now that Nemris has been taken out from 1.5 miles away, a 5v4 advantage for Penn State is exactly what they need to try and stay in this engagement. Texas Tech going to have to try and slow it down unless...
Great job there by LRF to take out Quinn. Now both supports down on the side of Penn State thanks to Texas Tech's efforts. Death Blossom comes out, but it doesn't get the value it needs. The Tsar Shield not going to be able to do enough as Penn State realize that they might have to back up, give this point away. QLM gets Nemris on the back end, but I don't think it's going to be enough here as LRF gets 2 kills in order to seal the deal.
Good,
Penn State
Suzu.
trying to buy some time. Suzu is not going to be enough, it looks like. Jail dies as Quinn finishes off LRF. Penn State fighting for their lives here, trying to keep this point from going the way of Texas Tech as they're contesting it, and they might be able to bring it to 99, but with everyone dead here, Texas Tech might still have this.
It's just a delay of the inevitable, I fear here, Cabbage. It's going to be this team coming in, piling in one at a time. You buy 2 more seconds, you buy 2 more seconds, but the team never really gets to come back. We've got the elimination from Epic. I just don't think it's going to be enough. I think the door was closed a long time ago. We just needed to kind of push Penn State's foot out of the way. It's just a long-term delay of the inevitable. One after the other, Texas Tech ties us up. We are going to go to Control Center here on Lijiang Tower.
Penn State, valiant effort at the very end there. They got it darn close, but close is not all the way there, right, Sep?
Yeah, and I'll say it's one of those scenarios where it's like we've all been trained, kind of protocol is to keep stalling. But when QLM lost that overclock, only got 1 elimination, you didn't have any more ults. You're typically stalling until I can come back and ult. When you don't have those ults, it's I'll say 20% chance that you're going to flip this point again. Like, you've probably lost it. Fight till the bitter end, but it's a tough scenario for Penn to get out of. It makes sense they weren't able to.
Yes. One of the things I'm curious going here into the third control point is whether or not we're going to see Penn State switch over to a Tracer. I think
I was wondering.
Doing well, but Tracer's is a character we've seen a lot over these past many sets.
Yeah.
Now, I think notably, though, as the day went on yesterday, I saw less people picking Tracer.
Well, she was also being banned more frequently.
Very true.
The ban rate of Tracer had gone up. We went the first 4 series without seeing it, and then the last 2, she was banned both times. So it was that infrequency of banning into being banned every time. And I think Malix is staying on this Reaper as an attempt to disrupt the supports like we saw on stage 1. But this time, the damage coming up from Texas Tech has just increased. Nemris did really well on this venture yesterday, was able to get a pick here in Wanston, already at 100 charge. There's not really much of a fight left.
Not much of a fight left as Azaria tries to make their way out.
Unless.
Might not be long for this world. Clamps trying to get the kill finally, thanks to LRF, going to take out this tank, and that's very big here for Texas Tech as they aim.
Nice.
Capture this point. Great job there to shut down Quinn, trying to get in and stop that capture. Penn State now with a staggered death are forced to back up into the hallway. Texas Tech, thanks to Nemris in large part, just turning the heads of a lot of Penn State's members. They keep shutting QLM down before he's able to get any value.
Mobilized will go down early on here. Wanston able to find that opening play. Texas Tech going to be in a 5v4 disadvantage, but it looks like not really slowing their approach. They're playing a hard defense. They're playing that opportunity to stall for as long as they can. And now not only has Nemris tied us up, Nemris has taken the lead here just in time for Wanston to turn it back. Unfortunately, Texas Tech's LRF is the sole standing player. Did the high noon just to reload. Needs to take Wanston down and will do so. Yes, sir, you will. Texas Tech keeping the fight alive.
This Cassidy has been the linchpin, the cornerstone of Texas Tech for the entirety of their time here at the Nittany Invitational. Every game, it is putting in kill after kill after kill, creating opportunities where some may not exist. What an immaculate play style here from LRF.
Genuinely. LRF has been doing a phenomenal job. I mean, LRF looking for that WIN. Let me tell you, man. Nemris is going to go down to QLM. A great grab out early from Wanston. QLM to find the double clamps, only finding one of their own. We need that answer. We need that elimination to come through.
Down.
But I think Penn State is finally going to be able to break through on this. 65% on the board. And QLM finally getting the opportunity to flip that point, especially now that Mobilize has been staggered out.
Right, and I think notably there, LRF dies pretty early. Penn State just going to finish off a couple more kills. Yikes, Texas Tech really not able to hang in there. And Sep, I did want to point out here as Penn State has 4 ultimates, Texas Tech going to struggle to take this back. I want to note, LRF targeted out at the very beginning of that
you have
dies
to.
very
you
early.
just have to.
And QLM there once he wasn't dying at the beginning of the fight, able to get a lot of value. Do you think we're going to see more of this war over the DPS start to show its face? Because I think both teams are realizing what they have to do.
I mean, LRF might want to change his name to Sisyphus, because this is going to become an uphill battle. It is going to be kill the cast, kill the cast, kill the cast every single fight. Now, Neverest ults in the backline, finds QLM early. The beat from Malik off the map, though, I believe. The teleport does come out. Malik's lives. Z-Ray and Mobilize both go down. Those supports missing for the side of Texas Tech. The fight's not unwinnable, but with that Kitsune rush online for Penn State, we're going to be seeing Texas Tech lose that fight once again. 74%. They're one fight away from being able to win this, but they need to win one more fight to do it.
And it's going to be quite tough here, as Texas Tech are going to have that Lucio ultimate as well as the High Noon coming up very soon. Penn State, they've got to hang on. They've shown great ability to do so, but seeing how well Texas Tech has performed so far, I'm honestly not sure if they're going to be able to do it here.
It's going to be difficult. Penn State giving Texas Tech a run for their money, but with the beat drop on the side of Texas Tech, they can get really hyper-aggressive, especially if Malik's went down, but unfortunately the Suzu is going to be there to keep that Reaper alive. I think we need a beat drop just on the engagement here. I'm going to be seeing it. It's exactly what we need to do, and now Winston is gone. Penn State might have a loss.
Texas Tech, they're getting all the members of Penn State now off of the map, and as the Penn State team falls, they back up. They know they're only going to have one more chance after this, and that's if their members are able to get out safely, and it looks like they are. Texas Tech still here, Seth, sitting on 2 ultimates.
Now, one of them going to be a little bit harder to use than the other. The High Noon, not notorious for high elimination counts, but it's going to be great to zone out here. We need the Kitsune. We need a Suzu here in the grab, but it's a 1-1 trade at the very least.
It's a 1-1 trade. The 2 DPSs that have had such an outsized effect on this match are gone, but Quinn, crucially, going to die. And as overtime hits Texas Tech, they've got to hold on to this point. QLM gets cornered and put down. Texas Tech maintain their control of the point. Waston finishes off Z-Ray, but he is only going to be able to hold on a little bit longer. Penn State trickle in slowly to their deaths as Texas Tech are going to manage to hold on and take game number 1. The number 8 seed taking the first game off of number 2.
Number 8 seed taking the first game. Close as close can be. 1-1, 99-95. An incredibly close scenario, but Texas Tech finds the win because we've already talked about it in the line. We'll keep talking about it. Close don't cut it. We've got to come through. You've got to find that finishing play, and Texas Tech able to do just that. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Penn State's only 3rd map loss this whole weekend so far.
That is very true. And again, Penn State's had a very, very strong performance so far, but Texas Tech has shown that they are so good at being able to bring their A game, especially against these top teams. Going game 5 with Maryland's team earlier on yesterday, and then coming here, taking the first map here off of Penn State. I'm really excited to see what else they can do, and I think it's an overall team effort, but really a lot of credit has to go to the DPSs on the side of Texas Tech. Some absolutely incredible flanking plays and some great job just hitting their shots when they mattered most, really limiting the DPS options from Penn State.
Well, and I mean, it really was a battle of which team can kill the DPS first, because it was LRF and QRM, or every single time, QLM, excuse me, every time one of them went down, the opposing team tended to win. It was like you take that DPS out of the equation, it becomes that much easier. Of course, it becomes 20% easier because you've killed 1 of 5, but taking that much power off the table, because we saw what happened when you didn't kill LRF. We saw 4 members of Texas Tech go down, and LRF still won the fight. So it's very much you've got to take them out of the way. I wouldn't be surprised to see PSU go for a custody ban here. I think that wouldn't be surprising.
Yes, I would not be surprised at all.
I'm wrong.
Oh, you're wrong?
Oh, I'm wrong. So not only are we going to Circuit Royale, but we are seeing Penn State. They're going to ban Sigma, which is interesting because to choose this and then ban the character that is notorious for this map, it's surprising to see that choice, but it definitely makes me think that we're going to be seeing a bit more of an aggressive play style. Sigma plays Circuit Royale on the defense, very passive, a little bit slower, lets the enemy approach into him. So maybe Penn State wants to really just barrel down. Maybe we're going to see like a Junker Queen or something.
Yes, notably also does protect the Zarya, which really likes to play, right? Just trying to keep that tank pool open for Penn State. I think the Zarya definitely got a lot of value, but it just seemed like because of the way Penn State likes to play, relying on QLM sort of far in the back, that Zarya being so far away from the rest of the team meant that it was very easy, especially with the Venture and the Cassidy, to find those picks onto the back line. So I wouldn't even be surprised if we see a switch to a tank that maybe might be a little bit better at working with those backliners.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're getting more confirmation here in a moment that we're going to be seeing Zadoink from Texas Tech come back into the play here. So Zadoink, I believe, let me make sure, just to be sure, I believe is a support player coming in, and he's going to be replacing Epic Z-Ray, which also leads me to believe likely support player, unless Texas Tech is shifting the whole roster. Maybe we're moving support to tank, tank to DP, it could be a full rotation around, but regardless, swapping in for Circuit Royale, it implies that Texas Tech is going to give us something we haven't seen from them in this series yet.
Yes, at the very least, we're going to see a bit of a different team, and when you switch out even one player, it can really change the identity of a team, whether it's the picks that they like to go. I mean, traditionally, that's why you'd switch players in the first play, right? There's someone who wants to play something specific, and it works better on a specific map. So I'm curious to see what Texas Tech has in mind here, because we haven't really seen them switch super often, from my understanding.
Yeah, and something that we haven't really had the chance to talk about is I believe these final 4 teams have all made their way into the prize pool, regardless of performance now. So these teams hypothetically kind of fighting for 3rd, 4th place. And, we see 4th place going to be $450, 3rd place going to be $1,000, 2nd place $2,000, and 1st place $3,150. Wow. So at the very least, we talked about Texas Tech coming out here, getting on 3 different flights to be here. But hey, you've made the prize pool, so hopefully that makes it a little more worth it to be here. You've put on a phenomenal show. LRF, at the very least, has a free highlight reel waiting for him in the VODs. I mean, there is going to be a lot gained out of this, but they're in the lead here, 1-0 going in. If they can go 2-0 in this best of 5, things can look really good for Texas Tech. But this is the first time Circuit's been played, I believe, including off-stream, all weekend.
Really?
I don't think we have seen a single Circuit, including off-stream games, until right now.
Interesting. Well, this has to be Penn State's counterpick as well, right? So I guess, to be fair, Penn State only losing 1 map so far. So if this is a Penn State-specific pick, maybe just didn't want to pick it in their set earlier against Alvernia off-stream. But even so, the fact that this hasn't been picked today means at the very least we're going to see something relatively new.
Yeah.
What do you usually see on a pick like this besides the Sigma?
I was going to say, so usually you do see Sigma, but I do think going in on the attacking side, you're likely to see things that are a little bit faster. Winston and Wrecking Ball, Diva maybe as a tertiary pick. If you're not comfortable on the ball, you bring that in. But on the defense, that's what I'm definitely more, I won't say worried about, but it's so just pick Sigma every time that I don't really know who's going to be coming in that 2nd place slot. Likely going to be maybe, Risa, somebody a little bit heftier, somebody a little bit more steadfast. Could be a hazard pick as well, but we talk so much about how the tank tends to dictate what the rest of the comp is going to look like. So I don't really know where those dominoes are going to fall post that tank pick. Texas Tech making what I'm going to call a very intelligent ban choice here. It's not necessarily against Penn State's players, it's against this map. You ban a character notorious for this map, so will we. They're going to ban Widowmaker.
I will say, QLM, very notorious for playing Widowmaker as well. Extremely on point with hitting those headshots, getting those kills. So I think, like you said, great pick specifically for the map and specifically against Penn State. So Texas Tech certainly doing their homework coming into this. But considering the way that both of these teams like to play, right? We saw that you have the Zarya is the traditional pick here for Penn State. They like to play usually very strung out with the Zarya taking command. You try to ignore it, very, very hard to ignore. On a map like Circuit, is that something that might work maybe a little better, or do you think that it's something Penn State needs to keep in mind that they might want to switch?
So honestly, the only thing that I'm kind of stuck on is the Zarya, the kind of brawly, a little bit more up close and personal play style. It works well on 1st, and it works well on 3rd. But it's that 2nd point, that middle point, where it's like the defending team is typically way high up above the attacking team. But then if you rush into them, you're just running uphill, and running a battle uphill is never easy. So I think that kind of burst, hyper-aggressive play style, it's going to be tough, but I think it is going to require, like I said, Winston, Diva. I think those are the two we're likely to see, because instead of going up the stairs, instead of going around and up the ramp, you go straight up. You jump the railing, you go up and through. So maybe I'm going to blind fire here. Winston, Tracer, Cassidy, I think all work very well. I think QLM is going to stay on Sojourn. So I think this is going to be a close to mid battle, because no Sigma, no Widowmaker, that kind of removes our long battle expectation, at least to me. I could be wrong, but I suspect we are going to be seeing that still brawly kind of style come out from these teams.
Certainly. Well, and we've seen both teams very, very willing to do that
Yes,
as well,
exactly.
especially with the Reaper, especially with the Venture, and even Cassidy with that flashbang does have some good brawl capability. And I mean, the way LRF likes to play, plays a melee Cassidy, it feels like sometimes. So I wouldn't be surprised to see us get very much into fisticuffs. And something that I know about this Texas Tech team is that they tend to be okay with playing maybe a little bit of ROM when it comes to it.
That's true.
Not the most common pick, but if you're really going to be brawling, not the worst.
And ROM's got his shield, and I say that because every time it's up, it goes down in like 0.5 seconds, but it does work a little bit well. It might be a Ramatra, honestly. I hadn't considered that. I think he could be a good pick, at least for the defense. I think Annihilation is one of the most frustrating ultimates in the entire game, so it's very difficult to play into. So I truly, we can hypothesize for as long as we want, but we're just going to have to wait and see what these players bring to the table, because I was expecting Sigma. I was expecting Widowmaker. So for those two to both be taken off the table, I really am excited to see what these teams choose to do.
Certainly so. As we get here on to Circuit, the players will be revealed to us shortly, and when we look at what the teams prefer going into this map, I think I'm really, yet again, looking at the DPSs, right? I'm looking at what is QLM playing. I'm looking at what is LRF playing, right? We said the Cassidy, certainly going to be an option. We saw Penn State maybe a little bit hesitant to pick up that Tracer, but if we're expecting maybe some longer range DPSs and some closer range tanks, something that can just be your thrust, I wouldn't be surprised.
Something nobody wants to talk about except for me, Cabbage, is this map is really good for Junkrat. It really is. Second and third point both lend themselves so nicely to that Junkrat play style, and I think it really would just be an unconventional out-of-pocket pick. I think you could get a lot of value with it. Texas Tech going to be coming out here on the attack. A beautiful arrow from Malix, going from up close and personal to full Hanzo sniper. So it's a big dynamic shift from Penn State. We see Texas Tech bringing out, you nailed it, my man, bringing out that Ramatra.
I don't want to say I'm a prophet, however, I'm somewhat close. So going to perform maybe a little bit similar of a role over to that Sigma, right? As Malix, though, going to go down immediately. That's a great start here for Texas Tech to be able to take a member of Penn State off, stop that defense. Yeah,
at QLM, you got to give him credit. He is so good at going, oh, you got a pick? Okay, great, me too. Me too. We're going to even things out really quick. I'm going to find that. Now it's a 5v5, going to be a 4v4 as Malix is going to take a lot longer to get back just due to that spawn disadvantage. Texas Tech should be able to swing this corner in a full 5, but getting held here this aggressively, it is somewhat common. Penn State wants to play up close and personal. They want to burn every second. In Texas Tech, they're going to have to break through slow field onto teleporter. A beautiful play to really force Texas Tech into an uncomfortable position on the high ground.
Yeah, put them in an uncomfortable position, but Seth, I mean, they still get the high ground. They still continue to push this payload forward as Penn State can't really get a good angle here on the corner, right? Your long-range DPSs don't want to peek this when you're that close, especially with a Ramatra going to be staring down the barrel. Penn State, though, they have this Czar threatening. Great Symmetra portal there. However, Clamp's already at half HP. QLM going to go down at the hands of Neverstone with the BAP ultimate. It's going to mean that Penn State just has to back up. Both of their DPSs go down.
They got to kill
targeting
him.
from Texas Tech. Mobilize going to go down in trade, but I think you take that trade any day of the week.
Yep, and you get spawn advantage now, too. You're going to come right back in. You force the defending team backwards. If Jalen falls, that's really going to help Texas Tech get an aggressive just momentum push up this hill. This is that second point hill I was referencing a moment ago. I hadn't even considered here, Cabbage. They go, oh, it's long range, but it's not if we make it close quarters. It's not if we don't let them play long range. And these teleporters from Nemers have been so diabolical. They have been such a nuisance in the back line, forcing Penn State to never be comfortable. It's allowing Texas Tech to find so much free space.
And Seth, I mean, this has to be something that they planned ahead of time as the ultimate comes through from Nemris. As Jalen is going to go down at the hands of this Symmetra. Wanston going to fall in turn. Texas Tech eliminate two members of Penn State, and Penn State are just completely lost as to what to do.
And I'm a little bit worried here because Texas Tech, Symmetra, second point is supposed to be her worst. And we just barreled through it like this with Nemers going into what is her best on this map, this third point.
Keep in mind, though, Penn State has 4 ultimates up right now. QLM going to pop his, as Quinn's going to do it as well.
Oh, here we go.
Finally, 2 members go down, but Wanston going to follow without your tank. It's still going to be not super comfortable, but great ultimate there coming from the Hanzo. Malix going to take some out. And Quinn doing a pretty good job here on this Wu Yang to help clean up. So Texas Tech, Though they do lose that fight, I mean, you get the payload incredibly far, right in front of that next checkpoint. You still got 3.5 minutes to get it a little bit further.
Yeah, Clamps perhaps a bit too confident in that ROM damage reduction. It is not going to beat the Dragons in that scenario, so that's a little bit tough. But unfortunately, Texas Tech going to be stalled out. 3 minutes left on the clock, and Penn State with the Hanzo, with the Sojourn, they need to hold the high ground, because if Texas Tech comes barreling in again, it's going to be a little bit harder to counter out.
Certainly, but I mean, with the comp that Texas Tech has, you're right, they can just choose to skip out on coming through. There's the ultimate from Wu Yang being popped onto the Ramatra, and he's just going to run through the members of the backline. Penn State just cannot figure out what to do against this utter rushdown as their team is wiped off the map here.
And I've got to say, Texas Tech is so good about, wow, you've got a pretty good front line. I'm just going to go through it to your back line. And they do it so many times yesterday. They've done it so many times today already. They just go in and they dismantle at the base of the pyramid. They take the entire thing down from the bottom, getting rid of those supports. It's nearly impossible to win a team fight when the first two down are your support players. Texas Tech really doing a great job. 4 minutes on the clock. Penn State with a huge spawn advantage from here on out. Going to have to try and play a hell of a defense.
Certainly. And Seth Jones, if there's one thing Azaria hates, it is being completely and utterly ignored.
Yep.
You're not getting charged. You're not getting any real ability to actually influence the fight here. And you can tell Watson really not feeling comfortable with how this game is going so far. And if Quinn is going to be down for a bit longer, that means that Texas Tech are going to have some room to work with here. It is going to be the other Wu Yang falling, though, as Penn State trying to fight back a little bit. Mobilized. Amazing invulnerability, though. Going to keep himself alive, and you lose your tank here. Penn State now on the back foot as this payload keeps pushing forward.
Yeah, I mean, Texas Tech really choosing to get aggressive as a joint had been caught out of position, and I suspect that Penn State identified that. They knew they could play even angrier into it. But even during that fight that Texas Tech lost, look how far the payload got.
Oh, yeah.
Because nobody was on that payload. They were more worried about the eliminations, but they all know, we'll stop it here or 10 meters later. As long as we stop it, it does not really matter. And I think that is how Penn State is trying to play this.
Malix comes in. It's a good ultimate to keep him alive from Quinn, as Texas Tech is going to lose one member. But, I mean, we've seen them be able to have incredible longevity in these fights. They lose one member, but they still maintain some great positioning here, right? As Penn State just cannot find a way to get Texas Tech to back up. And with QLM down, Texas Tech realizes it's their opportunity to go. The flank here from them is trying to get some extra bit of damage through. Penn State forced to back away.
Malik's pinned in the corner. They're going to have to use every cooldown they have. Clamps choosing not to chase. Has an Annihilation available in the pocket. Not going to pop it, though. I'm actually really surprised to see that.
Clamps right now just walking in the middle here, pushing the Zarya away. There's the ultimate coming through. And look how low Zarya is. Run for the hills. You have to. I mean, Texas Tech has just proven that they can walk up with complete and total abandon, and Penn State just doesn't know what to do. The Death Blossom isn't going to even cause any death. Instead, Clamps is going to get 2 eliminations, and now Penn State is looking at the members of Texas Tech and realizing they can do nothing to stop this payload from getting to its destination.
And it's so funny, Kevich, because you had no idea they were going to play ROM when you said this, but you had referred to Texas Tech as a fisticuffs team.
Yes.
Now,
Exactly.
Clamps is playing like the fisticuffs guy, like the up close and punchable guy. Just a beautiful performance of that Ramatra. I think found 4 of 5 in that final fight. So really that tank damage does come through. The Annihilation holding on to it made all the difference. I thought he was going to use it a lot earlier. He held on to it. He played patient. He knew his supports would keep him alive. They did. He pops it late, gets 4. They cap with, what was it, almost 100? Just over 100 seconds left on the clock. So Penn State, there's not even a win condition yet. They have to now cap all 3 points, take us into extra rounds, and then win in extra rounds. This map is very hard to triple cap on.
Yes, sir. And Penn State, with that long of a road ahead of them, I'm really not sure if they currently have the energy to keep it going. Because they looked pretty utterly defeated after that first game.
Yep.
And you can tell that loss is getting to them, right?
Yes.
And it can happen, right? You're the second seed coming into the event. You're playing what is currently, in terms of the bracket itself, technically 4th seed.
F1 cars mentioned.
Woo!
Sorry, excuse me. There's an F1 race going on.
Yes. Well, for perspective, we were watching F1 before this cast started, so we could just cast that instead. Who knows?
We could. Can we just throw? No, sorry.
Yeah.
I'm kidding. I'm joking. Anyway, but you bring up a good point here, though. If Penn State, they're a little bit tired, they're a little bit nervous, and they also come in with a different level of nerves because this is their home field. They're playing for their home audience, and that does add a little bit of stress. It is adding a little bit of, we're supposed to win this, it's our event, but it hasn't been hurting them too much yet, and clearly they're not letting it get to them. QLM on that Freya, able to find Nemers super early on. That should give Penn State first corner and likely second corner for free.
I'm a little surprised to see this Freya, but we'll see if QLM's able to get some worth out of it. Malik's now on the Reaper, but pretty much everyone is, I think, as we expect. And with the payload being pushed up this far without really an actual big fight, I think Penn State might be in a pretty decent spot. With Malik's getting a kill here, this opening's actually looking pretty darn strong for Penn State.
I might even call it flawless so far. Penn State, they've been cautious, they've been careful, they've been slow. They get the one pick. Texas Tech has to keep backing up, and then Penn State just keeps moving the cart. It quite literally is that simple at the end of the day. I do believe they're going to get caught out in the back line. Nemers' teleporter did go down. A bit of Saving Private Ryan going on here as the Symmetra is caught in the back line. And now Texas Tech has to engage in a 5v4. Sejoink just getting back into the fight. Matrix goes up, Malix goes down, and Texas Tech finally getting the chance to breathe a breath of fresh air.
Yeah, in a much better spot as Wanston. Not long for this Earth. The Zarya is going to fall despite that bubble keeping him alive just a little bit longer. Quinn going to jump off the map, realizing that he just has to get to the rest of the team here. One of the things I am curious about, though, is QLM here on this Freya. Had been playing Sojourn for pretty much the entire last bit of this map and for the entirety of the previous game. Seeing him switch characters, I'm expecting possibly some better results because you're playing something a little bit safer, and if you seem to be what your team needs to keep alive, playing something that helps you stay alive might be worth it.
Also, I mean, QLM just such a talented player. And if QLM, if you're telling me the Sojourn's not working, I believe you. You know what I mean? Like, going on to the swap here, I think makes a great call. It's a little bit more AoE damage. It's a little bit more explosive. And the side of Texas Tech, this composition is a little less squishy. So I do think it makes sense to not go for that kind of railgun style play that we see with Sojourn so often. Nemers back into that back line, was able to take QLM out of the equation. With only 103 seconds left here, Clamps may fall, but Penn State, they bring out the grab, they find LRF, who's on the Sojourn of their own, and I think Texas Tech may end up losing this if this Annihilation doesn't find at least one with the help of Mobilized. It is, it's going to be two. Mobilized trying to make sure Penn State is immobilized in that engagement.
And honestly here, Sep, this Baptiste coming out from Texas Tech has been absolutely chef's kiss perfect. It's done exactly what it's needed to do. It's opened up these alleyways, turning what should be a winning DPS fight from Penn State into a winning DPS fight from Texas Tech. And on the other hand, it's stopping Penn State from getting what they really want, which is these picks from QLM, right? You stop that burst damage from being able to take someone out and make Penn State have to work a little bit harder for these kills.
And we talk so much about about Texas Tech being aggressive and being in the front line, but they're so good about just waiting. We know you have to come to us. We can play defense. We know that we can take that engagement. But as Wanston goes onto the Ramatra, it opens the door. And Matrix out from Immobilized, just stalling every single second. 42 seconds left in Penn State. Speaking of patience, they're going, just move. Just get out of the way. We can just wait this out. We have time. But now QLM has fallen. That ultimate is gone.
Certainly, and with Penn State switching over to this run, they're trying to play it against Texas Tech on their own turf. And keep in mind, this payload has been sitting here this entire time, so something did need to change. I'm just honestly not sure if this is going to be enough, especially with how good Clamps has been on this pick. The ultimate coming through from Jalen. We'll see if it's enough to push Penn State forward. The rest of the distance, teleport behind here from the Reaper.
Nice, Photon up.
Reaper, amazing work to keep their members alive as Wanston goes down. Quinn and Jalen fall too. And with Malik's falling, the payload is unattended. Texas Tech are going to go up 2-0.
Texas Tech up 2-0 on Penn State's map pick there.
Yes.
And I mean, I'm going to say a somewhat dominant win there on Circuit Royale. They go through, they find three, they stall out Penn State from getting even one there. They almost get to that first point. And Clamps, we know what this is, the end of the first round. We can actually count it out here. So there's 1, 2,
and
3. Oh, okay, he doesn't get the Reaper, so it was 3. I didn't know if he got the Reaper or not, but 3 of 5.
Oh, yes.
60%. Pretty darn tootin' good, if I do say so myself. So going in now, Penn State down 0-2 for the first time. Down 0-1 for the first time, and now that's just gotten worse.
Oh, yes, gotten much, much worse.
Yep.
Texas Tech does not show any sign of slowing down. That was an incredibly
If anything, they're heating up.
Oh, yes, yeah, heating up.
Yeah.
And they're playing their own game, right? They're
Yes.
forcing Penn State to play on their terms. And that's really what you need to do, especially at a land like this, right? You can tell Texas Tech has done their homework. They came up with a comp. They knew this is what we want to run. This is why we want to run it. Penn State, they've been running something pretty similar to what they've been running pretty much all tournament. And look, when you're coming in to the Final Four at a land, when you've had all night to prepare, that's just not going to cut it.
Yeah, without a doubt. And going into this, it's one of those scenarios of like, if I'm Penn State, I'm thinking, can we ban Mobilized? Like, can we just get him out of the way somehow? But if you go off the BAP, he's just going to play something else. That's the scary part. He's just going to play Lucio. You ban Lucio, oh, he's back on BAP. You know, it's this inevitable playstyle level. Immobilized is just on fire right now. Almost flawless Baptiste gameplay. Baptiste has this damage heal cycle that you do to have absolutely zero cooldown time, and I don't think I saw Mobilized miss it once. Maximum damage output, maximum healing output the entire time.
The entire time. And I think crucially, we talked about the sort of trifecta of supports you have right now. There's basically three options: Lucio, Kiriko, and the Wu Yang.
Yes.
Lucio not really picked up that much by
either team today, which is weird. Yeah.
Yeah. And but you still had the other two options available.
Yep.
And yet you still don't pick up one of those picks for your second support. You pick up the Baptista instead, but it does exactly what it needs to do. And that, again, just shows me that this team, Texas Tech, have been playing what they want to play and what they know works. They have a plan. Is it exactly what you'd think of as quote-unquote meta? No. But does that matter when you're winning?
Yeah, honestly, no. I mean, it's what, back when I was a player, back when I was a coach, back when I was a director, that I would drill into my players all the time is it can be more effective to play just what you know best. Trying to learn that new meta can be difficult. Trying to learn that character can be hard, but going in and playing the characters you know how to play, that is very often the key to success. And if Texas Tech isn't proving that, I do not know who can.
Oh, certainly. And especially when you're at a land like this, right? When the nerves are high, you play what you know how to play, right? Now, here's the thing. Penn State's been doing that. They've been playing what they've been playing for, honestly, years at this point, right? And so, to some extent, there's also another element to that, right? What you are currently playing, if it's what everyone else has been expecting this entire event. Because when I look at what Penn State's teams are, it's pretty much textbook what I'd expect to see as the base standard team for every single match.
Yes.
And it seems that Texas Tech just have plans to deal with it on every single map and every single portion. They're switching characters to accommodate those changes. And I need to see Penn State come into this next map with a completely new look.
Yeah, I'm almost thinking they might have to because I think Penn State's going to ban Ramatra. That's my shot in the dark here. We're going to Suravasa. I don't think I've said that out loud yet. We are going to Suravasa as our next map. That's not an uncommon place to see Ramatra. And I think the Ramatra on the side of Texas Tech just did a very, very good job. So there it is. Bang! I love being right. It's so awesome. Penn State is going to go through and ban that Ramatra. I think it makes a lot of sense to have that happen. So going in on the side of Texas Tech, I think you want to get personal. You want to make this hard. Take out Sojourn. You don't need her. You know they really want to play her. Sure, you're going to run into the Freya, but you just beat the Freya. So it really does, I think, make it a lot easier for Texas Tech if they choose to do that. Texas Tech, who are also, we'll say it before we jump in, swapping Zadoink right back out. Glad you got some gameplay, my man. Happy to see you as always. But Epic Z-Ray going to be coming back in.
And I think, from my understanding, Epic Z-Ray, very big fan of the Lucio.
Oh,
so
very much so.
Might be seeing that come on back into the rotation here. But one of the things I am curious about is that I know that QLM does like to play the Cassidy. We saw it come out a few times earlier. Against LRF, just hasn't seemed to want to go to it. Even maybe afraid of it. I don't know if you just don't want to play the mirror.
In the same way I would not tell LRF to play Soj into QLM. I will not tell QLM to play Cassidy into LRF. There is kind of a dynamic swap there, and I think I understand that LRF, I mean, has been the cleanest Cassidy we've seen all weekend. I don't think there's any argument about that. I don't think there's any debate about that. So going in, trying to outplay someone who's clearly very good at something can be really, really difficult.
Yes, really difficult. And especially when you're doing it on a big stage like
Yep.
this. If you lose the 1v1 on the mirror, really does not feel good, and it does not help the mental state whatsoever.
Well,
Both teams really need to keep that mental
If we go all the way back to like the GOATS era, that's why every matchup in GOATS was so dominant, because it was 6 mirror matchups. And if one team was playing all 6 better, you're getting swept. You're getting demolished. So going into that mirror matchup, you have to no longer think, oh, are my 5 better than these 5? You have to think, am I personally better than that person on the other team? And it is terrifying to go into a situation like that. So I do not blame QLM for staying away from that Cassidy at a time like this.
Well, and that's what's made this entire tournament so interesting, is that, save for maybe the supports, pretty much every single team has been a different composition, right? Teams are expressing the way that they like to play the game, and even when the supports are relatively similar, it's all to facilitate those other different elements, right? So you're still playing the supports in a different way. We've seen the Wu Yang come out and support, as well as sometimes paired with Kiriko or sometimes paired with Lucio, to facilitate everything from just slow, coordinated team play on a larger map, just taking your slow fights where you're poking people out, to just complete and total dive using that extra mobility and that extra survivability.
And I do want to give credit here to Penn State. I think this is the best map pick, or at least to be the best map type to go into. Control was 1-1-99 to like 82.
Yes.
Very, very close in that third and final map. So I think, or stage rather. Going into this makes a lot of sense. It's like Control on steroids. It's way faster. It's a lot more aggressive, but you can play those same compositions that were working well. We're going to be seeing Zarya. We're probably going to be seeing Hazard. We're going to be seeing Kiri Lucio. Those are my expectations going into this matchup. But on the side of Penn State, now it's not going to be as cool that I was going to say it. I was going to predict it, but now it's on screen. I was going to say I expect Penn State to go in, to expect Texas Tech to be coming in with that high play style and play May. That's what I was going to say. They pulled the thought. I swear I was going to say that. And they pulled the thought clean out of my brain. Malik's going to be bringing that May to the table early. But note QLM not going Symmetra into Sojourn. They're going to walk out of spawn.
So what I'm curious about is what the reason behind this May pick is. You said it's something.
Isolate and exterminate.
Okay.
You go into the back line, you find the tank, you slow him. If you can pick off the Tracer with an icicle, that's great. You can slow down the Lucio. You can force him to stay away from the team. That's great. It's about putting that wall up, finding somebody, isolating them, and removing them. Speaking.
Okay, QLM now starting to fire on all cylinders. This is really what you need. QLM had maybe not a lackluster performance, but less of a good performance than what we usually see out of this player, but starting off the map with 3 kills, gotta feel like you might be back in your elements.
Without a doubt. QLM seeing that 0-2 for the first time. It truly lighting a fire underneath him. A flawless approach and execution of 3 members of the side of Texas Tech. This will buy Penn State a free 30-ish% before Penn State can re-engage, and then they're going to stall out longer for the actual fight. So this is a big opportunity. Capping first is so critical on a Flashpoint map. I think it's like if a team caps first, they have like a 65% chance of winning that Flashpoint. So Penn State, they really want to hold on to this. Clamps on the flank and the back line, going to be caught out early. The wall picks him up, and everybody tries to put him down. Still barely standing. QLM taking a lot of damage, but not nearly enough to execute. Slowfield out. LRF deleted, taken down with that headshot, and now Clamps likely going to be joining him in the spawn room in just a moment.
QLM falls, but at what cost as Texas Tech lose 3 of their members? Penn State continues to force the rest of the members of Texas Tech off of this point. And we keep pointing it out, QLM has really been making the difference in these fights. That's twice now. It takes LRF out of the fight immediately, saying, look, I'm the DPS. That's
what I talked about earlier.
All the clips today.
I talked about it. LRF should change his name to Sisyphus. This is exactly what I was anticipating. Every time you go into the fight, you're going to be the head honcho. Get that Cassidy out of here. And they are trying every single time, so far without fail. We're going to see Clamps go to the back line. Nemris not able to find the stick. Will go down, but at least it's a decent trade this time. Malix has been taken down by LRF, who wants to get back into the fight. Overclock just a moment away. One is low. Quinn is critical. Clamps is low on the HP department. And LRF just trying to duck, dodge, and weave. Not able to do so yet.
Not able to do so yet, and it's a great ultimate from the Zarya that comes through as Penn State clean up the remaining members of Texas Tech, take this first flashpoint, and show that they might be down 0-2 in the set, but they're certainly not out quite yet.
Nemris going and making what I'm going to call a very intelligent play here. The Tracer is not working, is not feeling super great, and they're doing a great job just clipping your head every time you walk through. So swapping onto somebody who's not as easy to headshot because they're not always on the ground. Going in with that venture here on the secondary approach, we see Penn State pretty much every ultimate under the sun. The Graph Blizzard combo, a damn near guarantee of eliminating this team, even with the beat. Those will grind through it in the the blink of an eye, but they're going to try to hold on to it for as long as they can. Kitsune rush early from Mobilize. We see it slow out. Mobilize does go down. The beat drop is out. Clam's ult is out. Blizzard in the pocket. QLM already finding 2. 3 with the help of Malik's 4 into a clean 5. LRF has to get out of the fight in Penn State. Second flashpoint cap.
And I was going to say here, that May ult, it was sitting, it was ready in the pocket here for Penn State. And whenever Texas Tech tries to get in, they're always trying to play fisticuffs. If you're playing fisticuffs into a May ult, that's not going to work out very well, is it here? Penn State putting in some absolutely incredible work here in order to bring this flashpoint back into their favor. Texas Tech have yet to even capture a single percentage on a point. Venture now running up into the back.
Oh my God!
Immediately. Oh my goodness. It feels like Penn State, the switch to the May has meant that Texas Tech's members are getting isolated. They can't play that flank playstyle, that aggressive fisticuffs playstyle that they're so used to. Finally, this adjustment that Penn State needed so much is working out.
Yeah, and I mean, this compositional change, dare I say, it has made a great impact here for Penn State. They have been so dominant. They're not going to have the Blizzard this time. But Texas Tech doesn't even have an ultimate on the table. Clamps going in. The wall goes up. Isolate and exterminate. Clamps has been found by their lonesome. Beat drop from Quinn to keep the team alive. LRF critical member sent back to the spawn room. And Texas Tech just not able to find their footing here. Penn State doing a great job keeping this series alive. I will say on map 4, very likely.
I think so at this rate. Penn State is looking like a completely different team. And think about it, all it took, Sepulence, was just one switch, one character switch over to this May in order to counter the play style that Texas Tech has been taking into these matches. Now, it's important to note, no Ramatra on the field for Texas Tech, having been banned away. So that could be a large part of why the game is going the way it's going. Could just be that Texas Tech not able to go full throttle the way they typically have been going. However, Penn State has still really shown up on this map. I'm not surprised at all to see they're doing this well.
Oh. Epic Z-Ray, QLM, 15-player kill streak. Production, when this fight ends, if we could hold tab for me, I do want to take a look at those eliminations and those eliminated. We're going to see a lot of damage from QLM. 15 and I believe 0 right now. 15 and 1. Clamps goes in a little bit too hyper-aggressive. LRF on to Clamps, and yeah, this fight's going to be over. We're looking at 7 and 0, 10 and 1, 19 and 1, 12 and 0, and 16 and 0 on the side of Penn State. Thank you so much, production. That is a great play. 5 players all on fire right now. Texas Tech, they got to find the magic to make this happen.
I'm sorry, 19 and 1 is absolutely ridiculous.
Dude, Flashpoint is pure momentum. If you get to open up like that, it is so hard to take down a team who is finding kill after kill because you just can't get your footing. They'll try to take you out every single time.
Penn State is just showing complete and total dominance now on Suravasa. Texas Tech at a complete loss. And even when Texas Tech was in the lead, it didn't look this dominant. Malex is going to take out Nemris. As finally QLM going to get targeted in the back line. Might be able to finally put another death into that column here for QLM. Okay. 2 deaths so far, but Penn State still maintain control of the point. However, Texas Tech, they do actually get a pretty good amount of eliminations here. They're going to also take out Quinn. This might be signs of life, what they need in order to keep themselves in this game. It's not over yet, Sepulence.
I feel like QLM had overclock every fight. I'm not even kidding. It felt like every single fight that ultimate was coming out, and finally QLM goes down. But Texas Tech, quite literally, cannot make a mistake from here on out. We need 3 flawless flashpoints through and through. Going into the fights, they're going to have less ultimates than Penn State. They're going to have to approach every time they can. Penn State coming in with what I love to call a damn near ult-apocalypse. Just going to be ready to use everything they need. It's one fight to win. They're going to run in and press Q 4 times. It is a guarantee.
And one of those ultimates is the May ultimate. Quinn pops the ultimate, drops the beat at just the right time. Pulse Bomb, not going to get any eliminations. Penn State continue to work their way through, and it's an immaculate pull here by the Zarya as Penn State drop the May ult before the May goes down. Texas Tech lose 3, and they're going to lose 1, make that 2 more as Penn State strike back. It's not over yet, Sepulence. As the team kill comes through, Penn State ticks over this point. Texas Tech know that the game is lost. they hang on for dear life just a little bit longer.
You know, we called Circuit Royale dominant in Penn State. Said, oh, that was dominant? Let me show you what dominant looks like. Such a cleanup there from Penn State.
Hold my non-alcoholic beverage.
No, straight up. Straight up. Hold. Oh, is it? Fun fact, I didn't know. I mean, and just an amazing performance here. QLM play of the game, I think, as a surprise to no one. Can you hold tab during play of the game or no? Does that not work? I don't know how many eliminations we saw from QLM. I think somewhere in the realm of 30.
Something like
that. That's 10 per flashpoint. That's crazy to think about. Executed the whole team twice per flashpoint. That is absurd.
It is absolutely insane. This is the QLM I was expecting to see coming into the set. He's finally coming back now.
Better late than never.
Yes, better late than never. However, the question is, was this just a flash in the pan at flashpoint, or is this something that's going to continue throughout the rest of the set? Penn State, they need to capture that lightning in a bottle. They need to be able to take that energy and move it forward as we go on. So as we think about the counterpick now for Texas Tech, what are we looking at in terms of bans, and how do we want to limit QLM's play if we're Texas Tech?
Well, ban is Sojourn. For sure. I don't think she's been banned yet this series. I mean, QLM does that. He drops 30 and 3 on the table. You got to put that down. You got to nip that in the bud, as they love to say. You got to take that Sojourn out of the equation. Now, in terms of map type that I think we're going to be seeing, we've seen Control, we've seen Escort, and we've seen Flashpoint now. That does leave us with Push as an option, Hybrid as an option. Those are the two we're going to be looking at, and I think if you are on the side of Texas Tech, I wouldn't be surprised to see a push map coming in.
I wouldn't be surprised to see it either, but
also, you did so well on Circuit. Maybe you do go over to that Hybrid.
Yeah, I was going to say, and especially considering how Payload went for Penn State, I'd assume Push would be maybe just a little bit too much focus on having to stay near that objective. Penn State really likes to just have a point that they can hold and stay there, right?
You know
they like playing that point defense.
I just got a premonition.
Okay.
I think it's Kings Row.
Ooh, okay.
That's my shot. That's my shot. I think it's going to be Kings Row. Now, I will say I'm pretty darn sure if Penn State would want, if somebody not a player would want to confirm this, I would love to hear it. I'm pretty sure that Penn State has played Kings Row every series, and I do not think they have lost it once. So that is also a consideration of going into Kings Row. They've been very dominant. They've had a great compositional play on there. They've been really in charge. And, hey, we got the map type wrong, but I got the map. Or we got the map type right. I got the map wrong. We are going to be going to Midtown. So it is going to be that hybrid play style, but it is not going to be the Kings Row that I expected.
Yeah, and considering it's Texas Tech picking, if Penn State has done so well on Kings Row, I probably wouldn't want to take them there either. Instead, just take them to somewhere that we know that they might be a little less sure of their footing, or that we know that we're very solid. Because, again, Texas Tech has come in with some pretty darn solid game plans, except on that last. We don't talk about that last map. However, coming into this, I wouldn't be surprised if Texas Tech has something in mind for what they want to do here.
And I think they definitely do. We're going to wait a little bit. The same rosters are going to stay in. Texas Tech put their ban in. It's going to be May, but we're not going to find out Penn State's ban until the other side of this very short break. So we are going to go ahead. We're going into map 4. We like to give the players a minute to talk about what they want to do, but also do living things like eat a snack, go to the bathroom, do whatever may have to happen. So go ahead, folks. Get some water, get a snack, walk your dog if you have one. But come right back here. We've got plenty of the Nittany Invitational left for you. We'll see you right back here in just a couple of minutes. Still standing. This fight definitely a slow burn. It's going to be unfortunate for Texas Tech. They're staying alive. They're able to find that damage, but an entire time, 3 eliminations in favor of Penn State, 2 in favor of Texas Tech, who are finally going to have to give that fight up. I don't know if Epic makes it out. Looking to see this Kitsune rush from Penn State, likely. That's a defensive play because Mobilize is going to go in with one of their own. If everybody's got a Kitsune rush, nobody does. So we see this Kitsune come out on both sides. I believe we're going to be seeing a Death Blossom just around the corner as well. It's only 1 elimination, but unfortunately a valuable one.
Check out QLM. That's a good start, but loses his life in trade as Quinn is going to take out that Cassidy. Big fight here inside the house as Clamps knocks Quinn out of the game, and Penn State now are the ones on the back foot. Texas Tech are going to run them down and run their HP bars into the dirt.
I haven't seen a fight in that little house in years. I'm not even kidding. It has been so long since I've seen
hot shots, but Penn State smartly just back it up. Texas Tech, though, they pop the ultimate on the hazard. LRF goes down, though, before he's able to get any value, and a massive pull gets countered out by the beat. Texas Tech finding a couple more kills, though. Penn, thanks to Texas Tech's efforts. Death Blossom comes out, but it doesn't get the value it needs. The Tsar Shield not going to be able to do enough as Penn State realized.
From Epic, I just don't think it's going to be enough. I think the door was closed a long time ago. We just needed to kind of push Penn State's foot out of the way. It's just a long-term delay of the inevitable. One after the other, Texas Tech ties us up. We are going to go to Control Center here on Lijiang Town. To being banned every time. And I think Malix is staying on this Reaper as an attempt to disrupt the supports like we saw on stage 1. But this time, the damage coming up from Texas Tech has just increased. Nemris did really well on this venture yesterday, was able to get a pick here in Wanston, already at 100 charge.
F going to take out this tank, and that's very big here for Texas Tech as they aim.
Nice.
After this point, great job there to shut down Quinn.
They're playing a hard defense. They're playing that opportunity to stall for as long as they can. And now not only has Nemris tied us up, Nemris has taken the lead here just in time for Wanston to turn it back. Unfortunately, Texas Tech's LRF is the sole standing player. Did the high noon just to reload. Needs to take Wanston down. I think Penn State is finally going to be able to break through on this. 65% on the board. And QLM finally getting the opportunity to flip that point. Especially kill the cast. Every single fight. Now Nemris ults in the backline. Finds QLM early. The beat from Malix off the map, though, I believe. Texas Tech. The fight's not unwinnable, but with that Kitsune rush online for Penn State, we're going to be seeing Texas Tech lose that fight once again. 74% if Malix went down, but unfortunately the Suzu is going to be there to keep that Reaper alive. I think we need a beat drop just on the engagement here. I'm going to be seeing it. It's exactly what we need to do, and now Wanston is gone. Penn State might have a loss.
Texas Tech, they're getting all the members of Penn State. Finishes off Epic Z-Ray, but he is only going to be able to hold on a little bit longer. Penn State trickle in slowly to their deaths as Texas Tech are going to manage to hold on and take game number 1, the number 8 seed, taking the first game. It's already at half HP. QLM going to go down in the hands of Everstone with the BAP ultimate. It's going to mean that Penn State just has to back up.
Allowing Texas Tech to find so much free space.
And Seth, I mean, this has to be something that they planned ahead of time as the ultimate comes through from Nemris. As Jalen is going to go down at the hands of this Symmetra. Wanston going to fall in turn. Texas, I mean, with the comp that Texas Tech has, you're right, they can just choose to skip out on coming through. There's the ultimate from Wuyang being popped onto the Ramatra, and he's just going to run through the members of the backline. Penn State just cannot figure out what to do against this utter rushdown. Some room to work with here. It is going to be the other Wuyang falling, though. Is Penn State trying to fight back a little bit. Mobilized. Amazing. It's their opportunity to go. The flank here from them is trying to get some extra bit of damage through. Penn State forced to back away. Clamps right now just walking in the middle here, pushing the Zarya away. There's the ultimate coming through. And look how low Zarya is. Run for the hills. You have to. I mean, Texas Tech has just proven that they can walk up with complete and total abandon, and Penn State just doesn't know what to do. The Death Blossom isn't going to even cause any death.
Them too much yet, and clearly they're not letting it get to them. QLM on that Freya, able to find Nemris super early on. That should give Penn State first corner and has to engage in a 5v4. So Doink just getting back into the fight. And Matrix goes up, Malix goes down, and Texas Tech finally getting the chance to breathe a breath of fresh air.
Yeah, in a much better spot as Wanston. Not long for this Earth. The Zarya is going to fall despite that bubble keeping him alive.
Makes a great call. It's a little bit more AoE damage. It's a little bit more explosive. And the side of Texas Tech, this composition is a little less squishy. And I think Texas Tech may end up losing this if this Annihilation doesn't find at least one with the help of Mobilized. It is. Oh, it's going to be 2.
Has been absolutely chef's kiss. Perfect. It's done exactly. Alrighty, well, hello everyone, and welcome back to the Nittany Invitational here at Penn State. Once again, I'm Cabbage, joined here on the cast by Septilence, and we have had an absolutely incredible set so far. Texas Tech comes out the gate swinging with a 2-0, but Penn State absolutely dominant game number 3, bringing us at the very least to a game number 4, and the potential for a game number 5.
The game 4 into a potential of a game 5 is right around the corner here, Cabbage, and we're going in. Penn State, they're going to be back to their computers any minute now, so we're waiting for them to get back into the lineup here, but we know that going in, our map is Midtown. We know that Texas Tech has gone. They've been May. Now, I was talking to you about this off stream, and I'll say it now. If I'm Penn State, and I'm not, listen, this is not advice, but I wouldn't be surprised if Penn State thinks, okay, they're going to go in on Ramatra. Let's ban Ramatra. I don't know. Oh, no, Ram was banned already, wasn't he?
Yes.
So we'll take that one step further. they're going to play around with Baptiste. Let's ban Baptiste. Let's get that Bap out of the way. And if that doesn't sound like a good idea, I think they're probably going to ban Lucio. That's going to be my third guess. But breaking through that first Midtown choke without a Lucio sounds like a nightmare.
Yeah, it's going to be rough. Now, remember, we did see the switch back in.
Yeah.
Right? So
yeah.
Lucio is firmly on the table here for Texas Tech. So I wouldn't be surprised unless we see a little bit of a change of a comp, which Texas Tech are showing that they're not afraid of doing. And I think with the May taken off the field, Texas Tech might just try and run it back with the same kind of play style that they've been going with. However, PSU, the fact that they switched to the May in the first place shows to me that they're maybe being a little bit more malleable. So I wouldn't count the May specifically as the pick that did it, but the change in mindset from PSU.
Well, I mean, let's also be honest about Penn State a little bit. They are a versatile team. We haven't been seeing it because they haven't had to show us. The comp they were running was working over and over and over and over and over. And it was finally Texas Tech that gave them a break in the pattern, a break in the flow. And they said, okay, let's finally show them what we can change up. They had to hold that secret up into the semifinals. You got to let it loose. But winning is more important than holding on to that secret. So they bring out the May. They bring out the change team comp. And I think going into this, it wouldn't be crazy for Penn State. I don't know how well Penn can play Junker Queen, but they play with the play style as if they want to.
Yeah, you make a very good point, but I mean, we've also seen on the other side there are a lot of teams that have been picking up the Junker Queen a little bit, but it's had middling effectiveness.
The only Junker Queen I have seen with actual true effectivity is Toad from Alvernia.
Yes.
Absolute freak on the Junker Queen, doing a great job coming in, finding that value. But Penn State, I mean, going in, I'm going to make sure I'm saying this correctly. Yeah, so Wanston, maybe just go Zarya again, actually. Hold on. I'm going to withdraw everything I just said.
Yeah. I'm so surprised.
Yeah, maybe we just go straight into Zarya, at least on the offense, because going through that choke with Bubbles does make it a lot easier. So maybe they go in with the Lucio Zarya, maybe the Reaper on Malix as well, and they just dismantle from the inside.
Well, and crucially, Reaper was banned last game, right? So
yeah.
That's maybe why the May was picked up over the Reaper. I do think it offered a little bit more to the play style that Penn State was going for, but with it back on the field, if you think that it might just be the way that you're approaching the fights rather than the character picks themselves, Penn State could pick that one back up. And I mean, we've seen them have some pretty great plays on it. I'm just a little cautious here because I think Penn State, they have to get this team comp right. They have to properly identify what Texas Tech is going for so that they can steamroll again, because if they don't, we've seen what happens when it goes the other way.
Yes, we have seen that steamroll on both sides now.
Yes.
We both know the teams can take as much as they give in a scenario like that. So it is, oh my, yes! My predictions are on fire today. Penn State, they are going to be banning the Baptiste. They are going to be taking him out of the equation here on Midtown. Not surprising at all. I do believe it is the correct play to be making here on Midtown. They're suspecting the Ramatra play. They need to get that Bap out of the equation. So Bap is gone. The question is, what is Texas Tech going to do with that information?
I mean, here's the thing. Bap is gone, but I mean, Wu Yang's still on the table. So
Lucio,
Kiri, the two other good supports, right? And I mean, as cool as Bap is, I think Wu Yang, at least with the Ramatra, can provide a similar role. And then maybe if you don't want the Lucio, you bring in the Kiri, you keep that ultimate, and suddenly the Ram is still running up on your block, coming in with a bunch of extra HP and with a bunch of extra speed, able to just run it to the back line like has been happening before. So while I understand this ban, and I think that it's very solid considering we saw that be the one that they chose when they had other options available, I'm still a little bit cautious.
Yeah, and I also think there is this scenario where we're looking at Penn State going in on the attack, something that typically I'm quite critical of. I think when you get to pick, you should be on the defense. I think it's the better slice. But seeing how much of like a snowball they have rolling right now in terms of being on the attack, I think it makes so much sense. I think you want to keep that momentum up. I think you want to get in. You obviously want to set your own win condition. That's always the goal at the end of the day. But they are going to be going into Midtown in just a moment here. So I cannot wait to see what these team compositions end up looking like. The May is gone. The Bap is gone. What happens next?
Yes, what happens next is the question. And I think Penn State just trying to keep Texas Tech off balance. Because we've seen that once Texas Tech gets in the zone, it is incredibly hard for anyone to push them off. But it's likewise for Penn State. And they know that QLM is locked in right now. QLM is playing immaculately, and they have to keep that going. We did talk about that Sojourn being a possibility for a ban this game. Not banned away, so QLM's still going to be able to play that pick should he choose. However, I wouldn't be surprised to see him pull something out that isn't the Sojourn.
Well, I'm a little worried, though, because this is a great Soj map. This is a very good start. First point is a little rough, but when the card starts moving, I think that's really when it kind of gets into. So maybe that's their mindset. Don't let that card start moving, because then Soj isn't really that great. She's okay. She's always okay. There's not a scenario I'm going to say Sojourn is bad, but I do think it's a little bit harder to get value on that first point. It's a little more claustrophobic, a little more congested. So I don't know. This truly, like, I feel like we could just pull names from a hat, and that's the team comp we're seeing here. It really could be anybody's game.
Certainly so, and with both teams now contemplating what they want to bring in, we're going to see it come to fruition. Clamps is going to lock in that Ramatra. LRF, though, on the Ashe?
Kevin, you were not here on broadcast yesterday. I think 3 or 4 times I made a comment about LRF isn't playing Ashe, but his play style clearly shows me that he has or used to. And I went up and I asked him in real life, I was like, have you ever played Ashe? He's like, yeah, I used to. And I was like, dude, I know. Ashe, I think it's going to fit really well here. This is great. Bob is so good at stalling that cart when you need that kind of honorary 6-man. And wow, LRF almost didn't get to play Ashe at all. Playing the skin that notoriously used to have a visual error on it with that aim down sights, but obviously it was fixed a long time ago. And QLM going to have a visual error. There's a bullet between your eyes, taken down early on here.
Yeah, certainly a great kill to start off with, and Wanston goes down as well. LRF going to fall in turn, but Penn State without their tank, it's going to be a little bit rough. They're trying to chase down the remaining members right now of Texas Tech a little bit more, but Penn State realized they just got to back up with Kiri going down.
Yeah, this is a lethal performance early on. The tank has fallen. Good news, Spawn is right there. Yes. So we see Wanston coming back in pretty early on. A full minute off the clock. Now, Nemers being shot underneath the car. QLM picking at those toes as they see them. Right now, this is a really strong opening for Texas Tech, but honestly, it's not a great opening until you keep this point from being capped entirely. If it's capped, it does not matter how good this defense was. Dynamite goes up. Lots of folks on fire will force Wraith Form to get rid of that damage over time status, but Quinn will be falling all the same, and Texas Tech really doing a great job. What I said earlier, isolating and exterminating.
Oh my goodness, and every single time Texas Tech starts out with a kill on the QLM, and then Penn State tries to go in without him, and I mean, everyone just falls. It's a struggle here for Penn State. And here comes the switch. This time a little bit earlier into the match.
As it should be, because when you swap too late, it gets really hard to turn things around like that. Quinn swapping off the Lucio. They are going to play a little bit slower, which means they're going to play bunched together a little more, which can be good unless LRF is hitting those dynamites. And then it can be really, really bad. So you've got to play it correctly. We've got the nano boost around the corner. Should be able to find at the very least QLM. Just pop it. No, okay, no, not even. Going to be holding on QLM, the first one down again. This time Mobilized has finally fallen. That could be a huge pick for Penn State if they recontest fast enough. Quinn not going to be able to get out of the way, though. We are down to sub 2 minutes here on Midtown.
It is not enough for Penn State, and you're right, sub 2 minutes. Penn State just cannot find their way in every single time. They are separated, isolated, and I mean, right there we see it's just because it's just because Clamps walks down Quinn and Jalen and QLM, kills QLM, and then the fight stops from there. Every fight has started with QLM going down immediately, and I just don't see a way that Penn State gets in unless they can keep him safe.
That's a great sleep on Wanston. They isolate, they try to eliminate, and they will exterminate.
Yikes.
This does end now, QLM. I don't even know if we needed the ultimate, man. Unless you get 5, this fight is already over. Overclock. I hate to say it, down the drain here.
Certainly, it's not an ultimate that you want to use lightly, especially off of such a key player as QLM. And Septilence, with about a minute left, how does Penn State even get back onto this point now that they switch back to Czar?
Kevin, I'm low-key sweating. I don't know. Like, it's going to be Malix has to get this Death Blossom, and it has to get like 3. It has to. We see the ultimate coming out. The Quinn going to be popping the ultimate, but Bob on the other side. Malix looking for that opportunity to strike. Has to Wraith Form out, which means he cannot Wraith Form back in. Wanston is down. I think Jalen may not be long for the world. Just pop the Death Blossom. Doesn't even get the chance to do that. 35 seconds now on the clock. Penn State may get one more re-engage, but they're going to walk into a nano annihilation.
Oh, my word.
I mean, this is going to be brutal. If Quinn goes down, it's over. But Quinn does make it out of the fight. Texas Tech gets to reconceive, gets to come through, gets to find this composition, and now this is an uphill battle.
QLM comes back, switches to the Widowmaker, realizes that he's got to hit Paydirt with a couple of shots, because that is the only way.
It's the only way.
Are going to make it through on this push. Coming through with the Widowmaker, not able to click the heads enough, and there's the ultimate from the ROM. Like you were saying, the 2 members down, Penn State are forced to back away, forced to give it up, and forced to take the L on this first round.
I mean, Texas Tech, a full hold, not even 33% on the board. So, folks, let me make something very clear for you. Penn State cannot win this map. Best case scenario, they are looking at a draw. They are looking at forcing a map 6 by taking a draw here, winning another one, and then taking us all the way to that 6th in what would have to be final map. But right now, Texas Tech need 33%, and they make it to grand finals. 8th seed in grand finals is 33% away.
What an underdog story here for Texas Tech. You're up 2-1 over the members of Penn State. You can feel it. You're this close. All you need to do is just capture a single point, because that is all that stands between you and that shot at winning the whole darn thing. Nerves are going to be high for the members of Texas Tech, but we've seen them rise to the occasion. Penn State, it's going to take a Herculean effort. They can do it. But, man, is it a tall order.
And nerves are high because, in layman's terms, this should be easy. 33% of 1 point. That should be easy. But this is so anxiety-inducing, because if this is a draw, you essentially neutral reset. We have to go back into a new map type, into a new, I think it would have to be push, if I understand correctly. So it's going to be a sweat-inducing scenario. It's going to be anxiety-inducing. But Texas Tech, they have to find that opportunity to succeed. But Penn State, they're going to go tooth and nail. This is going to be like breaking into Fort Knox.
Yes, it is one final hope here for Penn State. Malix is going to be playing the Ash, mirroring LRF on the other side. Penn State has to make an amazing defense here, keep Texas Tech from even getting on this point at all, as Penn State have to back up a little bit here. Texas Tech trying to push through. No kills dropped yet, but Penn State, they've given up ground.
LRF changed skins. He's got a different Ash skin on. Alex is down already. Teleporter goes up, but it's a fake. It's a bait straight down center field here. They're going to be rushing in, looking for that opportunity to score, looking to touch down here on this first point.
Penn State have to hold the point, and they have to get Malix back in this fight if they have any hope of continuing, as Texas Tech realize now's their opportunity to go. Epic Z-Ray falls. Clamps is going to get Quinn as Watson goes down as well. It's 3 members down for Penn State. QLM on the back foot. No HP. He is gone. Malix, the only member remaining, and Penn State is knocked out of their own tournament as Texas Tech make the 3-1.
Penn State knocked out of the Nittany Invitational. 3-1 victory here from Texas Tech. A beautiful play. They chose Midtown for a reason. The Ramatra looked great. The Ana actually got to play the game, which is amazing to see. And we see Texas Tech with a very good showing. Penn State going to be cashing out in 3rd or 4th place. That will be decided off stream later today. But Texas Tech, our first team to guarantee a spot in grand finals later today.
Certainly, and it is not through lack of effort. Texas Tech put in so much thought into these team comps. Right? They came in with something completely different from what we'd seen during pretty much any portion of yesterday. I don't think any of the teams were ready for it, and it shows. Penn State just looked completely lost, except on that 3rd map. But, I mean, on that 3rd map, Rom was banned, so not surprised.
Texas Tech, bring me a player. Somebody come be interviewed. I don't care who it is. Somebody come be interviewed. We're going to bring somebody from Texas Tech here in a minute, because I do want to talk to them. I do have a couple of questions, and I'm going to do the interview for this semifinal. Cabbage is going to do the interview for the next semifinal. We're going to see what's going on. We're going to talk to these teams, because Texas Tech, they are the story to look out for right now. They are the team to talk about right now, because they come in at 8th seed. They take the 1st seed to a Game 5, and then they have come through tooth and nail until the bitter end. Now the first team to be guaranteed in grand finals. All right, Cabbage, we're going to hop into this interview here in just a moment. Come on in. Come join me here. Who we got?
Howdy, I'm Epic Z-Ray.
Epic Z-Ray. So, Epic Z, let's talk first and foremost about it. You guys come in 8th seed, Game 5 grand final, Game 5, your first game, knocked into the lower bracket. How did that feel?
Honestly, it felt pretty good. I know that sounds strange to say, but we're coming in the 8th seed. We're the underdogs here. But that's the mentality we've always had, is that there's no expectations. We're playing with house money. We came from the farthest distance. We had to travel 12 hours to get here. Luckily, we have a nice hotel. We can get here at a walking distance, getting some good rest. We've been prepping for this event. I've been doing lots of scouting, getting what I can on teams. And honestly, after we brought Maryland to Map 5, they have some of the best players. Their average rank is Champ 5, and it's like we can do this.
Yeah, absolutely. So correct me if I'm wrong. You are team captain and or IGL for kind of what we're seeing, and you can just tell a lot by your play style in particular. When the cameras are on, you're clearly the loudest. You're clearly kind of the most locked in. So going into that, I feel like we're seeing a lot of bans that seem to target you specifically. We've seen a lot of Lucio bans against you guys. How does that feel going in? Is it as easy to IGL when you're on a hero that just feels less comfortable?
We prep it all. So, like going into this game, first map Lijiang, they banned ball. Just immediately banned ball, and it's like we keep teams guessing. We're one of the most unique teams here at the tournament. We're one of the few teams that aren't playing Zarya. I think every other tournament, I think the game that we're about to watch in the other semifinals will all be Zarya teams, and we come in with a new style. It's harder to ban us out. We're more unique. We can play Haz. We can play Queen. We can play ball. We can still play the Ramacha. We showed it today. Ram Sim. If you watch OWCS, that was featured yesterday. So we're a very diverse team, and I think that plays to our strength. So just one ban isn't enough.
Right, exactly. That diversity just goes deeper than that one ban, especially kind of in the support department. We've talked so much about it. Oh, if you ban Lucio, okay, Wu Yang and Kiri. If you ban the other one, we're just going to play the other two. And that works so well. But you guys, even stretching beyond that, we saw the Ana. We saw some incredible Baptiste gameplay today. As a Baptiste lover myself, I was elated. So going into the rest of this, you guys, as you mentioned, coming the furthest, what does this mean for you guys as a program? To come, to play, to be the first team to cement that spot in Grand Finals.
This is only our second year being a program at Texas Tech, representing the double T. You love to see it. And we came out here and we just said, hey, we're playing with house money. We're here to represent the school, and we're here to make a splash. We've always had the mentality that we're here to have fun, but we are going into this day, I said, we're the Davids still. There's 3 Goliaths, the 1, 2, and 3 seed, all Goliaths, all are expected to win, and we took them all down. I think you've said it a lot in the commentary where it feels like we're on a team on a rampage after that first game loss, but I can attest that that's the truth. Every single game, always say, let's get to work.
Absolutely.
Let's get to work. Next map, next
and your work doesn't even stop, because I know for a fact we're going to end this interview and you're going to go sit in the audience, watch this, and take notes the entire time. I've seen you do it a couple times.
We have a notebook that I keep track of everything. I hope that we're the most prep team here. I have spreadsheets. I have everything. I do my homework on teams, and that's why when we go into a series, we know our bans. We know what we need to be doing. We know our strategies, and I think having a well-prepared strategy is the key to this tournament win.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, clearly proof in the pudding quite a bit here. So, hey, big congratulations to you and Texas Tech. We'll see you guys in Grand Finals. So, folks, speaking of Grand Finals, we got to have one more semifinal first. So, we're going to go ahead and throw it to a break here. It's going to be Alvernia versus Maryland. I believe number 1 versus number 3 seed in this semifinal. Don't go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss it, because I guarantee it's going to be a banger. Standing. This fight definitely a slow burn. It's going to be unfortunate for Texas Tech. They're staying alive. They're able to find that damage, but entire time, 3 eliminations in favor of Penn State, 2 in favor of Texas Tech, who are finally going to have to give that fight up. I don't know if Epic makes it out. Looking to see this Kitsune rush from Penn State, likely. That's a defensive play, because Mobilize is going to go in with one of their own. If everybody's got a Kitsune rush, nobody does. So we see this Kitsune come out on both sides. I believe we're going to be seeing a Death Blossom just around the corner as well. It's only 1 elimination, but unfortunately a valuable one.
Checking out QLM. That's a good start, but loses his life in trade as Quinn is going to take out that Cassidy. Big fight here inside the house as Clamps knocks Quinn out of the game, and Penn State now are the ones on the back foot. Texas Tech are going to run them down and run their HP bars into the dirt.
I haven't seen a fight in that little house in years. I'm not even kidding. It has been so long since I've seen
hot shots, but Penn State smartly just back it up. Texas Tech, though, they pop the ultimate on the hazard. LRF goes down, though, before he's able to get any value, and a massive pull gets countered out by the beat. Texas Tech finding a couple more kills, though, thanks to Texas Tech's efforts. Death Blossom comes out, but it doesn't get the value it needs. The Zar Shield not going to be able to do enough as Penn State realized.
From Epic, I just don't think it's going to be enough. I think the door was closed a long time ago. We just needed to kind of push Penn State's foot out of the way. It's just a long-term delay of the inevitable. One after the other, Texas Tech ties us up. We are going to go to Control Center here on Lijiang Town. To being banned every time. And I think Malix is staying on this Reaper as an attempt to disrupt the supports like we saw on stage 1. But this time, the damage coming up from Texas Tech has just increased. Nemris did really well on this venture yesterday, was able to get a pick here in Wanson, already at 100 charge.
RF going to take out this tank, and that's very big here for Texas Tech as they aim.
Nice.
After this point, great job there to shut down Quinn.
They're playing a hard defense. They're playing that opportunity to stall for as long as they can. And now not only has Nemers tied us up, Nemers has taken the lead here just in time for Wanston to turn it back. Unfortunately, Texas Tech's LRF is the sole standing player. To the high noon just to reload. Needs to take Wanston down. I think Penn State is finally going to be able to break through on this. 65% on the board. And QLM finally getting the opportunity to flip that point. Especially kill the cast. Every single fight. Now Nemers ults in the backline. Finds QLM early. The beat from Malik off the map, though, I believe. Texas Tech. The fight's not unwinnable, but with that Kitsune Rush online for Penn State, we're going to be seeing Texas Tech lose that fight once again. 74% if Malik's went down, but unfortunately the Suzu is going to be there to keep that Reaper alive. I think we need a beat drop just on the engagement here. I'm going to be seeing it. It's exactly what we need to do, and now Wanston is gone. Penn State might have a loss.
Texas Tech, they're getting all the members of Penn State. Finishes off Evan Z-Ray, but he is only going to be able to hold on a little bit longer. Penn State trickle in slowly to their deaths as Texas Tech are going to manage to hold on and take game number 1, the number 8 seed, taking the first game. It's already at half HP. QLM going to go down in the hands of Neverstone with the BAP ultimate. It's going to mean that Penn State just has to back up.
Allowing Texas Tech to find so much free space.
And Seth, I mean, this has to be something that they planned ahead of time as the ultimate comes through from Nemers. As Jalen is going to go down at the hands of this Symmetra. Wanston going to fall in turn. Texas, I mean, with the comp that Texas Tech has, you're right, they can just choose to skip out on coming through. There's the ultimate from Wu Yang being popped onto the Ramatra, and he's just going to run through the members of the backline. Penn State just cannot figure out what to do against this utter rushdown. Some room to work with here. It is going to be the other Wu Yang falling, though. It's Penn State trying to fight back a little bit. Mobilized. Amazing. It's their opportunity to go. The flank here from them is trying to get some extra bit of damage through. Penn State forced to back away. Clamps right now just walking in the middle here, pushing the Zarya away. There's the ultimate coming through. And look how low Zarya is. Run for the hills. You have to. I mean, Texas Tech has just proven that they can walk up with complete and total abandon, and Penn State just doesn't know what to do. The Death Blossom isn't going to even cause any death.
Them too much yet, and clearly they're not letting it get to them. QLM on that Freya, able to find Nemers super early on. That should give Penn State first corner and has to engage in a 5v4. Sojourn just getting back into the fight. And Matrix goes up, Alex goes down, and Texas Tech finally getting the chance to breathe a breath of fresh air.
Yeah, in a much better spot as Wanston, not long for this Earth. The Zarya is going to fall despite that bubble keeping him alive.
Makes a great call. It's a little bit more AoE damage, it's a little bit more explosive, and the side of Texas Tech, this composition is a little less squishy. And I think Texas Tech may end up losing this if this Annihilation doesn't find at least one. With the help of Mobilized, it is, it's going to be 2.
Has been absolutely chef's kiss. Perfect. It's done exactly what it's needed to do. It's opened up these alleyways, turning what should be a winning DPS fight from Penn State into a winning DPS fight from Texas Tech. And on the other hand, it's stopping Penn State from getting what they really want, which is these picks from Q2. It's opened up these alleyways, turning what should be a winning DPS fight from Penn State into a winning DPS fight from Texas Tech. And on the other hand, right, you stop that burst damage from being able to take someone out and make Penn State have to work a little bit harder for these kills.
And we talk so much about Penn State, Tech being aggressive and being in the front line, but they're so good about just waiting. We know you have to come to us. We can play defense. We know that we can take that engagement. But as Wanston goes onto the Ramatra, it opens the door. And Matrix out from Immobilized, just stalling every single second. It opens the door. And Matrix out from Immobilized, just stalling every single second. 42 seconds left. In Penn State, speaking of patience, they're going, just move. Just get out of the way. We can just wait this out. We have time. But now QLM has fallen. That ultimate is gone.
Certainly, and with Penn State switching over to this run, they're trying to play it against Texas Tech on their own terms. And Halo has been sitting here this entire time, so something did need to change. I'm just honestly not sure if this is going to be enough, especially with how good Clamps has been on this pick. The ultimate coming through from Jalen. We'll see if it's enough to push Penn State forward. The rest of the distance, teleport behind here from the is going to be enough, especially with how good Clamps has been on this pick. The ultimate coming through from Jalen. We'll see if it's enough to push Penn State forward. The rest of the distance, teleport behind here from the Reaper.
Nice, Photon up.
Reaper, amazing work to keep their members alive.
Nice, Photon up.
Reaper, amazing work to keep their members alive as Wanston goes down. Quinn and Jalen fall too. Amazing work to keep their members alive as Wanston goes down. Quinn and Jalen fall too. And with Malik's falling, the payload is unattended. Texas Tech are going to go up 2-0.
Texas Tech up 2-0 on Penn State's map pick. Then you need that kind of honorary six-man, and wow, LRF almost didn't get to play Ash at all. Playing the skin that notoriously used to have a visual error on it with that aim down sights, but obviously it was fixed a long time ago. And QLM going to have a visual error. There's a bullet between your eyes, taken down early on here.
Yeah, certainly.
Should be able to find at the very least QLM. Just pop it. No, okay, no, not even. Going to be holding on QLM, the first one down again. This time Mobilized has finally fallen. That could be a huge pick for Penn State if they recontest fast enough. Win, not going to be able to get out of the way, though.
And then the fight stops from there.
Oh,
every fight has started with QLM going down immediately, and I just don't see a way that Penn State gets in unless they can keep him safe.
That's a great sleep on Wanston. They isolate, they try to eliminate, and they will exterminate.
Yikes.
This does end now, QLM. I don't even know if we're back in. Wanston is down. I think Jalen may not be long for the world. Just pop the Death Blossom. Doesn't even get the chance to do that.
They've given up ground.
LRF changed skins. He's got a different Ash skin on. Alex is down already. Teleporter goes up.
Continuing as Texas Tech realize now's their opportunity to go. Epic Z-Ray falls. Clamps is going to get Quinn as Watson goes down as well. It's 3 members down for Penn State. QLM on the back foot. No HP. He is gone. Malik's the only member remaining, and Penn State is knocked out. Now's their opportunity to go. Epic Z-Ray falls. Clamps is going to get Quinn as Watson goes down as well. It's 3 members down for Penn State. QLM on the back foot. No HP. He is gone. Malik's the only member remaining, and Penn State is knocked out of their own tournament as Texas Tech.
I'm amazed that Clamps is still standing. This fight definitely a slow burn. It's going to be unfortunate for Texas Tech. They're staying alive. They're able to find that damage, but the entire time, 3 eliminations in favor of Penn State, 2 in favor of Texas Tech, who are finally going to have to give that fight up. I don't know if Epic makes it out. Looking to see this Kitsune rush from Penn State, likely. That's a defensive play because Mobilize is going to go in with one of their own. If everybody's got a Kitsune rush, nobody does. So we see this Kitsune come out on both sides. I believe we're going to be seeing a Death Blossom just around the corner as well. It's only 1 elimination, but unfortunately a valuable one.
Up QLM, that's a good start, but loses his life in trade as Quinn is going to take out that Cassidy. Big fight here inside the house as Clamps knocks Quinn out of the game, and Penn State now are the ones on the back foot. Texas Tech are going to run them down and run their HP bars into the dirt.
I haven't seen a fight in that little house in years. I'm not even kidding. It has been so long since I've seen
hot shots, but Penn State smartly just back it up. Texas Tech, though, they pop the ultimate on the hazard. LRF goes down, though, before he's able to get any value, and then a massive pull gets countered out by the beats. Texas Tech finding a couple more kills, though. Thanks to Texas Tech's efforts. Death Blossom comes out, but it doesn't get the value it needs. The Czar Shield not going to be able to do enough as Penn State realizes.
From Epic, I just don't think it's going to be enough. I think the door was closed a long time ago. We just needed to kind of push Penn State's foot out of the way. It's just a long-term delay of the inevitable. One after the other, Texas Tech ties us up. We are going to go to Control Center here on Lijiangtown. To being banned every time. And I think Malix is staying on this Reaper as an attempt to disrupt the supports like we saw on stage 1. But this time, the damage coming up from Texas Tech has just increased. Members did really well on this venture yesterday, was able to get a pick here in Wanston, already at 100 charge.
RF going to take out this tank, and that's very big here for Texas Tech as they aim.
Nice.
After this point, great job there to shut down Quinn.
They're playing a hard defense. They're playing that opportunity to stall for as long as they can. And now not only has Nemers tied us up, Nemers has taken the lead here just in time for Wanston to turn it back. Unfortunately, Texas Tech's LRF is the sole standing player. Did the high noon just to reload. Needs to take Wanston down. I think Penn State is finally going to be able to break through on this. 65% on the board. And QLM finally getting the opportunity to flip that point. Especially the cast, kill the cast, kill the cast. Every single fight. Now Nemers ults in the backline. Finds QLM early. The beat from Malik off the map, though, I believe. Texas Tech. The fight's not unwinnable, but with that Kitsune rush online for Penn State, we're going to be seeing Texas Tech lose that fight once again. 74% if Malik's went down, but unfortunately the Suzu is going to be there to keep that Reaper alive. I think we need a beat drop just on the engagement here. I'm going to be seeing it. It's exactly what we need to do, and now Wanston is gone. Penn State might have the loss.
Texas Tech, they're getting all the members of Penn State. Finishes off Evan Z-Ray, but he is only going to be able to hold on a little bit longer. Penn State trickle in slowly to their deaths as Texas Tech are going to manage to hold on and take game number 1, the number 8 seed, taking the first game. It's already at half HP. QLM going to go down to the hands of Neverstone with the BAP ultimate. It's going to mean that Penn State just has to back up.
Allowing Texas Tech to find so much free space.
And Seth, I mean, this has to be something that they planned ahead of time as the ultimate comes through from Nemris as Jalen is going to go down at the hands of this Symmetra. Wanston going to fall in turn. Texas, that Texas Tech has, you're right, they can just choose to skip out on coming through. There's the ultimate from Wuyang being popped onto the Ramatra, and he's just going to run through the members of the back line. Penn State just cannot figure out what to do against this utter rushdown. Some room to work with here. It is going to be the other Wuyang falling, though. Penn State trying to fight back a little bit. Mobilized. Amazing. Is their opportunity to go. Flank here from them is trying to get some extra bit of damage through. Penn State forced to back away. Clamps right now just walking in the middle here, pushing the Zarya away. There's the ultimate coming through, and look how low Zarya is. Run for the hills. You have to. I mean, Texas Tech has just proven that they can walk up with complete and total abandon, and Penn State just doesn't know what to do. The Death Blossom isn't going to even cause any death.
Them too much yet, and clearly they're not letting it get to them. QLM on that Freya, able to find Nemris super early on. That should give Penn State first corner and has to engage in a 5v4. So Doink just getting back into the fight. And Matrix goes up, Malix goes down, and Texas Tech finally getting the chance to breathe a breath of fresh air.
Yeah, in a much better spot as Wanston, not long for this Earth. Zarya is going to fall despite that bubble keeping him alive.
Makes a great call. It's a little bit more AoE damage, it's a little bit more explosive, and the side of Texas Tech, this composition is a little less squishy. And I think Texas Tech may end up losing this if this Annihilation doesn't find at least one with the help of Mobilized. It is, it's going to be two.
Has been absolutely chef's kiss. Perfect. It's done exactly what it's needed to do. It's opened up these alleyways, turning what should be a winning DPS fight from Penn State into a winning DPS fight from Texas Tech. And on the other hand, it's stopping Penn State from getting what they really want, which is these picks from Q2. It's opened up these alleyways, turning what should be a winning DPS fight from Penn State into a winning DPS fight from Texas Tech. And on the other hand, right, you stop that burst damage from being able to take someone out and make Penn State have to work a little bit harder for these kills.
And we talk so much about Penn State, Tech being aggressive and being in the front line, but they're so good about just waiting. We know you have to come to us. We can play defense. We know that we can take that engagement. But as Wanston goes onto the Ramatra, it opens the door. And Matrix out from Immobilized, just stalling every single second. It opens the door. And Matrix out from Immobilized, just stalling every single second. 42 seconds left. In Penn State, speaking of patience, they're going, oh, just move. Just get out of the way. We can just wait this out. We have time. But now QLM has fallen. That ultimate is gone.
Certainly, and with Penn State switching over to this ROM, they're trying to play it against Texas Tech on their own terms. And Taylor's been sitting here this entire time, so something did need to change. I'm just honestly not sure if this is going to be enough, especially with how good Clamps has been on this pick. The ultimate coming through from Jalen. We'll see if it's enough to push Penn State forward. The rest of the distance, teleport behind here from the is going to be enough, especially with how good Clamps has been on this pick. The ultimate coming through from Jalen. We'll see if it's enough to push Penn State forward. The rest of the distance, teleport behind here from the Reaper.
Nice, Photon up.
Reaper, amazing work to keep their members alive as well.
Nice, Photon up.
Reaper, amazing work to keep their members alive as Wanston goes down. Quinn and Jalen fall too. Amazing work to keep their members alive as Wanston goes down. Quinn and Jalen fall too. And as Malik's falling, the payload is unattended. Texas Tech are going to go up 2-0.
Texas Tech up 2-0 on Penn State's map pick. Then you need that kind of honorary six-man, and wow, LRF almost didn't get to play Ashe at all. Playing the skin that notoriously used to have a visual error on it with that aim down sights, but obviously it was fixed a long time ago. And QLM going to have a visual error. There's a bullet between your eyes, taken down early on here.
Yeah, certainly.
Should be able to find at the very least QLM. Just pop it. No, okay, no, not even. Gonna be holding on QLM, the first one down again. This time Mobilized has finally fallen. That could be a huge pick for Penn State if they recontest fast enough. Win, not gonna be able to get out of the way though.
And then the fight stops from there.
Every
fight has started with QLM going down immediately, and I just don't see a way that Penn State gets in unless they can keep them safe.
That's a great sleep on Wanston. They isolate, they try to eliminate, and they will exterminate.
Yikes.
This does end now, QLM. I don't even know if we're back in. Wanston is down. I think Jalen may not be long for the world. Just pop the Death Blossom. Doesn't even get the chance to do that.
They've given up ground.
LRF changed skins. He's got a different Ashe skin on. Alex is down already. Teleporter goes up.
Continuing as Texas Tech realize now's their opportunity to go. Epic Z-Ray falls. Clamps is going to get Quinn as Watson goes down as well. It's 3 members down for Penn State. QLM on the back foot. No HP. He is gone. Malik's the only member remaining, and Penn State is knocked out. Now's their opportunity to go. Epic Z-Ray falls. Clamps is going to get Quinn as Watson goes down as well. It's 3 members down for Penn State. QLM on the back foot, no HP, he is gone. Malik's the only member remaining, and Penn State is knocked out of their own tournament as Texas Tech.
I'm amazed that Clamps is still standing. This fight definitely a slow burn. It's going to be unfortunate for Texas Tech.
Oh.
They're staying alive. They're able to find that damage, but the entire time, 3 eliminations in favor of Penn State, 2 in favor of Texas Tech, who are finally going to have to give that fight up. I don't know if Epic makes it out. Looking to see this Kitsune rush from Penn State, likely. That's a defensive play because Mobilize is going to go in with one of their own. If everybody's got a Kitsune rush, nobody does. So we see this Kitsune come out on both sides. I believe we're going to be seeing a Death Blossom just around the corner as well. It's only 1 elimination, but unfortunately a valuable one.
Checking out QLM, that's a good start, but loses his life in trade as Quinn is going to take out that Cassidy. Big fight here inside the house as Clamps knocks Quinn out of the game, and Penn State now are the ones on the back foot. Texas Tech are going to run them down and run their HP bars into the dirt.
I haven't seen a fight in that little house in years. I'm not even kidding. It has been so long since I've seen
hot shots, but Penn State smartly just back it up. Texas Tech, though, they pop the ultimate on the hazard. LRF goes down, though, before he's able to get any value, and then a massive pull gets countered out by the Beast. Texas Tech finding a couple more kills, though. Thanks to Texas Tech's efforts, Death Blossom comes out, but it doesn't get the value it needs. The Czar Shield not going to be able to do enough as Penn State realized.
From Epic, I just don't think it's going to be enough. I think the door was closed a long time ago. We just needed to kind of push Penn State's foot out of the way. It's just a long-term delay of the inevitable. One after the other, Texas Tech ties us up. We are going to go to Control Center here on Lijiangtown to being banned every time. And I think Malix is staying on this Reaper as an attempt to disrupt the supports like we saw on stage 1. But this time, the damage coming up from Texas Tech has just increased. Nemris did really well on this venture yesterday, was able to get a pick here in Wanston, already at 100 charge.
RF going to take out this tank, and that's very big here for Texas Tech as they aim.
Nice.
After this point, great job there to shut down Quinn.
They're playing a hard defense. They're playing that opportunity to stall for as long as they can. And now not only has Nemris tied us up, Nemris has taken the lead here just in time for Wanston to turn it back. Unfortunately, Texas Tech's LRF is the sole standing player. Down the high noon just to reload. Needs to take Wanston down. I think Penn State is finally going to be able to break through on this. 65% on the board. And QLM finally getting the opportunity to flip that point. Especially the cast. Kill the cast. Kill the cast. Every single fight. Now Nemris ults in the backline. Finds QLM early. The beat from Malik off the map, though, I believe. Texas Tech, the fight's not unwinnable, but with that Kitsune rush online for Penn State, we're going to be seeing Texas Tech lose that fight once again, 74% if Malik's went down, but unfortunately the Suzu is going to be there to keep that Reaper alive. I think we need a beat drop just on the engagement here. I'm going to be seeing it. It's exactly what we need to do, and now Wanston is gone. Penn State might have a loss.
Texas Tech, they're getting all the members of Penn State. Finishes off Evan Z-Ray, but he is only going to be able to hold on a little bit longer. Penn State trickle in slowly to their deaths as Texas Tech are going to manage to hold on and take game number 1, the number 8 seed, taking the first game. It's already at half HP. QLM going to go down at the hands of Neverstone with the BAP ultimate. It's going to mean that Penn State just has to back up.
Allowing Texas Tech to find so much free space.
And Seth, I mean, this has to be something that they planned ahead of time as the ultimate comes through from Nemris. And Jalen is going to go down at the hands of this Symmetra. Wanston going to fall in turn. Texas, I mean, with the comp that Texas Tech has, you're right, they can just choose to skip out on coming through. There's the ultimate from Wu Yang being popped onto the Ramatra, and he's just going to run through the members of the backline. Penn State just cannot figure out what to do against this utter rush down. Some room to work with here. It is going to be the other Wu Yang falling, though. Is Penn State trying to fight back a little bit. Mobilized. Amazing. It's their opportunity to go. The flank here from them is trying to get some extra bit of damage through. Penn State forced to back away. Clamps right now just walking in the middle here, pushing the Zarya away. There's the ultimate coming through. And look how low Zarya is. Run for the hills. You have to. I mean, Texas Tech has just proven that they can walk up with complete and total abandon, and Penn State just doesn't know what to do. The Death Blossom isn't going to even cause any death.
Them too much yet, and clearly they're not letting it get to them. QLM on that Freya, able to find Nemris super early on. That should give Penn State first corner and has to engage in a 5v4. So Joint just getting back into the fight. Matrix goes up, Malix goes down, and Texas Tech finally getting the chance to breathe a breath of fresh air.
Yeah, in a much better spot as Wanston, not long for this Earth. The Zarya is going to fall despite that bubble keeping him alive.
Makes a great call. It's a little bit more AoE damage, it's a little bit more explosive, and the side of Texas Tech, this composition is a little less squishy. Nittany. And I think Texas Tech may end up losing this if this Annihilation doesn't find at least one with the help of Mobilized. It is, oh it's going to be two.
Has been absolutely chef's kiss perfect. It's done exactly what it's needed to do. It's opened up these alleyways, turning what should be a winning DPS fight from Penn State into a winning DPS fight from Texas Tech. And on the other hand, it's stopping Penn State from getting what they really want, which is these picks from Q2. It's opened up these alleyways, turning what should be a winning DPS fight from Penn State into a winning DPS fight from Texas Tech. And on the other hand, right, you stop that burst damage from being able to take someone out and make Penn State have to work a little bit harder for these kills.
And we talk so much about Penn State, or excuse me, Tech being aggressive and being in the front line, but they're so good about just waiting. We know you have to come to us. We can play defense. We know that we can take that engagement. But as Wanston goes onto the Ramatra, it opens the door. And Matrix out from Immobilized, just stalling every single second. It opens the door. And Matrix out from Immobilized, just stalling every single second. 42 seconds left. In Penn State, speaking of patience, they're going, oh, just move. Just get out of the way. We can just wait this out. We have time. But now QLM has fallen. That ultimate is gone.
Certainly, and with Penn State switching over to this run, they're trying to play it against Texas Tech on their own terms.
Yep.
And Taylor's been sitting here this entire time, so something did need to change. I'm honestly not sure if this is going to be enough, especially with how good Clamps has been on this pick. The ultimate coming through from Jalen. We'll see if it's enough to push Penn State forward. The rest of the distance, teleport behind here from the going to be enough, especially with how good Clamps has been on this pick. The ultimate coming through from Jalen. We'll see if it's enough to push Penn State forward. The rest of the distance, teleport behind here from the Reaper.
Nice, Photon up.
Reaper, amazing work to keep their members alive.
Nice, Photon up.
Reaper, amazing work to keep their members alive as Wanston goes down. Quinn and Jalen fall too. Amazing work to keep their members alive as Wanston goes down. Quinn and Jalen fall too. And as Malik's falling, the payload is unattended. Texas Tech are going to go up 2-0.
Texas Tech up 2-0 on Penn State's map pick. Then you need that kind of honorary six-man, and wow, LRF almost didn't get to play Ash at all. Playing the skin that notoriously used to have a visual error on it with that aim down sights, but obviously it was fixed a long time ago. And QLM going to have a visual error. There's a bullet between your eyes. Take it down early on here.
Yeah, certainly.
Should be able to find at the very least QLM. Just pop it. No, okay, no, not even. Gonna be holding on QLM, the first one down again. This time Mobilized has finally fallen. That could be a huge pick for Penn State if they recontest fast enough. Quinn not gonna be able to get out of the way though.
And then the fight stops from there.
Oh,
every fight has started with QLM going down immediately, and I just don't see a way that Penn State gets in unless they can keep him safe.
That's a great sleep onto Wanston. They isolate, they try to eliminate, and they will exterminate.
Yikes.
This does end now, QLM. I don't even know if we went back in. Wanston is down. I think Jalen may not be long for the world. Just pop the Death Blossom. Doesn't even get the chance to do that.
They've given up ground.
LRF changed skins. He's got a different ass skin on. Alex is down already. Teleporter goes up.
Continuing as Texas Tech realize now's their opportunity to go. Epic Z-Ray falls. Clamps is going to get Quinn as Watson goes down as well. It's 3 members down for Penn State. QLM on the back foot. No HP. He is gone. Malik's the only member remaining, and Penn State is knocked out. Now's their opportunity to go. Epic Z-Ray falls. Clamps is going to get Quinn as Watson goes down as well. It's 3 members down for Penn State. QLM on the back foot. No HP. He is gone. Malik's the only member remaining, and Penn State is knocked out of their own tournament as Texas Tech.
I'm amazed that Clamps is still standing. This fight definitely a slow burn. It's going to be unfortunate for Texas Tech. They're staying alive. They're able to find that damage, but unfortunately, higher time. 3 eliminations in favor of Penn State, 2 in favor of Texas Tech, who are finally going to have to give that fight up. I don't know if Epic makes it out. You can see this Kitsune rush from Penn State likely at the defensive play because Mobilized is going to go in with one of their own. If everybody's got a Kitsune rush, nobody does. So we see this Kitsune come out on both sides. I believe we're going to be seeing a Death Blossom just around the corner as well. It's only 1 elimination, but unfortunately a valuable one.
Checking out QLM. That's a good start, but loses his life in trade as Quinn is going to take out that Cassidy. Big fight here inside the house as Clamps knocks Quinn out of the game, and Penn State now are the ones on the back foot. Texas Tech are going to run them down and run their HP bars into the dirt.
I haven't seen a fight in that little house in years. I'm not even kidding. It has been so long since I've seen
hot shots, but Penn State smartly just back it up. Texas Tech, though, they pop the ultimate on the hazard. LRF goes down, though, before he's able to get any value, and then a massive pull gets countered out by the beat. Texas Tech finding a couple more kills, though. Penn State to Texas Tech's efforts. Death Blossom comes out, but it doesn't get the value it needs. The Czar Shield not going to be able to do enough as Penn State realizes.
From Epic, I just don't think it's going to be enough. I think the door was closed a long time ago. We just needed to kind of push Penn State's foot out of the way. It's just a long-term delay of the inevitable. One after the other, Texas Tech ties us up. We are going to go to Control Center here on Lijiang Tower. To being banned every time. And I think Malix is staying on this Reaper as an attempt to disrupt the supports like we saw on stage 1. But this time, the damage coming up from Texas Tech has just increased. Nemris did really well on this venture yesterday, was able to get a pick here, and Wanston already at 100 charge.
RF going to take out this tank, and that's very big here for Texas Tech as they aim.
Nice.
After this point, great job there to shut down Quinn.
They're playing a hard defense. They're playing that opportunity to stall for as long as they can. And now not only has Nemris tied us up, Nemris has taken the lead here just in time for Wanston to turn it back. Unfortunately, Texas Tech's LRF is the sole standing player. Did the high noon just to reload. Needs to take Wanston down. I think Penn State is finally going to be able to break through on this. 65% on the board. And QLM finally getting the opportunity to flip that point. Especially kill the cast. Every single fight. Now Nemris ults in the backline, finds QLM early. The beat from Malix off the map, though, I believe. Texas Tech, the fight's not unwinnable, but with that Kitsune Rush online for Penn State, we're going to be seeing Texas Tech lose that fight once again, 74% if Malix went down, but unfortunately the Suzu is going to be there to keep that Reaper alive. I think we need a beat drop just on the engagement here. I'm going to be seeing it. It's exactly what we need to do, and now Wanston is gone. Penn State might have a loss.
Texas Tech, they're getting all the members of Penn State. Finishes off Epic Z-Ray, but he is only going to be able to hold on a little bit longer. Penn State trickle in slowly to their deaths as Texas Tech are going to manage to hold on and take game number 1, the number 8 seed, taking the first game. It's already at half HP. QLM going to go down at the hands of Neverstone with the BAP ultimate. It's going to mean that Penn State just has to back up.
Allowing Texas Tech to find so much free space.
And Seth, I mean, this has to be something that they planned ahead of time as the ultimate comes through from Nemris. As Jalen is going to go down at the hands of this Symmetra. Wanston going to fall in turn. Texas, I mean, with the comp that Texas Tech has, you're right, they can just choose to skip out on coming through. There's the ultimate from Wuyang being popped onto the Ramatra, and he's just going to run through the members of the backline. Penn State just cannot figure out what to do against this utter rushdown. Some room to work with here. It is going to be the other Wuyang falling, though. It's Penn State trying to fight back a little bit. Mobilized. Amazing. It's their opportunity to go. The flank here from them is trying to get some extra bit of damage through. Penn State forced to back away. Clamps right now just walking in the middle here, pushing the Zarya away. There's the ultimate coming through. And look how low Zarya just run for the hills. You have to. I mean, Texas Tech has just proven that they can walk up with complete and total abandon, and Penn State just doesn't know what to do. The Death Blossom isn't going to even cause any death.
Them too much yet, and clearly they're not letting it get to them. QLM on that Freya, able to find Nemris super early on. That should give Penn State first corner and has to engage in a 5v4. So Doink just getting back into the fight. Matrix goes up, Malix goes down, and Texas Tech finally getting the chance to breathe a breath of fresh air.
Yeah, in a much better spot as Wanston, not long before this Earth. The Zarya is going to fall despite that bubble keeping him alive.
Makes a great call. It's a little bit more AoE damage, it's a little bit more explosive, and the side of Texas Tech, this composition is a little less squishy. And I think Texas Tech may end up losing this if this Annihilation doesn't find at least one. With the help of Mobilized, it is, it's going to be 2.
Has been absolutely chef's kiss perfect. It's done exactly what it's needed to do. It's opened up these alleyways, turning what should be a winning DPS fight from Penn State into a winning DPS fight from Texas Tech. And on the other hand, it's stopping Penn State from getting what they really want, which is these picks from Q2. It's opened up these alleyways, turning what should be a winning DPS fight from Penn State into a winning DPS fight from Texas Tech. And on the other hand, right, you stop that burst damage from being able to take someone out and make Penn State have to work a little bit harder for these kills.
And we talk so much about Penn State, Tech being aggressive and being in the front line, but they're so good about just waiting. We know you have to come to us. We can play defense. We know that we can take that engagement. But as Wanston goes onto the Ramatra, it opens the door. And Matrix out from Immobilized, just stalling every single second. It opens the door. And Matrix out from Immobilized, just stalling every single second. 42 seconds left. And Penn State, speaking of patience, they're going, just move. Just get out of the way. We can just wait this out. We have time. But now QLM has fallen. That ultimate is gone.
Certainly, and with Penn State switching over to this round, they're trying to play against Texas Tech on their own terms.
Yep.
And Taylor's been sitting here this entire time, so something did need to change. I'm just honestly not sure if this is going to be enough, especially with how good Clamps has been on this pick. The ultimate coming through from Jalen. We'll see if it's enough to push Penn State forward. The rest of the distance, teleport behind here from the is going to be enough, especially with how good Clamps has been on this pick. The ultimate coming through from Jalen. We'll see if it's enough to push Penn State forward. The rest of the distance, teleport behind here from the Reaper.
Nice, Photon up.
Reaper, amazing work to keep their members alive as well.
Nice, Photon up.
Reaper, amazing work to keep their members alive as Wanston goes down. Quinn and Jalen fall too. Amazing work to keep their members alive as Wanston goes down. Quinn and Jalen fall too. And with Malik's falling, the payload is unattended. Texas Tech are going to go up 2-0.
Texas Tech up 2-0 on Penn State's map pick. Then you need that kind of honorary six-man, and wow, LRF almost didn't get to play Ash at all. Playing the skin that notoriously used to have a visual error on it with that aim down sights, but obviously it was fixed a long time ago. And QLM going to have a visual error. There's a bullet between your eyes, taken down early on here.
Yeah, certainly.
Should be able to find at the very least QLM. Just pop it. No, okay, no, not even. Gonna be holding on QLM, the first one down again. This time Mobilized has finally fallen. That could be a huge pick for Penn State if they recontest fast enough. Win, not gonna be able to get out of the way though.
And then the fight stops from there.
Oh,
every fight has started with QLM going down immediately, and I just don't see a way that Penn State gets in unless they can keep him safe.
That's a great sleep on Wanston. They isolate, they try to eliminate, and they will exterminate.
Yikes.
This does end now, QLM. I don't even know if we're back in. Wanston is down. I think Jalen may not be long for the world. Just pop the Death Blossom. Doesn't even get the chance to do that.
They've given up ground.
LRF changed skins. He's got a different Ash skin on. Alex is down already. Teleporter goes up.
Continuing as Texas Tech realize now's their opportunity to go. Epic Z-Ray falls. Clamps is going to get Quinn as Watson goes down as well. It's 3 members down for Penn State. QLM on the back foot. No HP. He is gone. Malik's the only member remaining, and Penn State is knocked out. Now's their opportunity to go. Epic Z-Ray falls. Clamps is going to get Quinn as Watson goes down as well. It's 3 members down for Penn State. QLM on the back foot. No HP. He is gone. Malik's the only member remaining, and Penn State is knocked out of their own tournament as Texas Tech.
I'm amazed that Clamps is still standing. This fight definitely a slow burn. It's going to be unfortunate for Texas Tech. They're staying alive. They're able to find that damage, but an entire time, 3 eliminations in favor of Penn State, 2 in favor of Texas Tech, who are finally going to have to give that fight up. I don't know if Epic makes it out. You see this Kitsune rush from Penn State likely. That's a defensive play because Mobilized is going to go in with one of their own. If everybody's got a Kitsune rush, nobody does. So we see this Kitsune come out on both sides. I believe we're going to be seeing a Death Blossom just around the corner as well. It's only 1 elimination, but unfortunately a valuable one.
Checking out QLM, that's a good start, but loses his life in trade as Quinn is going to take out that Cassidy. Big fight here inside the house as Clamps knocks Quinn out of the game, and Penn State now are the ones on the back foot. Texas Tech are going to run them down and run their HP bars into the dirt.
I haven't seen a fight in that little house in years. I'm not even kidding. It has been so long since I've seen
hot shots, but Penn State smartly just back it up. Texas Tech, though, they pop the ultimate on the hazard. LRF goes down, though, before he's able to get any value, and then a massive pull gets countered out by the beat. Texas Tech finding a couple more kills, though, thanks to Texas Tech's efforts. Death Blossom comes out, but it doesn't get the value it needs. The Czar Shield not going to be able to do enough as Penn State realizes.
From Epic, I just don't think it's going to be enough. I think the door was closed a long time ago. We just needed to kind of push Penn State's foot out of the way. It's just a long-term delay of the inevitable. One after the other, Texas Tech ties us up. We are going to go to Control Center here on Lijiangtown. To being banned every time. And I think Malik's is staying on this Reaper as an attempt to disrupt the supports like we saw on stage 1. But this time, the damage coming up from Texas Tech has just increased. Nemris did really well on this venture yesterday, was able to get a pick here in Wanston, already at 100 charge.
F going to take out this tank, and that's very big here for Texas Tech as they aim.
Nice.
After this point, great job there to shut down Quinn.
They're playing a hard defense. They're playing that opportunity to stall for as long as they can. And now not only has Nemris tied us up, Nemris has taken the lead here just in time for Wanston to turn it back. Unfortunately, Texas Tech's LRF is the sole standing player. To the high noon just to reload. Needs to take Wanston down. I think Penn State is finally going to be able to break through on this. 65% on the board. And QLM finally getting the opportunity to flip that point. Especially the cast. Kill the cast. Kill the cast. Every single fight. Now Nemris ults in the back line. Finds QLM early. The beat from Malik off the map, though, I believe. Texas Tech. The fight's not unwinnable, but with that Kitsune rush online for Penn State, we're going to be seeing Texas Tech lose that fight once again. 74% if Malik's went down, but unfortunately the Suzu is going to be there to keep that Reaper alive. I think we need a beat drop just on the engagement here. I'm going to be seeing it. It's exactly what we need to do. And now Winston is gone. Penn State might have a loss.
Texas Tech, they're getting all the members of Penn State. This is off Evan G-Ray, but he is only going to be able to hold on a little bit longer. Penn State trickle in slowly to their deaths as Texas Tech are going to manage to hold on and take game number 1, the number 8 seed, taking the first game. It's already at half HP. QLM going to go down in the hands of Everstone with the BAP ultimate. It's going to mean that Penn State just has to back up.
Allowing Texas Tech to find so much free space.
And Septon, I mean, this has to be something that they plan ahead of time as the ultimate comes through from Nemris. As Jalen is going to go down at the hands of this Symmetra. Wanston going to fall in turn. Texas, I mean, with the comp that Texas Tech has, you're right, they can just choose to skip out on coming through. There's the ultimate from Wu Yang being popped onto the Ramatra, and he's just going to run through the members of the backline. Penn State just cannot figure out what to do against this utter rushdown. Some room to work with here. It is going to be the other Wu Yang falling, though, as Penn State trying to fight back a little bit. Mobilized. Amazing. It's their opportunity to go. The flank here from them is trying to get some extra bit of damage through. Penn State forced to back away. Lance right now just walking in the middle here, pushing the Zarya away. There's the ultimate coming through. And look how low
Run
for the hills. You have to. I mean, Texas Tech has just proven that they can walk up with complete and total abandon, and Penn State just doesn't know what to do. The Death Blossom isn't going to even cause any death.
Them too much, and clearly they're not letting it get to them. QLM on that Freya, able to find Nemris super early on. That should give Penn State first corner and has to engage in a 5v4. Doink just getting back into the fight. Matrix goes up, Alex goes down, and Texas Tech finally getting the chance to breathe a breath of fresh air.
Yeah, in a much better spot as Wanston, not long for this Earth. Zarya is going to fall despite that bubble keeping him alive.
A great call. It's a little bit more AoE damage. It's a little bit more explosive. And the side of Texas Tech, this composition is a little less squishy. And I think Texas Tech may end up losing this if this Annihilation doesn't find at least one with the help of Mobilized. It is. Oh, it's going to be 2.
Has been absolutely chef's kiss perfect. It's done exactly what it's needed to do. It's opened up these alleyways, turning what should be a winning DPS fight from Penn State into a winning DPS fight from Texas Tech. And on the other hand, it stopped Penn State from getting what they really want, which is these picks from Q. It's opened up these alleyways, turning what should be a winning DPS fight from Penn State into a winning DPS fight from Texas Tech. And on the other hand, right, you stop that burst damage from being able to take someone out and make Penn State have to work a little bit harder for these kills.
And we talk so much about Penn State, Tech being aggressive and being in the front line, but they're so good about just waiting. We know you have to come to us. We can play defense. We know that we can take that engagement. But as Wanston goes onto the Ramatra, it opens the door. And Matrix out from Immobilized, just stalling every single second. It opens the door. And Matrix out from Immobilized, just stalling every single second. 42 seconds left. In Penn State, speaking of patience, they're going, oh, just move. Just get out of the way. We can just wait this out. We have time. But now QLN has fallen. That ultimate is gone.
Certainly, and with Penn State switching over to this run, they're trying to play it against Texas Tech on their own turf.
Yep.
And Taylor's been sitting here this entire time, so something did need to change. I'm just honestly not sure if this is going to be enough, especially with how good Clamps has been on this pick. The ultimate coming through from Jalen. We'll see if it's enough to push Penn State forward. The rest of the distance, teleport behind here from the is going to be enough. All right, everyone, hello and welcome back to the PSU Nittany Invitational. Once again, I'm Cabbage, joined here on the cast by the lovely Septilence. And we have the set now between Maryland and Alvernia, the number 2 and number 3 seed. This one, a little more what we expected coming into this whole event, but both of these seemed extremely solid and some very divergent play styles as well.
Yeah, divergent is a word for it. My goodness. So Maryland and Texas, it's been a while since we saw them. We saw Maryland in the very first game yesterday, and then I do not think have seen them since on stream. So Maryland going to be in the first, possibly going to be in the last as well, depending on how this series can go. But on the other side, Alvernia, we just saw them last night. They were in our closing game. They went all the way to Game 5 against Syracuse. They won it in that 5th and final game on Dorado, on the shoulders of Toad, flying that Roadhog. And I genuinely believe not missing more than maybe 2 hooks the entire game, at least on camera. I don't know about the ones off camera, but a really, really good performance there. We know that Maryland, they're coming in with their ban early. We know it's going to be Junker Queen. I think Alvernia is still kind of debating what they want to see, what they want to change. But if you can't ban the tank here, Cabbage, what are you banning?
If you can't ban the tank, I think just ban the DPS that might be the most annoying. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Tracer ban come through because we've seen Maryland really likes to gravitate towards that pick.
You got the role right.
Instead, the Reaper is going to be taken away. I think similar role to the Tracer. You're just running around being annoying, a little implacable at times. But I think, especially if you want to play the Tracer yourselves, could make sense here for the members of Alvernia. But something you pointed out to me right before we went live is a very, very different thing to what we've seen in a lot of the other sets, and that is our starting map here on Control.
We made jokes yesterday, the other co-casters and I, we all talked about, Control, we're going to be seeing a bunch of Lijiang Tower, maybe we'll see Oasis, but we're never going to see Antarctic Peninsula, right? Right? Yeah, it is Antarctic Peninsula coming out here for map number 1, the Control map coming through and through. Honestly, one of my favorite maps in the game in terms of aesthetic. I think it is beautiful. I love the Arctic feeling to it, kind of that isolated feeling. Isolated, pun intended there. And I do think this is going to be really exciting because I would confidently guess no one has played this map this weekend. I think this is the first time.
And that's really going to test for both of these teams what they're bringing to the table, right? If you're on a very unique map, you're going to have to bring some sort of a unique game plan or a unique team composition. And we've seen the kings of that kind of style at this tournament have been Alvernia. I think Texas Tech kind of coming in a close second, but to see coming out that Roadhog.
Cabbage, little known fact, that's actually me out there. I look like that. That's me out there. That's how I spend my free time. They actually got this footage as a goof. You know, I love being out there on the ice, waddling around. I think it's very fun. Look at me. Look at him. Look at him go. I mean, just so confident. What a little guy. And speaking of confident, actually, didn't mean to transition on purpose, but it's a good one. Confidence, I think, is going to be the name of the game because these two teams are very powerhouse players. They're very, I want to be in charge of the dynamic, of the momentum. So when they lose it, it'll kind of be the first time we've seen them both really lose that I'm in charge position. Now, I think Alvernia's team comp is actually one that I was anticipating seeing at least what Set has brought to the table. I think this Symmetra isn't exactly a surprise. I think Set is incredibly talented on it, so I want to see if it's going to be able to work well, but it is a Maryland that gets into this fight quickly. C3E, a player I'm going to be looking out for because they did a lot of cleanup yesterday.
Very sure. Maryland coming in trying to find some games to start off the fight. It's a little bit scattered though. JK is going to get set right off the bat, and the members of Maryland are now going to move right onto the point as Toad is going to fall. Alvernia, one by one, go down. And that's a really rough start because the team comp that Alvernia has seems to be very much based on that point defense, right? You have the Symmetra and the Torbjorn, who are pretty much the two turret characters that people like to pick. And on a map like this, it feels like if they're able to get on the points, it can be very hard to get them off. But I mean, when you start behind, Maryland, you're going to have an easy time stopping these setup characters from setting up. Careful around the back. Diva trying to make a move here.
This is a long fight.
It really is. But it feels like Alvernia just can't quite seem to find the right angle. Maryland's just grouped up all the time.
I also think running Diva into Zarya is a nightmare. I think it's really, really hard to do. Diva's good at kind of like breaking down and bursting those bubbles, but you're also feeding the Zarya every time, which then you cannot defense matrix the very beam that you're helping create, trying to eliminate the Zarya. Kitsune Rush comes out from C3E. Gusty, unfortunately, not even close to one of their own. Jake Kieses has fallen on the side of Maryland now, giving Alvernia the first opportunity to really take the lead. 3 possibly going to be turning into 4 here. Tony doesn't even have to reset, can just run out of the fight, and they are going to catch C3E on the way out the door, though, and now Alvernia getting some percentage of their own.
And that turns in pretty much an instant here. Alvernia doing a very good job splitting up the members of Maryland, picking them off one by one, and now Sep with Alvernia on the point. It's going to be very hard for Maryland to get back in.
Sorry, not to interrupt you, but I'm realizing, like, Zarya and Mei against Toad on Diva. That's hard. That's really difficult to play into, especially now that Optimal is missing. You've gone down to the 5v4 already. C3E, a sliver from them. I genuinely, in real life, hear them yelling, Kiri, Kiri, Kiri. And instead, it's Gusty that goes down. Clint Balloon is going to get traded. Will be taken out here in Alvernia. They're going to lose that point flip just as quick as they gained it. Maryland back in the lead.
And I'm wondering, because Alvernia, that really doesn't seem to be what you want to happen when you're running characters like this, right? There's the ultimate now from Set, forcing the ice out from Jay Keys. This is Maryland now forced off the point. No kills happen quite yet, but this Mei is not looking very healthy. Toad, though, has the ultimate, going to drop it instead of opting for death. Set is going to get Jay Keys as Funny falls to Scream, and Alvernia take back control of the point. And you talked, Seth, about how Maryland has been playing this with the Mei and the Zarya doing well against the Diva, but I'm not sure they do so well against the Symmetra and against this Torb. Seems like it's really hard to keep track of all those.
Torb will headshot you from 300 yards away and still take you down. We've seen it a million times. And I do want to talk about Scram, please, as well here on the Wu Yang. Was an absolute demon on that Kiriko yesterday.
Yes.
So it's surprising to see Gusty taking over that Kiriko mantle, but Scram clearly doing a good job on the Wu Yang. I'm not trying to imply they are not. We've got the grab out from Maryland, but the Molten Core from Optimal creates a lot of positive space. Funny has fallen, but with one of the supports missing from Alvernia, they're going to have to get that counter pick early, and they do just that. Scram able to find one. Set goes down to Jake Keezus, and I don't know if Alvernia has the healing they need to try and win out this fight. They've taken the lead, but not for long. Maryland going to be able to stabilize aggressively.
Yeah, it was a hard-won victory for Maryland there. They do manage to get the point back, but crucially, during the entire duration of that fight here, Alvernia were the ones capturing the point. So Septilence, as we near the end of this, it seems like it might only be 1 or 2 more fights before we know who wins this first part of the map. Looking right now at Tony, half HP on Azar, standing on point, but has to be really careful. Alvernia could come in at any time, and it is just so much displacement from the members of Maryland.
That is not optimal, unfortunately. Just caught out by Azaria deep into the front line there, and that's going to be really difficult. 5v4. I would say it almost guarantees Maryland this advantage, honestly, unless we see an elimination against Alvernia in the next couple of seconds. We do see Set going down. It is going to be Maryland able to find a 5-3 right now. Zarya and Symmetra both diving into a Diva. There's only so much Toad's going to be able to do, and it will be Maryland securing this first point cap. They haven't gotten the cap yet, but we've already entered the delay of the inevitable. I talked about this a lot last series. I do think Maryland has this in the bag.
And Maryland's just going to finish off these last couple of kills, take this first part of the point. And Septilence, what I'm really wondering here is if we're going to see Toad switch off of this Diva. We know Toad has a very wide pool, and I mean, we were right about the rest of the team being able to fight fairly well into what Maryland had, but that Diva was just not able to get pretty much anything going, so a more effective tank might be the way to go.
Well, Toad also definitely wanted to play Junker Queen, and I think that's a very tough ban coming in from Maryland. They've clearly done their research. They know exactly what Toad wanted to bring to the table, but the good news is Toad can play a lot of other tanks. I think Diva being that, dare I say, primary, secondary. Like, if we're not seeing Junker Queen, we are going to be seeing that Diva. But I think maybe switching, I'm not going to call for a Roadhog again. I do think Roadhog into Zarya Sim is really hard to play. But I just think it's difficult to get value with that Diva with such an anti-Diva comp on the table.
Surely. Look at the stat screen. Tony, 11-0, not even dying there on that Zarya, and I think that's as good a sign, if any, that you might need to rethink the way that you're playing this. So Alvernia are going to think about it, and they're going to decide, you know what, that's the way we were playing this comp, not the comp itself. Toad going to get rid of C3, and that's already a great start here for Alvernia, but you have to carry the momentum through. You have to carry it. The members of Alvernia running down the back line here of Maryland. They're going to take out pretty much everyone. You lose Gusty in trade, but I'd call that worth it, Seb.
100%. 100%. I mean, it's quite literally a 4-for-1 trade. Gusty can teleport. She can quick step back into the fight. I think Toad going back to get Gusty here. Going to be able to get that Kiri early on. Alvernia able to find this point cap. We saw first semifinal go to stage 3 on Control. Could the very same be happening here? Who is to say? We've got plenty of time left. Maryland, a bit of a rough approach, but plenty of game to turn that around, especially as Jake Keezus gets a lot of free charge.
Certainly, and what we've been seeing from a lot of these teams here with the eclectic comps is that you'd think that once people figure it out, that it's going to go against them, but instead it seems like they're just able to take these slightly off-color compositions and turn them into wins once they figure out exactly how to play into the more traditional counterparts that they're playing against. And look at this push now from Maryland. They're just getting picked apart. It all started with Set getting 1 kill, but Funny going to get tracked down. Alvernia is just playing so well as a group. You can see them moving, catching these roamers from Maryland out on the rotations, and C3 is going to fall as well. Maryland just do not look like they're playing as a team at all. Jake Keezus is going to get followed. Scream is on point on this Wu Yang, chasing everyone down. And a support pick that's playing like a DPS is going to be a lot of trouble.
Yeah, Jake Keezus, I mean, just got eliminated, got right back to the fight, got eliminated. A terrible turnaround there in the intro, and there goes Funny again. Wow, very interactive crowd right now. I love that.
Oh, certainly.
Alvernia coming through large and in charge, already 75% on the board and counting.
75%, and Alvernia really making a statement on this second half that we have got this finally figured out, as Maryland, Funny is going to switch over to the Hanzo, realizing that they can't be that far away from the rest of their team if they want to win, but Tony gets so low, and you can see Diva sitting on the ultimate knows that they just got to send this in if they want to get some value. Maryland going to drop a lot of ultimates, but Alvernia, they are falling back. They realize that they can just stall, wait for time. They have this point capped to overtime. Maryland's going to capture it back, and the set gone as well as Scream. Maryland have finally wrestled back control. Optimal, though, sitting in the point, has the Molten Core available should he want to, so despite a good start to the fight by Maryland, looks like it might finally be finished off. Alvernia with some ultimates on deck, though. Going to be pretty easy for them to push Maryland back on.
The moral of the story today, we've talked about it a million times. We'll talk about it a million more. That's close. Nobody cares about close. We want to see that victory come through for Alvernia to take us to that third and final stage of Antarctic Peninsula, the probably only time we're going to see Antarctic Peninsula this weekend. I'd love to see it in grand finals, though, as well. Alvernia, they've got a couple of ultimates to work with. Maryland, some in their own pocket, but Scram, I mean, the power player of Scram, please, is going to fall to Maryland. 5v4 disadvantage state. I think Alvernia's safest bet, tuck tail and just get out of the way for a little bit. Let that Wu Yang come back and go in as a full 5.
Yeah, with Scram going down, Alvernia just got to back up. But you have 3 ultimates now, so Maryland have to be wary. They do have the Lucio ult, which can help counteract some of that pressure. But all Alvernia need to do is bait it out, and there comes the Torbjorn ultimate. The Molten Core going to make this a very difficult terrain now for Maryland. They have to give up some ground. They're sitting on the high ground. Photon comes through, and you can see eyeing up this ultimate is Toad.
That's a great beat.
Lucio drops the beat now as Maryland forced back. Funny falls. Toad sees his opportunity, running it down on the members of Maryland. And with that ultimate in the tank, doesn't even need to use it, just walking up at the members of Maryland who are falling one by one. Overtime going to tick down, and we're going to go to our final portion of this first game.
Our third and final point of this map going in here. Antarctic Peninsula, the 1-1. We saw it in our first semifinal. We've seen it in our second here. In Cabbage, something I said to you off camera, I said, this is either going to be the fastest 3-0 we've ever seen or a very close 5-map series. And right now, this control map is leaning toward that latter. We really might see a full 5 if these teams can continue to compete in such a neck-and-neck setting.
And looking at the number 1 seed and the number 3 seed, I honestly would not be surprised. Both of these teams incredibly close. However, we have seen that there are other teams at this event that are able to punch a bit above their weight. Alvernia doing pretty well so far. And keep in mind, Texas Tech had a start just like this earlier in the day, just yesterday. So Alvernia maybe hoping to have a bit of a reprisal of what Texas Tech was able to accomplish and even take it the extra mile.
And according to some of the lore we were given, some members of Alvernia had been awake for more than 24 hours yesterday, so they're coming in fully rested. It's like a little bit of a secret bonus, I hope. You know what, I hope. I don't know that as a fact, but coming in, you've got to give credit to this team. They're playing low and slow. They're rotating when they have to. They're changing the composition to try and stay alive. And unfortunately, Scram is going to be taken down by Funny in the backline. Toad losing the mech all the same. This is going to be huge. Alvernia just not going to be able to win this first fight.
Yeah, Maryland just picks apart Alvernia. The Tracer finally getting the value that Maryland was hoping for. Funny comes in from behind and is able to pick off members of Alvernia one by one. And it's great team play from Maryland that enables that to happen. You got to distract the members of Alvernia long enough to make it a possibility. Now that Maryland has control of the point, I'm still surprised Alvernia wants to stick with this Torb. It seems to be working okay so far, but I feel like there might be slightly better picks that they could be going for. Hasn't really hit the pay dirt that you want to see from it.
Oh, Set goes in and is taken right back out. Got the Jay Keys' treatment for a second there. That's Symmetra down and out. Toad demeched again. This is a great start for Maryland. Already almost halfway done. Wow, with this third point.
And Maryland come waltzing in to this third point of the game, and Alvernia are just none the wiser as to what to do. And it's a tough scenario here because you, okay, just barely living there.
Literally 1 HP.
Barely living there. Alvernia, they finally make that switch that we were talking about earlier, right? You realize that the Diva just isn't working out, and here's Toad on the Rom. We've seen Rom get a lot of value early on.
Yeah.
This could be the switch up that they need.
They're really only going to have one full fight to find out. I hate to say it, but they've got to turn this around in this engagement, or they will likely be losing this stage and the map at that. Photon barrier from Jankesis does go up and forces the entirety of Alvernia. He can tuck into this corner. Kitsune rush in the pocket. Both Wu Yang ultimates find their appearance as well. 75%. If Toad goes down, this could be over for Alvernia. A late Kitsune to save the fight, though.
Late Kitsune comes in, but Alvernia are going to lose Gusty, so the Pulse Bomb hitting pay dirt as the members of Maryland continue to wipe Alvernia off the map. And with just a little bit longer, Alvernia are going to have to desperation jump onto this point, but I don't think they're going to be able to do it, Sep.
It's going to be if they can even touch, let alone stay there.
Here comes
Just
Gusty.
just grab, Smile.
Yeah, Toad runs in with the ball, but I mean, you're so low, it's going to be very hard. Gusty falls, so does Toad, and Maryland realize that they've got this game number 1 in the bag, as Alvernia are only going to forestall the inevitable point ticking down as Alvernia just want me to keep talking.
Yeah, the only 100-0, by the way, an important thing to bring up. The other two maps were pretty darn close, all things considered. Maryland able to tie up the series 1-1 here. A great opportunity to keep the series, guarantee a 4-4. They win that in the 2. It's going to be a tough scenario. They put themselves up. Alvernia, it's going to be their job to try and answer back ASAP.
They have to answer back. Now, this answer back will include Junker Queen as part of the tank pool, right?
You raise a great point.
Right, and it seemed to be something they really like going to, especially in situations exactly like this.
Yep.
I think the Junker Queen could have had a lot of value, but with it back on the table, then what are we looking at for the counter pick now for the members of Alvernia?
They're going to go Junker Queen. I'm going to guess, I'm going to shoot in the dark, we're likely seeing a flashpoint or a push map. Those are the two I'm anticipating to see. Flashpoint being map number 2 has been pretty commonplace up to this point. I think that does lean into Junker Queen. I think that leans into Lucio Kiri, which I think leans into May, which means maybe Maryland bans May because I have not seen them play May a single time, and I think they know that that Alvernia is going to want to.
Yes, and they started off with May on Antarctic, switched off it pretty quick.
Yeah.
And so maybe that even says that they're not super comfortable.
I forgot they even started on it, to be honest.
Yeah, well,
I
mean,
did genuinely forget about
they
that.
They switched off so fast. So with the May possibly being taken off the table, then we're looking at still some pretty standard compositions here for Maryland. Do you think that they're ready for the Junker Queen to come out? Because I know they banned it away. They seem to be very, very worried about it. But, I mean, that means you have to have done your homework.
Yeah, it's one of those scenarios where Alvernia is kind of in the boat of like, well, they banned Junker Queen, but now they never get to again.
Yes.
Which makes me think, I think we are going to be seeing a lot of the Toad JQ. It's incredible. It's very consistent, and that's exactly what Alvernia needs right now, consistency. I think they want to take us to their best map, to play their best hand with their best comp. I think we could be seeing Reaper as well. It's almost, did they ban Reaper to get that out of the way, to keep that down and out for the rest of the series. But Junker Queen Reaper, I mean, we saw it a couple times yesterday from this team. It worked well. I wouldn't be shocked to see it happen again.
Surely. And when we come into this next map as well, I'm really going to look at the team comp for Maryland to see if they just keep playing what they have been playing or if they want to switch it up a bit. Now, from what we've seen, if they keep playing what they have been playing so far, it's done pretty darn well.
Yeah.
But Alvernia have shown that they're able to adapt their team comps in very, very unique ways. We saw the Roadhog yesterday, and even the fact that they play Junker Queen in the first place has got to count for something. So I want to see maybe a little bit more flexibility in Game 2, because that switch to ROM happened very, very late.
Yes. Yeah, it came in a little bit too late. No, I had commented on that as well. I talked about it's not going to be easy to go into that with the ROM. You've got one try, and when that didn't work, it was a swap onto ball, which also didn't really have time to work. So it definitely became a race against the clock more so than a race against your opponents, and that is difficult. We've gotten confirmation that I was correct. We will be going to a push map. We'll be going to Esperanza on the way in. It's going to be Alvernia with that first ban. As a surprise to, I'll say, no one, it's going to be that Zarya off the table.
Yes, Zarya been, I think at this point, undeniably the most popular tank here at the Nittany Invitational.
Unfortunately.
Now, we did see some rather unique team comps able to circumvent that Zarya in just the previous set coming out of Texas Tech. So, could be that Alvernia is able to do something similar in other games, but considering how that first map went, I'm not surprised to see it taken off the field, especially because it's something that we know Maryland heavily, heavily favors. Now, the ban from Maryland is something that surprises me a little bit. It's actually the Symmetra.
Yep. It's surprising a little, but I won't call it entirely surprising. I think there is a pretty solid player on the side of Set with that Symmetra. They know that it's very good. They know Set is very talented. We've seen some really high-caliber Symmetra gameplay today. It's just about preventing that from happening here on Esperanza. But I do also think, I don't think Set was going to play Symmetra on push. This isn't a map where we're seeing Symmetra super, super often, maybe sometimes, but I think there are some DPS we're a little more likely to see. I don't think that's as big a hit to Alvernia as Zarya is to Maryland.
Yes, it seems like a little bit of a strange choice. Now, who knows, maybe they just ran out of time or didn't really know of anything in particular, wanted to keep the field rather open, and just thought that, well, he played well in it last game, let's just get it out of the way. But as we come into the map here, I really, really want to see what the picks for the tanks on both sides are, considering the Zarya's off the field and the Junker Queen is back in play.
We could be doing all this talk about Junker Queen, and my boy rolls out on Ram. Like, that's not impossible. It's not something that can't happen, but I think predicting the Junker Queen is pretty easy to do. I think it's pretty expected. I want to see if Esperanza is going to lean well, if we're going to be seeing Maryland maybe bring something new to the table. We saw Clint Balloon play a couple of off meta, I say with huge quotes on it, a couple of off meta supports. That's not off the table, but as these doors open, if Maryland sticks to it, this could be something.
Yeah, this is a pretty similar comp to the previous game. I mean, the big change being the 2 DPSs being switched out, as well as a support change-up. Scram notably back on to this Kiri, so onto that DPS role. We saw in the Wu Yang was able to frag pretty heavily, so not surprised to see the Kiri come back out. This seems to be a little bit more in tune with how Auvergne want to approach this.
Oh, Set goes in very aggressively here, just trying to relocate, not even really looking for an elimination. Nice. 32 HP on the board, barely able to stay alive. Gonna force that recall out from Funny and give Alvernia the mildest 5% advantage on this engagement. They get the cooldowns. The shield has fallen from Tony on this Sigma. Our first Sigma of the weekend entirely coming out here from Tony, and it's doing a pretty darn good job stopping Alvernia from getting too aggressive, but the cart does continue to inch away.
Does continue to inch away as this...
Oh
my goodness. This Sigma is just forced to back away, and in backing away, I mean, you leave the rest of your team vulnerable here. The Sigma, not really known for its maneuverability, so going to be very hard to keep these extra maneuverable pieces that Maryland has in check, right? Because you're not going to be able to protect them. You're not going to be able to adapt whenever Auvergne is finding these angles, especially with the Venture.
That feels much better.
Flint Balloon down before the fight can even really begin.
Flank beginning here. But, I mean, hey, if you just take out Tony, take out the support as well, why not? Alvernia running through Maryland right now, and I'm a little surprised that it was that quick. I guess Sigma not picked up super often, but it just feels like Maryland are really struggling to figure out a way in. We see the switch to the Diva, and we see Funny also switching over to the Genji, so maybe hoping to just play a little bit more of a tit-for-tat dual comp instead of just this slow rolling defense.
Yeah, something that we're seeing a lot from Maryland. You know what, actually, pause. I'm not going to say the thought I had. We'll wait on it. Tony able to find the elimination on Desetha with a Diva of his own, getting hyper-aggressive into the back line. Now they know the Diva's not back here. Wow, the ultimate from C3E just to stay alive. Likely a bomb from Toad, unless they choose to hold on to it. They wanted to just go for the recontest. The rest of the team has fallen regardless, but with 90 meters on the board, that is a really strong showing from Alvernia early.
Yikes, Scram.
Jesus.
Very, very good from Jay Keezus, though. Going to take out 2 players there, possibly looking for more, and they're going to get it. Scram goes away, and suddenly
Scram gets deflected away.
It's true, it's true. It's self-inflicted.
Yeah, a bit of an unfortunate, but Funny, the great read there, and Maryland going for, I mean, a huge compositional change here.
Yes, very big compositional change. Seems to be working out pretty well for them, as is being pointed out. 5 ultimates on the side of Auvergne. So this push from Maryland likely not to last too long, because you only got 1 on your side, being Clipaloon's Kitsune is likely going to be coming out fairly soon.
Yep.
2 Kitsunes dueling here under the bridge, but Auvergne likely going to end up on the better end, but no Set's going to fall. Funny finally goes down, the remaining HP goes away. Optimal getting low here. The beat drops, and so too do the members of Maryland, as Auvergne are still able to hold on to 2 of their ultimates in order to win this fight and take this payload back, start pushing it all the way back down the rest of the map. Venture going real aggressive here. A little surprise. This is going to be a very staggered death.
Yeah, a very staggered death from Jay Keezus, and now that it's happened twice, I'm going to bring up the point that I had, that Maryland, when 4 of them go down, we've seen the 5th player have the opportunity to get out and reset, and they do not. They go in to be the hero. They go in. We saw it happen first with Funny on the Tracer. The bot had already hit the cap point, but he went in anyway, trying to delay, just staggering out that next approach. It's happened a couple of times from Maryland, and it's something that I think I want to see them go for a slight change with towards the future. 94 meters meters on the board into Alvernia, looking for that opportunity to strike to triple digits, and I think it's just a second away here. There it is, 100 to 20 meters right now, but half the game still remaining. Plenty of time left.
Yeah, plenty of time left, but that's only if Alvernia aren't able to keep this going forward. Scram, please, and optimal falling is going to mean that the game will be extended just a little bit longer. Maryland completely wipes the members of Alvernia off of this robot. Going to push on back, but Alvernia, they just keep getting a little bit more room, and I think you're right. The hero plays seem to be costing Maryland quite a bit. You get an extra about 20 meters or so off of Jake Keezus, overextending a little bit.
But it's a genuine coin flip because Jake Keezus overextended and died. Then the next fight, overextended and got 4. True. And it's really easy to see why they continue to kind of play into that play style of over-aggression, because if it ain't broke, there's no need to fix it. Now forward spawn has been taken away. Klimpaloon getting an elimination here onto Scram should really kind of kick the door off its hinges for Maryland. Bunny finds Gusty, and this fight over before it can even really begin. Alvernia on the back foot here.
Yeah, Maryland cleave directly through Alvernia.
Oh, sorry, now we're in a forward spawn. My fault.
There we go, there we go. So Maryland, they cleave directly through Alvernia. They're going to start pushing this back, finally starting to bring a little bit more distance towards their side of the field. And Alvernia, they seem to be having very high highs and very low lows, right? They're able to just completely dominate a team fight, or they get completely dominated themselves. But I think the team comps are really what lend towards that. Both ventures tunneling directly next to each other. The question is who tunneled first, and it is going to be Jake Keezus. The beat drop is going to keep, excuse me, not the beat drop, C3 going to pop the ultimate, going to keep him alive just a little bit longer. Jake Keezus trapped inside the house as Klimpaloon follows him in. Optimal going down, though, means that Alvernia has to back away. Set kills Funny.
No way.
Gets 2 there with the ultimate.
No!
Gets 3. Set on a roll right now. Alvernia now going to be chasing down C3, and it is the Ventures that are the difference makers in the end fights here for both teams. Toad finishes off C3, and Alvernia turn a losing fight into a solid win.
I mean, Jake Keezus in set just giving us an advertisement on why Venture is such a must-pick in this current meta. Dare I call it an adventure from these players coming through. It has been nothing but powerhouse plays time and time again.
He knows. That spray on the wall, marking this territory.
Oh, Set
Careful,
getting jumped in the back line.
Jump in the back line, not going to go down though, crucially running away as this robot is pushed pretty close. Tony now in a duel here with Toad, gets a good bit of healing here. The members of Alvernia try to push up, take this high ground. It's going to be tough though. Toad not getting any sustain here, likely going to lose out on the mech. That is the case. Klimpaloon falls below, but Optimal is going to go down instead. Alvernia now have to back away, but I don't think they're going to be able to. Maryland running them down, and though Set gets Jake Keezus, it's only 1 for 5.
I mean, just talk about supportal combat at its finest there. 5 eliminations from Maryland, C3E and Klimpaloon, 2 each respectively.
Yes.
I mean, they just absolutely won that fight. Tony able to pick up the elimination afterwards there, but a full team sweep for Maryland puts them right back onto the hot track of things. They've got 3 minutes left. This upcoming engagement, they've got a couple of ultimates to work with, and they need to find some forward space because Alvernia still has double the score Maryland's been able to find thus far. 1 elimination off rip, though, is all Maryland needs to really start moving this card.
Very certainly, and if you ult the Diva, that's a great way to get this started. However, Gusty, crucially, is going to survive and has the beat ready to drop here in the middle of this fight. The Venture ult is not going to get the value that it needs, so with ults on all sides, Set goes down while Jake Keezus pops the ultimate, tries to follow up here on the members of Alvernia as Maryland run it down, running through Alvernia's players here, and I don't think Alvernia is going to be able to make it out alive after this fight, so Maryland are going to push this robot back forward, but keep in mind here, every fight stalls time here by Alvernia, so even if you're on the losing end, all you need to do is keep that payload from getting past yours.
Now the good news for Maryland is I do think they're going to sneak out forward spawn unless Set gets really confident. They do read Set in the corner. They are going to be able to stall long enough, but you need to stall and also make it out for this next fight. They're not going to be able to do so. I believe Set will go down, but they live regardless. Kitsune out. Set still critical, will finally fall.
Finally falls, and it looks like Alvernia, in an effort to save Set, might have just lost themselves yet another fight as Jake Keezus gets 2. And the DPSs from Maryland are really, really showing their gumption here.
Maryland stock's going way up.
Oh, certainly so. Maryland now looking like they might actually be able to equalize the distances here. Payload pushing a bit further. The wave coming through from Tony. With 20 meters left to even things up, I think Maryland might just need to win one more fight in order to take the lead.
Some things are funny, and it looks like a blade may be one of them. Gusty deleted, had to look for the next survivor. Suzu down, Scram does not go down. Tony still able to pick up that kill on to set soon after, though. Maryland, the numbers advantage, I believe, in a 4-3 scenario. Clint Balloon to Optimal takes him down, and Maryland off this fight should begin to take the lead. When I said Maryland stocks were going up, I was not kidding. This team may very likely sneak out a second map win in the final seconds of map number 2.
I think they certainly will be able to do it here. It's going to be a tall order for Alvernia to be able to even things back up, contesting the point, but it seems like they might just be trying to stall the inevitable. Set sitting on the point. Hold on, the beat drop is going to stall this match out a little bit longer. If Alvernia are able to win this fight and keep pushing this back, they might actually be able to do it with only 3 meters to make that closer to 2, separating these two distances. Alvernia, though, you got to win the fight on the back end, and with the T-Mech, that might be what you need. Optimal, though, he will fall with the ultimate now in the pocket here for Toad. They have to utilize this effectively, but no, not going to get it off.
Clint Balloon falls. This could be the end right here, right now. Toad able to find the T-Mech. Tony is missing. And Alvernia with a 3-meter differential should be able to sneak their way in to a map 2 victory. This could be the end of it all. Scram into Funny. It's going to be just Jay Keezus left standing. Can Jay Keezus do enough? The initiation from Set not even needed. Alvernia ties us up 1-1.
Tied up 1-1, and it is that Venture sitting in the ground, followed immediately by Lucio, dropping that beat that keeps the payload just shy of reaching that point. What an immaculate hold by Alvernia to keep themselves in the lead and to get that game number 2. That is an excellent way to end game number 2, and honestly, I think it has a lot to say about the set to come when our teams are this incredibly close.
This ain't even the play I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be the Jay Keezus 4K toward like the 4 or 5 minute mark. No, but instead, Jay Keezus picking up a beautiful 3K there. I truly and completely thought this Venturer Set hold was worthless. I thought Set was going to go down immediately. They were going to pile in as they do at the end of control maps and get eliminated, but I have never been so happy to be wrong. What an amazing fight from both sides there, and I like what you said, that clearly we've got a close series ahead of us. Map number 1 down to point number 3. Map number 2 down to a 3-meter differential, and now going into our third map, it could be anybody's game. Truly and completely, these teams fighting until the bitter end. In a bitter end, it really is going to be, because this is for a slot in grand finals against Texas Tech.
Very, very true. Now, crucially, the Zarya going to be back on the table for the members of
That's the only time
Maryland.
we're going to not see her, I think.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. But with that being said, I'm not sure the Zarya would have helped all that much in that map, because it really seemed like the whole point was that the Diva was able to help separate the team, and it enabled a lot of Venture plays that separated the members of Alvernia and enabled Maryland to get some good kills.
Yeah.
But with both teams now thinking that, oh, Venture works really well for us. I'm curious to see what the van is. Yep, and there it is. Maryland going to take that Venture away. Now, the map choice is actually going to be New Junk City. I don't know if we've seen this one yet.
I think we saw it once yesterday.
Okay.
My heart says maybe we saw it one time yesterday, but I also could be wrong. These maps are all kind of blending together. I've commentated somewhere upwards of 40 Overwatch maps in the past in the last 2 days, and we've still got a couple ahead of us. So I think New Junk City, at the very least, if we've seen it, it was only once. So it really could just be the first time we're seeing it. But regardless, I think this is going to be fascinating. No, Maryland won map 3 on New Junk City in the initial set against Texas Tech.
Okay.
So we did see it one time right at the very beginning of the day. Coming into this matchup, though, I think it's going to be fascinating because I think Venture kicks butt here. I think this is a very good Venture map, so banning her is going to be really fascinating. Banning them, excuse me, is going to be really fascinating. And going into this, you remove Venture from the fray. Who does that leave to bring to the table? Does it just put us back in Genji Tracer jail? Do we see Sojourn on the table? Who's to say? But the good news is Alvernia can't ban a DPS of their own, so it's going to be a tank or support. Looks like it's going to be Wu Yang. Going to be banned out here.
I think pretty understandable, especially considering how influential it was during a lot of these plays to enable that Venture to go in. You're able to just give that little bit of extra shield and help them pretty much disrupt the entirety of the back line.
I mean, with how much Scram was kicking butt, though, it's like, really? You know, Wu Yang, you were doing a great job. Played Kiri last map, but on the Wu Yang on the map prior, it's like Scram was doing a phenomenal job. But at the very least, I guess if you do get rid of the Wu Yang, you know they can't do it later. And then also, you know you still have Kiri Lucio. That's the hard part. I've talked about it so much. You ban the support, it's like they're still going to have 2 more. The support is so versatile. They have to know how to play all 3 to be successful. It's not going to be huge. But also, banning Wu Yang to make sure they can't later is a very real strategy.
Yes, and with Kiriko being on the table for Scram, I think that we probably just see the switch to Kiri again.
Yeah.
Because even though we saw a lot of good play on the Wu Yang, the Kiri wasn't bad at all, right? And especially yesterday, the amount of kills that he was able to get. You talked about DPS supports, right? Something we see a lot from with the Baptiste in the previous set as well. So I'm not surprised if we see that come back out. But when we talk about the team comps for the coming map, I'm really expecting to see the Zarya come back out for Maryland. It's just something that they play around very solidly.
I will be baffled if it's anything else. Honest. I think the Zarya is a given.
Yes. Now, the question is then, is Alvernia prepared for it? And with Toad on the Junker Queen, we're going to see something we might not have seen yet. However, Tony, hovered the Roadhog back
to Zarya.
Zarya.
That's no surprise. I mean, these players coming in exactly with where we expected them to be. I don't think we're going to be getting any crazy surprises. Maybe a Symmetra stick, but probably just a teleport out of spawn. I will say that I do lean ever so slightly in favor of Alvernia's team composition in terms of playing New Junk City. I think it's really built well for this DPS line that we're seeing, where Maryland, they're going to get a little up close and personal, but this relies a lot on how well Funny themselves can do.
Yes, and Set, I think, crucially staying on the Symmetra. Jaykeezus barely makes it out, but is still incredibly low. That's going to force Maryland to try and back up, to try and save their Reaper. They can't do it. Alvernia start off with a great kill. That's going to get them some very solid positioning here. With a comp like this, I think they're ready to take pretty much any kind of brawl that comes their way.
Yeah, I think Brawl is going to be the name of the game. They want to go for that rotation around, taking this team down. Getting one stagger here can almost guarantee them more percentage points just like that. C3E is going to fall. Nobody's got the point cap yet because Alvernia realized if they did get the point cap, if they focused on that, they'd get maybe 8% before Jaykeezus was back and Maryland was in full swing. They realized getting rid of that Kiri is going to buy them so much more time. Goes for the Carnage, a little bit too over-aggressive for my liking, but you aren't going to get punished for it, so at the end of the day, not anything crazy.
Yeah, it doesn't get any kills directly, but gets a lot of space here. Now decides to push on in. Jaykeezus yet again forced to back away. So close here to getting kills, but either way, it repels Maryland, and they cannot find a way to get in. Tony, every time he walks in, immediately dropped to 0.
Tony is going to be isolated, if you will. Going down Maryland, they do flip the point, but I mean, it is going to be ripped right back from their cold, dead hands. Alvernia taking this lead once again here on Flashpoint.
Taking the lead, but take a look at this here. The point actually gets back capped that whole time. So instead of an extra 20% going to Alvernia, Maryland are going to make that loss not quite as bad as it could have been. Set crucially staying on the Symmetra. We saw Maryland start off with it, just get a little bit closer to the point, but I mean, considering it was banned last game, I think it's enough to say that both teams see the Set is good on this pick, and with Tony getting isolated from the rest of the team. Well, thank you for setting that one up for me. Tony getting isolated from the rest of the team means that Maryland are going to have to back up yet again without your Zarya. Walk through! You can't do much as Toad throws a knife at C3. That's going to stall the push even more. Alvernia now are getting desperate. They have to step on this point to stop it from getting captured.
They're not going to be able to. It's going to be one of those control moments. Maybe Clint Balloon touches, but I think the smarter play from Maryland, they hear my criticism. They hear do not always dive in because you think you have to. Give up the point, recontest as a full 5, and go into this engagement capping. The issue, though, they're walking into a near ult apocalypse here from Alvernia if they choose to use them. Alvernia won several fights in a row dry. They chose not to use those ultimates because they felt they didn't need to. But with the Photon Barrier out, the wall goes down. I would suspect a Rampage could be just around the corner, but they got to get those Zarya bubbles out of the way first.
And again, we've seen Alvernia been very sparing with the ultimates, realize that they haven't need them. They're incredibly frugal this time around, and this truly does Seftones feel like a comp that they've tried and tested to its limit.
Funny in the back line here. We hear the grab go on center field. Stick onto Toad, but the beat drop still not going to be enough. The headshot simply too strong. Toad has fallen. Maryland a huge opportunity to guarantee themselves this by only dropping the beat to counter Gusty. Scram has fallen. This should be a fight win here for Alvernia unless they can, against Alvernia, unless they can find one more elimination. Instead, Set is eliminated. Gusty soon to follow, and Funny getting a triple kill there. Nobody laughing.
Well, you're laughing if you're on Maryland. I think you're very, very happy.
I don't know. You might be too locked in, honestly.
That's true.
You might be too locked in.
It's not funny, guys.
It's not funny. Focus.
Right? Focus. Alvernia now focused on the 2 ultimates that they have. I think crucially their Toad did not get to ult, and Optimal I don't think went for their ult either by having it on deck. So maybe just saving it, realizing they want to save it for later. Jaykeezus going to drop their ultimates, getting a lot of value, but the members of Alvernia is still alive for a little bit. 2 kills on either side. Alvernia have collapsed onto the point, but Toad is going to collapse as a corpse. Maryland here get 5 kills, and Alvernia struggle to take it back.
jaykeezus drops the Blizzard, reads that Toad is going to rampage out of it, and ice blocks in front of Toad to hold him in the Blizzard a little bit longer. Now, it does end up working out well. It got a little bit close, but a wonderful play from jaykezus there that I do want to take a minute to highlight. jaykezus, who is now swapped over to that Pharah instead. The isolation comes through. The Blizzard is down, but I do think Tony makes it out, especially with a Suzu in the pocket. Has to ice block into the grab. Set has fallen to jaykezus, and Maryland, they lose that first flashpoint, but they dominate the fight here in the second one. They tie up flashpoint 1-1, just like our series.
Well, this is what we were asking about if Maryland was going to be able to make mid-set adaptations here. Alvernia showed that they were pretty darn good at it, but jaykezus switching over to the Pharah seems to be exactly what the members of Maryland needed. Now we're going to walk over to the next flashpoint. Alvernia going to keep their comp the same. They think that it might have just been a bit of a momentum shift that they can shift right back into their favor, considering that it was a slight struggle here to get that point back.
The engagement is going to be aggressive, I think, from Alvernia. It's the exact kind of comp they want to play. They have no Pharah counter, so jaykezus has a big opportunity to get hyper-aggressive. Kitsune from Scram a little bit earlier than I would have liked it, to be honest, but I think they're just diving in, trying to find that elimination, and even not able to find that. So a killless Kitsune is really going to hurt the odds of Alvernia being able to hold this point, especially now that Scram has fallen 50% behind C3E.
50% behind. Set somehow makes it out with their life intact. Gusty is going to drop the beat to keep their team alive a little bit longer, but Maryland seems to be just stalling this fight out, wasting the ultimates now of Alvernia, and the pace of game has shifted to favor Maryland. Alvernia, though, hold on to their lives, crucially. Alvernia fast tracks it onto the point. Maryland actually forced to give up positioning. Funny moves in behind, kills off. Set, that's the Symmetra down. Alvernia now come onto the point, looking for the ultimate to come through from the Pharah. Gets rid of Toad, and Alvernia's rest is left to pick up the pieces.
Yeah, good news is that Alvernia got 3 ultimates out, 2 ultimates out, the pulse bomb and the barrage from jaykezus there, and they were still able to find 35% extra off of that. So it's not the end of the world. The issue now, though, they know they're in an ultimate deficit. They know it's going to be really difficult to re-engage if they're even able to do so. Maryland in a really good position to hold this and find the opportunity. One Elim here seals the deal against Alvernia on this engagement. Kitsune out on the high ground from C3E. It's going to be just enough. I don't imagine Toad lives that. Optimal not going to be far behind. jaykezus on a kill streak right now. Complete and total team kill. Maryland able to take the lead here in this second flashpoint.
Tony's been on point with these gravity surges, and this is honestly why we see the Zarya picked so often, especially for Maryland, right? They're so good at lining up exactly what they need, getting that AoE, and it's just a strong tank that can help you with your dive, right? We see often that bubble come through onto someone like Funny. Maryland now with 90% cap. Alvernia have to move on to this point, have to make something happen, but Set going down at the beginning of the fight yet again. Maryland see that they have an easy opportunity to take the rest of the game home. However, Alvernia kept the point back, and it's trading 1 for 1 for 1. Junker Queen, though, very low and gone as Maryland continue to hold on to the points. Alvernia going to have to desperately scram back to the point, but I don't know if they're going to be able to get here in time, and even if they do, they're going to be walking into a death trap instead. Second flashpoint going to go the way of Maryland. Alvernia are still going to keep going on. This is a flashpoint, Matt, not control, so we're not done quite yet.
This is going to be a unfortunate scenario here. We're seeing that Kitsune rush out from Scram. The Rampage works to kill the Lucio, but the Pharah Zarya were still alive, and Alvernia committing a lot of ultimates, unable to turn around on that. Maryland, I'm going to say,
Yikes.
A biffed pulse bomb. Now we're 1 for 1 on ultimates that don't exactly get the necessary value. Maryland finding themselves in a tough position for a moment, but turning it around in an instant. Triple kill into quadruple. jaykezus on a 15-player kill streak. And Alvernia, this entire map not going hit scan, refusing to go somebody to take jaykezus down.
Set hears you. Well, doesn't actually hear you, but
I hope
probably
not.
thinking,
I hope not.
Probably thinking the same thing. Switches over to the Sojourn, realizes that this Pharah is a massive issue. And Pharah is not a pick we see often, if at all. So to see it getting this much value has really got to be a wake-up call that Alvernia needs to change something in their game plan. Otherwise, Maryland is just going to keep capturing these points and keep running around with wild abandon. Low HP. Optimal gets caught and killed on the Tracer. Tough luck for Alvernia as Maryland is going to keep racking up percentage on this point. Finally, Jakeezus goes down, and with 2 kills now, Alvernia see themselves an opportunity to go in, but the Zarya is proving to be an absolute raid boss with the additional HP and the gravity well. Maryland turned that fight around lickety-split.
Production, can we hold tab for 1 second? Yeah, Tony 27-2. Thank you so much. Tony on a 27-2, just absolute tear. We see 22-2 from Jakeezus as well. Swaps onto the Genji as soon as the Pharah is countered. Look at how much earlier that could have happened, and it did not. Alvernia, they held their tongue a little bit too long. They didn't answer the Pharah fast enough, and I do fear it is a major player in costing them this series, or excuse me, this map. I'm not saying series, a little bit too far. Costing them this map, but it's not over yet. They have the Kitsune rush. Clint Balloon has fallen. Tony not far behind, and Alvernia, by the skin of their teeth, they be able to sneak out, at least capping the point, if not being able to take us to flashpoint number 5. They get the team kill, they get the restabilization, and now they just have to go without making a single mistake from here on out.
Yes, Set turns that fight around, starts off with 2 kills, and Alvernia is able to capture the point back, but like you said, all it takes is 1 lost fight, and Maryland are going to walk away here with game number 3. It's going to be a close one as Alvernia are fighting for their life in this game. Funny getting chased down here. Toad, I think, crucially switched over to this Diva, something that's a little bit faster, a little bit better at diving through to the members of Maryland. Jakeezus, though, is switching over to the Genji, so some switches on both sides are going to change the way that this game is being played.
Tony.
Careful.
Oh, Tony down. Set is going to be traded out, but at least you take the tank out of the equation. If Maryland can find another opportunity, they can make it a 4v3. They can really put themselves back into the driver's seat of the equation. Optimal 96 HP tries to read on where Funny's going to go, but it's Scram, please. That lives up to the namesake. They say, get the heck out of here. Alvernia now 80% on the board here for this 4th flashpoint. Will they take us to number 5? Will this be our 3rd insanely close map in a row? Scram has to get out of the way. It's now or never for Maryland if they want to try and win this flashpoint right here, right now.
It's now or never. Toad holds on to the ultimate, and both Tracers have that pulse bomb. Is the pulse bomb going to get the kill?
Stock.
No, it's not, but C3 starts the fight off with a kill on the Gussie. Now Toad is the target of choice. Jakeezus is low, manages to get out just barely. Alvernia somehow holding on by the skin of their teeth, but with the Genji ultimate, that might be all that Maryland needs to clean up the fight. And Maryland are going to take game number 3.
Close, close, close. It's the name of the game. We eat it, we sleep it, we breathe it at this moment. Maryland, they're able to win that, put themselves 2-1 on the series in a 3-1 win there in Flashpoint. Very close, but still a win is a win regardless. Alvernia keeping this team on their toes, and Alvernia coming in with the next map pick.
I really want to see what this map is going to be because it is their last hope to stay in this set. If they lose, that's it. They're going to have to play a bronze match, which, I mean, yes, you do get to play a little bit more, but you really want to be in that top 2 so you get that really big bonus of the prize pool.
Well, I mean, listen, the prize pool, as expected, the further you go, the better the number gets. So
crazy.
I totally get it. They do want to go to that top 2. They want to make that number, at the very least, a little bit sweeter, but it's going to take a big turnaround from Alvernia here. They've got a hell of a coach over there. I know he's grinding through every possibility that he can. They're going to try to figure this out. They're going to try to make it happen, and we're going to have to wait and see. I think the players, they look like they're probably taking a break here. I might have to talk some team comp, so we might go ahead and throw it to a break ourselves. But going in, before we do so here, Cabbage, just looking what map type. Just give me a guess. What do you think we're going to be seeing? We've only got a couple choices left.
Honestly, I think we're going to see hybrid.
Yeah.
It seems to be the tried and true. Every team seems to be at least okay with it.
Yeah.
And just go back to basics when you feel like you might be struggling.
Yep. And struggling it is. What if it goes Circuit Royale again and we go all the way to map 5? Who knows? Anything can happen if you let it. But what I do know is we're going to go ahead and take a break here, folks. Go ahead, use this time, get a snack, use the restroom, do whatever you got to do, but don't go anywhere because this is the semi-finals still. The grand finals, Texas Tech versus who? Find out in a couple of minutes.
Is going to fall. Alvernia, 1 by 1, go down. That's a really rough start because the team comp that Alvernia has seems to be very much based on that point defense, right? You have the Symmetra and the Torbjorn, who are pretty much the 2 turret characters. That
Defense Matrix, the very beam that you're helping create, trying to eliminate the Zarya. Kitsune Rush comes out from C3E. Gusty, unfortunately, not even close to one of their own. Jakeezus has fallen on the side of Maryland now, giving Alvernia the first opportunity to really take the lead 3 possibly going to be turning into 4 here. Tony doesn't even have to reset, can just in real life hear them yelling, Kiri, 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 and instead it's Gusty that goes down. Clint Balloon is going to get traded, will be taken out here in Alvernia.
It's not looking very healthy. Toad, though, has the ultimate, going to drop it instead of opting for death. Set is going to get Jay Keezus. It's funny.
Alvernia, they're going to have to get that counter pick early, and they
Wow,
do just
really?
that. Scram able to find one. Set goes down to Jay Keezus, and I don't know if Alvernia has the healing they need to try and win out this fight. They've taken the lead, but not for long. Maryland going to be able to stabilize aggressively.
Yeah, it was a hard-won victory.
I would say it almost guarantees Maryland this advantage, honestly, unless we see an elimination against Alvernia in the next couple of seconds. We do see Set going down. It is going to be Maryland able to find a 5-3 right now. Zarya and Symmetra both diving into a diva. There's only so much Toad's going to be able to do, and it will be Maryland.
Not the comp itself. Toad going to get rid of C3, and that's already a great start here for Alvernia. But you have to carry the momentum through. You have to carry it. Members of Alvernia running down the back line here of Maryland. They're going to take out pretty much everyone. You lose Gusty in trade, but I'd call that counterparts that they're playing against. And look at this push now from Maryland. They're just getting picked apart, playing so well as a group. You can see them moving, catching these roamers from Maryland out on their rotations, and C3 is going to fall as well. Maryland just do not look like they're playing as a team at all. Jay Keys is going to get followed. Scream is on point on this. We cap to overtime. Maryland's going to capture it back, and the Set gone as well as Scream. Maryland have finally wrestled back control. Optimal, though. Maryland, with that ultimate in the tank, doesn't even need to use it. Just walking up at the members of Maryland who are falling one by one. Overtime going to tick down, and we're going to go to our final portion of this first game.
Low and slow. They're rotating when they have to. They're changing the composition to try and stay alive. And unfortunately, Scram is going to be taken down by Funny in the backline. Toad losing the mech all the same. This is going to be huge. Alvernia just not going to be able to win this first fight.
Yeah, Maryland just picks apart Alvernia. The Tracer finally getting the value it could be going for. Hasn't really hit the pay dirt that you want to see from it.
Oh, Set goes in and is taken right back out. Got the Jay Keezus treatment for a second there. That's Symmetra down and out. Toad demeched again. This is a great start for Maryland. Save the fight, though.
Late Kitsune comes in, but Alvernia are going to lose Gusty, so the Pulse Bomb hitting pay dirt as the members of Maryland continue to wipe Alvernia off the map. And with just a little bit longer, Alvernia are going to have to desperation. Alvernia is finding these angles, especially with the Venture.
Clint Balloon down before the fight can even really begin.
Flank beginning here. But, I mean, hey, you just take out Tony, take out the support as well. Why two Kitsunes dueling here under the bridge. But Alvernia likely going to end up on the better end, but no Set's going to fall. Funny finally goes down. The remaining HP goes away. Optimal getting low here. The beat drops, and so too do the members of Maryland, as Alvernia are still able to hold on to two of their ultimates in order to win this fight. And Optimal falling is going to mean that the game will be extended just a little bit longer. Maryland completely wipes the members trapped inside the house as Clint Balloon follows them in. Optimal going down, though, means that Alvernia has to back away. Set kills Funny.
No way.
Gets two there with the ultimate. Gets three. Set on a roll right now. Alvernia now going to be chasing down C3, and it is the Ventures that are the difference makers in the end fights here. The members of Alvernia try to push up, take this high ground. It's going to be tough, though. Toad not getting any sustain here, likely going to lose out on the mech. That is the case. Flip Balloon falls low, but Optimal is going to go down instead. Alvernia now have to back down while Jay Keezus pops the ultimate, tries to follow up here on the members of Alvernia as Maryland run it down, running through Alvernia's players here. And I don't think Alvernia is going to be able to make it out alive after this fight. So Maryland are going to push this robot back.
Regardless, Kitsune out. Set still critical, will finally fall.
Finally falls. It looks like Alvernia, in an effort to save Set, might have just lost themselves yet another fight as Jay Keezus gets two. The DPSs from Maryland are really, really showing their gumption here.
Blade may be one of them. Gusty deleted. Had to look for the next survivor. Suzu down. Scram does not go down. Meter differential should be able to sneak their way in to a map 2 victory. This could be the end of it all. Scram into Funny. It's going to be just Jay Keezus left standing. Can Jay Keezus do enough? The initiation from Set not even needed. Alvernia ties us up 1-1.
Tied up 1-1.
Down, getting one stagger here. Can almost guarantee them more percentage points just like that. C3E is going to fall. Nobody's got the point cap yet because Alvernia realized if they did get the point cap, if they focused on that, they'd get maybe 8% before Jay Keezus was back and Maryland was in full swing. They realized getting rid of that Kiri is
Tony, every time he walks in, immediately dropped to 0.
Tony is going to be isolated, if you will. Going down Maryland, they do point, but I mean, it is going to be ripped right back from their cold, dead hands. Alvernia taking this lead once again here on Flashpoint.
Taking the lead, but take a look at this here. The point actually gets back capped that whole time. So instead of an extra 20% going to Alvernia, Maryland was banned last game. I think it's enough to say that both teams see the set is good on this pick, and with Tony getting isolated from the rest. Tony getting isolated from the rest of the team means that Maryland are going to have to back up yet again without your Zarya. Walk through! You can't do much as Toad this time around, and this truly does Sceptrons feel like a comp that they've tried and tested to its limit.
Funny in the back line here. We hear the grab go on center field. Stick onto Toad, but the beat drop still not going to be enough. The headshot simply too strong. Toad has fallen. Maryland a huge opportunity. Against Alvernia, unless they can find one more elimination. Instead, Set is eliminated. Gusty soon to follow, and Funny
for later. Jay Keezus going to drop their ultimates, getting a lot of value, but the members of Alvernia still alive for a little bit. Have collapsed onto the point, but Toad is going to collapse as a corpse. Maryland here get 5 kills, and Alvernia
over to that Farah instead. The isolation comes through. The Blizzard is down, but I do think Tony makes it out, especially with a Suzu in the pocket. Pass to Ice Block into the grab. Set has fallen to Jay Keezus, and Maryland, they lose that first Flashpoint, but they dominate the fight. Here in the second one, they tie up Flashpoint 1-1, just like our series.
Well, this is what we were asking about, if Maryland was going to be able to make mid-set adaptations here. Alvernia showed up positioning. Funny moves in behind, kills off. Set, that's the Symmetra down. Alvernia now come onto the point, looking for the ultimate to come through from the Farah. Gets rid of Toad, and Alvernia's rest is left to pick up.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to the Nittany Invitational 2025. I'm still Sceptrons. We're going to be jumping in here, Alvernia versus the opposing team here of Maryland. This is going to be a tough scenario to walk into. Now, you're probably wondering, Sceptrons, where is Cabbage? Now, the hard part about putting an event together and then also commentating an event is sometimes Cabbage gets tied up doing stuff. So he's got some admin stuff he's working on right now. And as I say, no, look, I said his name 3 times and he appeared. Here he is. Welcome back, Cabbage. My man is back. We are jumping right back in here. Maryland versus Alvernia. Kings Row is the map. We have one ban. It's Tracer, which
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, I'm not surprised, but it's also Kings Row. Like, I wouldn't call Tracer, like, the main play on Kings. You know, like, that wouldn't be my primary expectation. But I get it. It makes sense. Now, that ban makes a lot more sense to me.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. We've seen Rom, especially on Kings Row, have a lot of effectiveness, especially in that previous set. Now, again, I'm not surprised to see that Tracer ban. It's something that has had very, very, very great performance here from the members of Maryland. It seems to be a very go-to pick for Funny. So to see it get taken away, Funny has been able to play other characters very well, but it takes away a solid option for the members of Maryland. So I think Alvernia making the right choice there, but I don't know if it's going to be enough, right?
One way to find out. Now, my guess, before the teams pop up, I want to say this to see if I'm correct. My guess for Alvernia is they're going to run Venture, May, probably Diva, Lucio, Kiri. I want to see how correct I am on that. A little bit harder to guess with Maryland. The versatility does run a little bit faster. We see Alvernia tends to only go versatile if they feel like they have to. Maryland really not afraid to swap. We saw that a lot in the DPS department.
Yes, yes. And when you're not swamping your DPSs, right, it means that you might get caught in a bit of a rough spot, right? We saw the very, 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 very late switch by Set to that Sojourn, which was able to have a little bit more of an impact, and it did switch. It did force a switch off of the Farah, but it just really wasn't enough. Too little, too late, and that seems to be a pattern right now for Alvernia. They're pulling out these switches a little bit too late. We said it in the first set with the switch off of the Diva to the Rom. So we need to see Alvernia able to get back into things. Is actually might be casting Hearthstone.
I'm pretty sure 3 cards in that screenshot don't exist anymore. I'm almost positive. I was a huge Hearthstone player in high school. And yeah, 3 of those cards in their existence don't currently exist. But I thought we were going to stare at it a little bit longer. No, so we got to go for the pause here. At least, again, I said this yesterday, at least it's being called before we start.
Yes.
Because nothing worse than a fight starting and immediately something goes wrong.
Yeah.
We get the pause, and the doors haven't even opened, which is awesome. So the ideal time to pause.
Yes, both teams having some time to consider things rather than just having a combat pause that can be maybe a bit jarring, especially as a caster, but even for the players themselves. So when we go into this match, assuming it's not actually just a Hearthstone match.
It's a headset issue.
It's a headset issue? Okay,
yeah, I'm guessing, but from the body language I'm reading from across the room, I do think it's a headset issue on the side of Maryland. We're going to see what's going on with that, but at least they gave us enough to hypothesize, a little bit to talk about. So we can kind of identify what we're seeing from Maryland coming in. They're on the offense. Now, there's a thing that I always call the King's Row offense, because the very first, 15 seconds, you can play whoever you want because the spawn is right there. We often will see a Widow or a Hanzo go high, go for a snipe. It doesn't work. You're like, all right, fine, I'll play Reaper. You play Reaper, you jump in, you've lost no time.
Yes, well, and we also mentioned last time that we expected to see maybe a Sigma on the defensive side here, but I think crucially, no Sigma coming out. Instead, we're just having Toad on this Roadhog. Had a great time on it
Wait, I didn't even notice.
Syracuse. Had a great time on it against Syracuse. We'll see if it's able to get its value here. I think the small issue here is that with this high ground being an important issue, Maryland is going to be able to just avoid this Roadhog, and I think the backline of Averni has to be careful.
And I think the plan is clear here. Pull somebody up and melt them. Keep them in this little corridor, take them out of the way, but Toad, unfortunately, just not able to find that setting that he's looking for. It's going to be a great opening from Jakeeza's set, goes deeper to the back line. Hey, I got the Venture and the Kiriko right. 2 out of 5, not terrible. We're going to be seeing 1 tick already gained by Maryland, though. Blink and you miss it. Oh, but Funny falls.
Funny falls, and that's very good here for Alvernia. Start to push Maryland back off the points.
The battle of attrition between the tanks there. Both going to be able to make it back out with their lives. Optimal loses that turret, but doesn't lose their life. Never mind.
Optimal going to go down. Maryland has an opportunity now to surge onto the point. You can see the members of Alvernia realizing that they have to back up. Toad trying to get some cheeky hooks in, but not able to make it happen. Optimal now switching off the Torbjorn to this Sojourn. I like the switch, and crucially, it's coming at a point in the match where it actually matters here, Seb.
Oh, we see Toad going for a hyper play early out here, settling for an opportunity of their own. Funny back on the Pharah, by the way. Sees a little bit of the lack of hit scan. Sojourn's not able to kind of bleed through the skies like she wants to, so it's a little bit harder to take that Pharah out, especially when she's behind you. Optimal does get taken out. 5v4 advantage for Maryland, who are just about to cap point 1, just 2 minutes into the map.
Yeah, who needs Tracer when you're playing like this? Goodness gracious. Funny on the Pharah, laughing all the way. Maryland is going to push this payload forward, and Alvernia have to go back to the drawing board. Looks like they're going to switch over Toad to that Diva. Make a smart decision here. Seemed like the Roadhog just was not getting the hooks, was not getting the value it needed to. Alvernia pushes this payload forward as Maryland are just going to sit back. Excuse me, Maryland pushes this payload forward as Alvernia is just going to sit back, wait on for the members of Maryland to possibly overextend. This Diva, I think, being chosen here, Septilins, because it can chase down that Pharah, make it feel a little less safe.
Yeah, absolutely. Just putting a little bit more pressure on Funny, not allowing him to play that long-range Pharah that we expect to see so very often. Set goes deep into the backline with the help of that Wu Yang ultimate. Really not able to find any picks off the back of it. Good news is, silver lining, nothing. You died. Never mind.
Optimal does take Funny out, though, but I don't think the members of Alvernia have enough gas left in the tank. It's just a tank and 2 supports. You don't have the DPS in order to chew through these Maryland members. Alvernia looking for their next option at defense here. You can see them just chilling in the hallways. There's the ultimate here from from Gusty. Scrampley is now coming in to try and support
the grab,
healing, but Gusty just doesn't live through. Scram not doing enough to keep that Kiriko alive. So Maryland are just going to keep walking forward, and it is this constant aggression against the backline of Alvernia that Maryland is constantly exercising. Set gets a kill with the ultimate. This is another good flank. It seems that both teams really taking advantage of the mobility they have on their DPSs to get behind the enemy and kill them, tear them apart from the inside out.
This is really good here. Alvernia finally getting to stop the bleeding a little bit. Kings Row, point 1.5. We see it stalled so often right here, and there could be an opportunity to strike a little bit slower if they so choose to take it. Toad goes for the flank and then gives himself away really early. I'm a little surprised about what the plan may have been there. May have thought his cover was blown, and it wasn't. Very hard to tell.
Not very hard to tell at all. Set has to get out of dodge here. Maryland now trying to get back onto the payload, but Alvernia doing a good job of keeping them away. And look at the low HP bars now on Maryland. Tony is going to fall. Toad is going to get demacked, but has the ultimate, excuse me, doesn't even get demacked when you throw it at someone else instead. Great fight there from Alvernia, stalling out the timer, and with 2 minutes left here, Septilence, Maryland are struggling to bring this one to a close.
It's a good fight, but it was 3 ultimates, and that's a lot.
Yes.
Using 3 ultimates, you want to try to use no more than 2 if you can get away with it. I do think, you know, the overclock came out at a really weird time, but it worked. It's not a bad idea if it works. A very notorious saying that we hear a lot in a game like this. Set gets caught early, almost takes out Jake Hughes, but the bubble damn near perfect. Set is going to be taken out in the back line there. A little bit of over-aggression goes a long way. Toad loses that mech. Funny has fallen to Scram, but I just don't think it's going to be enough to stop this team. Scram goes down. Jake Hughes is back on top.
Yikes, a 3, make that 4 members down. Alvernia have to give the payload back to Maryland. However, they have managed to stall the timer out a little bit. About 80 seconds left until that timer ticks to 0, but it might just be one more fight that Maryland need to win in order to get that little bit of extra time by bringing this payload to the checkpoint. Now we know that this final corridor can be very, very hit or miss for a lot of teams. Look at this, Jake Kizis gets run up on by Toad, who's trapped in a bit of a corner here. No supports to keep him alive. The D.Va overextends, and the D.Va is going to lose their mech, and it's a great gravity surge here from Tony. Alvernia's members fall one by one. The payload reaches the checkpoint, and because of these staggered deaths, this team wipe completes by Maryland. Alvernia are going to have to let this payload progress a little bit further. It's
a little bit scary to be in Alvernia's shoes in this moment. They're going to try to find that opportunity to strike. They're going to try to find that defense because they do not want Maryland to cap all 3 points. They want to make themselves have a winnable condition in the next round, not forcing extra rounds. We've actually yet to see extra rounds this weekend at all.
Very true.
So it would be the first time. Bunny takes a lot of damage, but it's Tony that bites the bullet early. Scram takes him down.
Yikes.
C3E not far behind, and Klimpaloon possibly not long for this world. Barely makes it back into spawn.
Scram is incredibly scary on this Wu Yang. I'm constantly impressed by how he's able to keep that tracking up on the shots. It's not that easy. It can't be that easy.
Dang, I'm shocked Funny chooses not to chase that. I thought it would have been a given. Sat has to back up early, taking a lot of damage with Jakey just now on the Symmetra. This has the potential to be a very good Symmetra point if played right.
Bubble comes through in order to keep C3 alive. Optimal going to fall to Tony, and that's another kill here. Funny going to get rid of Set, but it's constant trades. Support's gone for Maryland, but the DPS is gone for Alvernia. Toad going to use the mech there in order to get Funny off the board. Maryland's members getting killed off one by one, and now a staggered death here likely for Jake Kizis.
Nice.
Great job by Alvernia there to keep running down the clock.
That's a good example of Scram being good on Wu Yang. That's not a guaranteed win.
Yes.
You know, there's a very real scenario where Jake just finds that pick and then gets staggered. Makes it a lot easier for Maryland to come back into the fight. But wow, Scram able to put that up. Overclock from Optimal, trying to stall out every second they can. And with this Wu Yang ultimate in the pocket as well, it's going to be a lot of damage out the gate here. Toad again going to get taken out early. But at least there's the trade in C3E.
Toad loses the mech, but Toad, I think, crucially still alive, and with C3E being traded, Toad's trying to get a little bit more charge so they can get that mech back, and they're coming pretty darn close. Ultimate from Genji has to be used to finally stop that potential, but with Tony going down, Maryland's energy is forestalled. Alvernia trying to stay alive, but with no tank, this is going to be tough. Funny goes down. Scram is trying to keep his team's hopes alive. It's stopping this payload from going through. Overtime is now the state of play. Maryland going to put in a last-ditch effort to clear this payload and try and push it as far as they possibly can. But Alvernia just got to win one more fight in order to keep the members of Maryland at 2 points. Going to be a tall order, though. Tony crucially sitting on that Zarya ult.
Tony able to find that grab. Wu Yang desperate to try and keep the team alive. Scram has to get back into the fight, but it's losing the fight to a turret. Turns back to Tony. Will take Scram down. No ultimates in the pocket of either side. This fight has to be won clean, and it looks like Maryland may just be able to do it here in overtime.
Very possibly. Gusty, desperation ultimate as Toad switches to the Rhine, realizes that their only hope is to be able to get there fast and put on some hurt. The melee is not enough to take out this Symmetra, and look at the beams coming from the Zarya, coming from the Symmetra. It is melting the HP bars of Alvernia. Maryland have pushed this payload home, and it's going to just be a matter of time before Maryland gets this in. Alvernia trying to delay this as much as they can, but it's not enough. Toad runs on in, and that's 3 points to start off the map for Maryland.
The Widow touch kills me, bro. There's nothing you can do. You are just paper mache at the hands of your opponents. But, hey, it was almost worth it. Ball probably less than a second away from being able to touch. Good news if you're Alvernia looking for the positives. You're halfway. You got the overtime there. Now you just have to copy that with a little bit of time left on the clock.
Yes. It was not quite enough, but it was darn close. All Alvernia needed there was one more fight win. And if you're considering if they had maybe won one more fight even before that, right, that could have been enough to change the way that this game transpires. So now, with Alvernia being the ones on the attack, Maryland are going to have to think of something defensive. Alvernia seem to have really liked these defensive comps, right? They play the Symmetra, they sometimes even play the Torb. They like to be able to set up and keep the enemy from breaking in. The issue is, on offense, it's a little bit harder to make work.
Yeah, very true. And it's one of those scenarios as well. Like, I think Zarya actually is going to work better on offense than defense. So the fact that Zarya was able to find a decent performance is going to be good. But playing her on the defense, it's a little bit slower. The bubbles become even more of a lifeline. Obviously use them to stay alive, but it's really going to be all you've got in some scenarios. I guess the good news is if Toad continues to play Diva, Zarya gets a lot of free credit off of Diva. She gets a lot of ult charge. She gets a lot of bubble feed. She gets a lot of value. Diva is really hard to run into the Zarya, so we'll see if that comes back out with Toad.
We'll see if it happens, and I think Toad starting on the Diva this time is certainly the correct play. Alvernia trying to make their way in. Optimal's already dropped low, but Optimal starting on the Sojourn here as well. Maryland, I think, have the Freya. A little bit curious as Toad going to push onto this high ground, try and take it for the team who have all piled in behind.
Damn, Jake Eads is just firing full throttle. Funny finds Optimal early. A big pick for Maryland to burn some time off the clock. Already 30 seconds gone, and Alvernia going to have to wait for Optimal before they truly recontest. But Scram now goes down. That's 10 more seconds.
10 more seconds without a support means Alvernia are just going to have to sit and bide their time. Maryland doing a good job of just getting a single kill, backing up to safety, right? No need to risk things when all you're trying to do is stall for time. 3 minutes just about left on the clock as Alvernia try to see if they can find a better way in. Jake Jesus! Holy, this repeating crossbow is proving to be a little bit too much for the members of Alvernia to navigate, constantly finding great angles in order to get these kills. One of the things I'm wondering here, Sephalence, is whether or not we're going to see Optimal try and focus out Jake Jesus, because it feels like this Freya is just constantly applying damage through.
Yeah, Optimal taking out 2 fights in a row there. So as a reminder, Maryland had capped full point in about 30 seconds from now on their half. So they very much were playing a bit more of an aggressive play style. They got the damage in. Set taken out by a spray and pray from Jake Jesus. It's going to be another DPS down. Optimal may not be long for this world either. A great play. The ultimate comes out. Jake Jesus finally down, but Gusty and Toad trading their lives. It's just not going to be enough right now. They need to kill Tony. They need to, and they can't.
Tony comes so close to death there, Sephalence, but it's just not enough. Alvernia really struggling to break through. The defense of Maryland, which just seemed pretty rock solid, in large part thanks to Jake Jesus on this Freya. Such amazing angles that they're finding, just sitting in the sky, and like you said, Optimal just not getting the chance to play.
The good news is if you're Alvernia, you've got 2 more minutes. It's better late than never. You put out the Kitsune, but nobody's there to take that damage. They've all backed up. They predicted the Kitsune. They knew what was coming, and it's going to be a huge opportunity to get probably 2 ticks, but the recontest is coming in full force, likely with a Wu Yang ultimate off the back of it. There it is. Jake Eads is going to go in, takes out Optimal for the 3rd fight in a row. Set not far behind. Alvernia going to be close, but unfortunately, once again, no cigar.
Yeah, no cigar. Max charge Zarya is going to put a stop to any plans that Alvernia have to try and take this point back, and only about a minute
minute 18 left in order to take this first point. They've got it 2/3 of the way there. So Maryland, even one small slip up could mean that Alvernia get it. But even then, you're not going to have nearly as much time as the members of Maryland had to push this up when it was their turn. Dusty on the Lucio here, trying to get his team in fast. Realize that they got to make this happen fast. Funny, gonna get Scrampleys out of the equation. The ultimate from the Genji is reaping the souls of the backliners here as Alvernia loses member after member. Maryland just keep grabbing these kills early, and it keeps just cascading into a fight win every single time.
30 seconds left on the clock here. Alvernia, a couple of things to work with, but Maryland, a couple of their own. It could be a disaster here if Alvernia is not able to find this. Will they go out in the 3-1 fashion? Teleport to the high ground, a great location. Funny does come through to disrupt. Overclock is up. It's going to be a couple of shots from the backline. Freya, critical condition, but the heal up is there. You got to find that Elam. Grab is alive. Photon barrier up. Double kill already in favor of Maryland. 5v3. The bomb has to get 5, and it's not going to even get 1 here. Three players now for Alvernia to come through if they're able, and they may finally will break through. They count. 2.5 minutes left on the clock.
That was incredibly close, but crucially at the very last possible second, Alvernia managed to capture that point, but with only a little bit over 2 minutes remaining, Maryland have some time to waste here.
Finally off the Diva. I think it's a great play. We may have experienced a little bit of the sunken cost fallacy. Well, I have to wait to ult. I have my ult, and now finally it's been used. We swapped to the Junker Queen and the Venture as well. So this is actually the composition I predicted earlier, but I had put May instead of Sojourn, so I was a little bit ahead of the game there. Still, regardless, we see Alvernia getting through. They get corner 1 for free.
Oh boy.
And I do not think Set lives this. I'll be shocked if they do, but look at the Kiriko. Scram trying to fight for their life. And they both make it out. Wow, amazing teamwork.
Yeah, excellent effort from the rest of the team to make sure that Set is able to get out of there on the Venture. So Maryland miss out on the kill there, and that could come back to bite them. You lose Tony, you get Set in trade, but without a tank, things are going to become a lot harder. It's Toad now walking down the Genji. Get some good space made here. Maryland forced to back away. This payload is moving up at a pretty constant rate, all things considered here, Septimus.
Let Junker Queen wall climb. How about that? What if we do that? A great hook there that going to be able to find a little bit of damage on Jake Keezus, who's just a moment away from the ultimate. Gusty, an ultimate of their own. Coming up in just a moment here, Alvernia looking into this 5v5 fight with only a defensive ultimate to their name. It's going to be difficult to win, but it doesn't mean it's impossible. They use it as an aggressive play. It's still not going to be enough. Jake Keezus and Funny, they find 2. They commit 2 ultimates to do it, and Klimpaloon's Kitsune Rush also goes down. So the good news, if you're Alvernia, you lose the fight, but they just used every ult they had.
Yeah, had to use every ult there in order to clear it out. But, I mean, if you look on the other side, Alvernia, just not great on the ult charge
But you're
either.
at least closer.
That's true. That's true. You're ever so slightly closer. You need to inch this just a bit forward in order to reset, well, not reset the timer, but give yourself a little bit more time in order to get this push forward. But Maryland, I think they know that. I think they realize that all they need to do is win one more fight on this payload. Alvernia trying to get there as fast as they can, realize that they have to get this one little win here or they're knocked out of the bracket entirely. Toad walking up here on the members of Maryland. The Junker Queen has to get to this point and has to get there soon. Who's going to be the first to fall? Tony has to get support here from the Wu Yang. It's enough to keep the Zarya alive. Beat drops. It's not enough. Optimal gets 2 coming through. With 2 off the field, make that 3. The Sojourn comes in at the last possible moment. Is going to make it happen. Push off the point here, but no. Looks like just a little bit too much here. Maryland gets pushed back away. Alvernia get it. But with 120 left, just navigating through these corridors, it's going to be hard.
Hey, Optimal, welcome back, man. Able to find it. It's going to be a great opportunity to strike here. Alvernia going to find themselves in the opportunity to come through here. It's going to be a big turnaround, but with this Kitsune Rush, they need to do it quick. Any time on the clock is an insane advantage here. I'm talking 0.0 seconds. 0.1, I mean, haha. Coming through here, it's going to be Alvernia with that Venture Ultimate, with that Kitsune. They've made it to the final straight, and now they're up 1 now. 5-4, going in, no ultimates on either side. They've got to win it high and dry.
Alvernia might just be able to do it. Set moving in on the Ventures created an opportunity that their team must take advantage of. Gusty crucially sitting on the beat, but not able to get it off. Killed right as that ultimate comes off, and Alvernia
realize that their hopes might have just been dashed here at the finish line. Jay Keezus is going to fall, but Tony going to work with the rest to clear things out. Alvernia need to reset, come back in, and get this payload pushed in with one final fight.
You had one touch regardless of stalling. That was just due to the timer. The best possible call was reset. Go in. You need to get there even in overtime. This number does not matter as long as you get to the 3. Alvernia, 5 seconds left to touch, and it's going to be close to even touch, let alone win the fight. We're going to see Toad go in with that Roadhog, Whole Hog coming up soon. Kitsune Rush out from Clint Balloon, the ultimate advantage in favor of Maryland. It's going to be a miracle if Alvernia can turn this on. It's a 4v4. Funny has fallen. Set is gone. 4v3 now in favor of Maryland. Alvernia's Gusty will be the next to go down. And I believe Maryland has secured their spot in Grand Finals. There's the grab. There's the timer. And there's the win. 3-1 over Alvernia. We're getting a run back in Grand Finals.
And honestly, I wouldn't have it any other way. Texas Tech have fought so hard just to make it there. Might as well give them that one last shot at redemption. Maryland, they're going to take it 3-1 over Alvernia. It was a hard-fought victory. Alvernia, they showed a couple times here that they were able to bring it right up to the last possible moment, but they just did not have the extra gas in the tank to give it that extra mile.
Absolutely. I mean, every single map so unbelievably close, coming down to meters of differential, to seconds of differential, to percentages of differential every single time. An insanely close game. Unfortunate for Alvernia, but the good news is they're still in the prize pool, 3rd or 4th place, still making it in that upper half, in that upper echelon. But now we know who belongs in those grand finals, which is going to sound weird because it was the very first series we saw on stream. Maryland, the number 1 seed versus Texas Tech, the number 8 seed, and one of only 2 teams still standing.
Yes, as it was in the beginning, so shall we end this tournament with a best of 7 between the first seed
BO5.
and the finals? Finals is best of 7. No, we have a long series coming up ahead of us.
I believe you. This is your event after all. I just could have sworn it said everything was BO3. BO5, I mean. Nope, you're right. Wait, no, Marvel Rivals. Hold on.
Well, this is just the day 1 schedule.
Oh, my goodness. All right, whatever. It doesn't matter. Overwatch is coming in just a minute anyway. We're going to go ahead and throw it to a break here at the Nittany Invitational. Use this time, get some rest, drink some water, do something. We'll come right back here for the final match between the 2 remaining teams here at the Nittany Invitational.
Is going to fall. Alvernia, 1 by 1, go down. That's a really rough start because the team comp that Alvernia has seems to be very much based on that point defense, right? You have the Symmetra and the Torbjorn, who are pretty much the 2 turret characters. That
Defense Matrix, the very beam that you're helping create, trying to eliminate the Zarya. Kitsune Rush comes out from C3E. Gusty, unfortunately, not even close to one of their own. Jay Keezus has fallen on the side of Maryland now, giving Alvernia the first opportunity to really take the lead. 3 possibly going to be turning into 4 here. Tony doesn't even have to reset. Can just real life hear them yelling, Kiri, Kiri, Kiri. And instead, it's Gusty that goes down. Clint Balloon is going to get traded. Will be taken out here in Alvernia.
It's not looking very healthy. Toad, though, has the ultimate, going to drop it instead of opting for death. Set is going to get Jay Keezus. It's funny.
Alvernia, they're going to have to get that counter pick early, and they do just that. Scram able to find 1. Set goes down to Jay Keezus, and I don't know if Alvernia has the healing they need to try and win out this fight. They've taken the lead, but not for long. Maryland going to be able to stabilize aggressively.
Yeah, it was a hard-won victory.
I would say it almost guarantees Maryland this advantage, honestly, unless we see an elimination against Alvernia in the next couple of seconds. We do see Set going down. It is going to be Maryland able to find a 5-3 right now. Zarya and Symmetra both diving into a diva. There's only so much Toad's going to be able to do, and it will be Maryland.
Not the comp itself. Toad going to get rid of C3, and that's already a great start here for Alvernia. But you have to carry the momentum through. You have to carry it. Members of Alvernia running down the back line here of Maryland. They're going to take out pretty much everyone. You lose Gusty in trade, but I'd call that counterparts that they're playing against. And look at this push now from Maryland. They're just getting picked apart, playing so well as a group. You can see them moving, catching these roamers from Maryland out on their rotations, and C3 is going to fall as well. Maryland just do not look like they're playing as a team at all. Jay Keezus is going to get followed. Scream is on point on this. We have to overtime. Maryland's going to capture it back, and the Set gone as well as Scream. Maryland have finally wrestled back control. Optimal, though. Maryland, with that ultimate in the tank, doesn't even need to use it. Just walking up at the members of Maryland who are falling 1 by 1. Overtime going to tick down, and we're going to go to our final portion
of this first game.
Slow and slow. They're rotating when they have to. They're changing the composition to try and stay alive. And unfortunately, Scram is going to be taken down by Funny in the backline. Toad losing the mech all the same. This is going to be huge. Alvernia just not going to be able to win this first fight.
Yeah, Maryland just picks apart Alvernia. The Tracer finally getting the value it could be going for. Hasn't really hit the pay dirt that you want to see from it.
Oh, Set goes in and is taken right back out. Got the Jay Keys' treatment for a second there. That's Symmetra down and out. Toad demeched again. This is a great start for Maryland. Saves the fight, though.
Late Kitsune comes in, but Alvernia are going to lose Gusty, so the Pulse Bomb hitting pay dirt as the members of Maryland continue to wipe Alvernia off the map. And with just a little bit longer, Alvernia are going to have to desperation. Alvernia is finding these angles, especially with the Venture.
That feels much better.
Limp Balloon down before the fight can even really begin.
Flank beginning here. Right. I mean, hey, you just take out Tony, take out the supports as well. Why two Kitsunes dueling here under the bridge. But Alvernia likely going to end up on the better end, but no Set's going to fall. Funny finally goes down. The remaining HP goes away. Optimal getting low here. The beat drops, and so too do the members of Maryland, as Alvernia are still able to hold on to two of their ultimates in order to win this fight. And Optimal falling is going to mean that the game will be extended just a little bit longer. Maryland completely wipes the members trapped inside the house as Clip Balloon follows him in. Optimal going down, though, means that Alvernia has to back away. Set kills Funny.
No way.
Gets 2 there with the ultimate.
No!
Gets 3. Set on a roll right now. Alvernia now going to be chasing down C3, and it is the Ventures that are the difference makers in the end fights here. 4 here. Members of Alvernia try to push up, take this high ground. It's going to be tough, though. Toad not getting any sustain here. Likely going to lose out on the neck. That is the case. Flip Balloon falls low, but Optimal is going to go down instead. Alvernia now have to back goes down while Jay Keys pops the ultimate, tries to follow up here on the members of Alvernia as Maryland run it down, running through Alvernia's players here, and I don't think Alvernia is going to be able to make it out alive after this fight, so Maryland are going to push this robot back.
Regardless, Kitsune out, Set still critical, will finally fall.
Finally falls, and it looks like Alvernia, in an effort to save Set, might have just lost themselves yet another fight as Jay Keys gets 2. The DPSs from Maryland are really, really showing their gumption here.
Maryland Blade may be one of them. Gusty deleted. Had to look for the next survivor. Suzu down. Scram does not go down. Meter differential should be able to sneak their way in to a map 2 victory. This could be the end of it all. Scram into Funny. It's going to be just Jay Keys left standing. Can Jay Keys do enough? The initiation from Set not even needed. Alvernia ties us up 1-1.
Tied up 1-1.
Down, getting 1 stagger here. Can almost guarantee them more percentage points just like that. C3E is going to fall. Nobody's got the point cap yet because Alvernia realized if they did get the point cap, if they focused on that, they'd get maybe 8% before Jay Keys was back and Maryland was in full swing. They realized getting rid of that Kiri is
Tony, every time he walks in, immediately dropped to 0.
Tony is going to be isolated if you will. Going down Maryland, they do point, but I mean, it is going to be ripped right back from their cold, dead hands. Alvernia taking this lead once again here on Flashpoint.
Taking the lead, but take a look at this here. The point actually gets back capped that whole time. So instead of an extra 20% going to Alvernia, Maryland's banned last game. I think it's enough to say that both teams see the set is good on this pick. And with Tony getting isolated from the rest, Tony getting isolated from the rest of the team, means that Maryland are going to have to back up yet again without your Zarya. Walk through! You can't do much as Toad this time around. And this truly does Septons feel like a comp that they've tried and tested to its limit.
Funny in the back line here. We hear the grab go on center field. Stick onto Toad, but the beat drop still not going to be enough. The headshot simply too strong. Toad has fallen. Maryland, a huge opportunity against Alvernia, unless they can find one more elimination. Instead, Set is eliminated. Gusty soon to follow, and Funny.
For later, Jay Keys is going to drop their ultimates, getting a lot of value, but the members of Alvernia is still alive for a little bit. Have collapsed onto the point, but Toad is going to collapse as a corpse. Maryland here get 5 kills, and Alvernia
over for that Farah instead. The isolation comes through. The Blizzard is down, but I do think Tony makes it out, especially with a Suzu in the pocket. Has to ice block into the grab. Set has fallen to Jay Keys, and Maryland, they lose that first flashpoint, but they dominate the fight here in the second one. They tie up flashpoint 1-1, just like our series.
Well, this is what we were asking about if Maryland was going to be able to make mid-set adaptation. combinations here. Alvernia showed up positioning. Funny moves in behind, kills off. Set that's the Symmetra down. Alvernia now
Do it.
come onto the point,
Do it.
looking for the ultimate to come through from the Farah. Gets rid of Toad, and Alvernia's rest is left to pick up the pieces.
Yeah, good. Can find the opportunity. One Elam here seals the deal against Alvernia on this engagement. Kitsune out on the high ground from C3E. It's going to be just enough. I don't imagine Toad lives that.
Word.
Optimal not going to be far behind. Jay Keys is on a kill streak right now. Complete and total team.
Game home. However, Alvernia kept the point back, and it's trading 1 for 1 for 1. Junker Queen, though, very low and gone as Maryland continue to hold on to the points. Alvernia going to have to desperately scram back to the point, but I don't know if they're going to be able to
get
get
the necessary value. Maryland finding themselves in a tough position for a moment, but turning it around in an instant. Triple kill.
He's going to keep racking up percentage on this point. Finally, Jay Keys goes down, but with 2 kills now, Alvernia see themselves an opportunity to go in, but the Zarya is proving to be an absolute raid boss with the additional HP and the gravity well. Maryland turned that fight around lickety.
I'm not saying series, a little bit too far. Costing them this map, but it's not over yet. They have the Kitsune rush. Clintballoon has fallen. Tony not far behind, and Alvernia, by the skin of their teeth, may be able to sneak out, at least capping the point, if not being able to take us to flashpoint number 5. They get the team kill.
This game is being played.
Tony.
Careful.
Oh, Tony down. Set is going to be traded out, but at least you take the
Jesus is low. Manages to get out just barely. Alvernia somehow holding on by the skin of their teeth, but with the Genji ultimate, that might be all that Maryland needs to clean up the fight. And Maryland are going to take game number 3.
Close, close, close. It's all right. 2 out of 5, not terrible. We're going to be seeing 1 tick already gained by Maryland, though. Blink and you miss it. Oh, but Funny falls.
Funny fall.
A hit scan, Sojourn's not able to kind of bleed through the skies like she wants to, so it's a little bit harder to take that far out, especially when she's behind you. About to cap, point 1, just 2 minutes into the map.
Yeah, who needs Tracer when you're playing like this? Goodness gracious, Funny on the far.
See so very often. Set goes deep into the back line with the help of that Wu Yang ultimate. Really not able to find any picks off the back of it. Good news is, silver lining, nothing. You died, never mind.
Awesome.
Toad
is now coming in to try and support
the grab,
healing, but Gusty just doesn't live through. Scram not doing enough. This is another good flank. It just seems that both teams really taking advantage of the mobility they have on their DPSs to get behind here. Maryland now trying to get back onto the payload, but Alvernia doing a good job of keeping them away. And look at the low HP bars now on Maryland. Tony is going to fall. Toad is going to get demacked, but has the ultimate. Excuse me, doesn't even get.
A game like this, Set gets caught early, almost takes out Jay Keys, but the bubble damn near perfect. Set is going to be taken out in the back line there. A little bit of over-aggression goes a long way. Toad loses that mech. Funny has fallen to Scram, but I just don't think it's going to be enough to stop this team. Scram goes down. Jay Keys is back on
here. No support to keep him alive. The Diva overextends, and the Diva is going to lose their mech, and it's a great gravity surge here from Tony. Alvernia's members fall 1 by 1. The payload reaches the checkpoint, and because of these staggered deaths.
It would be the first time. Funny takes a lot of damage, but it's Tony that bites the bullet early. Scram takes him down.
Yikes.
C3E not far behind, and Clintballoon possibly good Symmetra point if played right.
Bubble comes through in order to keep C3 alive. Optimal gonna fall to Tony. The DPS is gone for Alvernia. Toad gonna use the mech there in order to get Funny off the board. Maryland's members getting killed off 1 by 1, and now a staggered death here likely for Jay Keezus.
Nice.
Great job by Alvernia there. And they're coming pretty darn close. Ultimate from Genji has to be used to finally stop that potential, but with Tony going down, Maryland is forestalled. Alvernia trying to stay alive, but with no tank. This is going to be tough. Funny goes down. Scram is trying to keep his team's hopes alive at stopping of Alvernia. Maryland have pushed this payload home, and it's going to just be a matter of time before Maryland gets this in. Alvernia trying to lie this as much as they can, but it's not enough. Toad runs on
early. A big pick for Maryland to burn some time off the clock. Already 30 seconds gone, and Alvernia going to have to wait for Optimal before they truly recontest, but about 30 seconds from now on their half. So they very much were playing a bit more of an aggressive play style. They got the damage in, set, taken out by us, likely with a Wu Yang ultimate off the back of it. There it is. Jake Keys is going to go in, takes out Optimal for the third fight in a row. Set not far behind. Alvernia going to be close, but unfortunately, once again, no cigar.
Yeah, no cigar. Max charge Zarya is going to Lucio here, trying to get his team in fast. Realize that they got to make this happen fast. Funny, going to get Scrambles out of the equation. The ultimate from the Genji is reaping the souls of the backliners here as Alvernia loses member after member. Maryland.
Teamwork.
Yeah, excellent effort from the rest of the team to make sure that Set is able to get out of there on the venture. So Maryland miss out on the kill there, and that could come back to bite them. You lose Tony, you get Set in trade, but without a tank, things are going to become a lot harder. It's Toad now walking down the Genji.
Only a defensive ultimate to their name. It's going to be difficult to win, but it doesn't mean it's impossible. They use it as an aggressive play. It's still not going to be enough. Jake Keezus and Funny, they find two. They commit two ultimates to do it, and Klimpaloon's Kitsune Rush also goes down. So the good news, if you're Alvernia, you lose the fight, but they just used every ult they had.
Yeah, had to use every ult in order to be the first to fall. Tony has to get support here from the Wu Yang. It's enough to keep the Zarya alive. Beat drops. It's not enough. Optimal gets two coming through. With two off the field, make that three. The Sojourn comes
0 seconds, 0.1, I mean, coming through here, it's going to be Alvernia with that Venture ultimate, with that Kitsune. They've made it to the finals.
There's one.
Now
take advantage of Gusty, crucially sitting on the beat, but not able to get it off. Killed right as that ultimate comes off, and Alvernia realize that their hopes might have just been dashed here at the finish line. Jay Keezus is going to fall, but Tony going to work with the rest to clear things out. Alvernia need to reset, come back in, and get
this miracle. If Alvernia can turn this on, it's a 4v4. Funny has fallen, Set is gone. 4v3 now in favor of Maryland. Alvernia's Gusty will be the next one out. And I believe Maryland has secured their spot in Grand Finals. There's the grab, there's the timer, and there's the win.
Point as Toad is going to fall. Alvernia one by one go down. That's a really rough start because the team comp that Alvernia has seems to be very much based on that point defense, right? You have the Symmetra and the Torbjorn, who are pretty much the two turret characters. That
Defense Matrix, the very beam that you're helping create, trying to eliminate the Zarya. Kitsune Rush comes out from C3E. Gusty, unfortunately, not even close to one of their own. Jake Keezus has fallen on the side of Maryland now, giving Alvernia the first opportunity to really take the lead. 3 possibly going to be turning into 4 here. Tony doesn't even have to reset, can just in real life hear them yelling, Kiri, Kiri, Kiri. And instead, it's Gusty that goes down. Klimpaloon is going to get traded, will be taken out here in Alvernia.
It's not looking very healthy. Toad, though, has the ultimate, going to drop it instead of opting for death. Set is going to get Jay Keezus. It's Funny.
Alvernia, they're going to have to get that counter pick early, and they do just that. Scram able to find one. Set goes down to Jay Keezus, and I don't know if Alvernia has the healing they need to try and win out this fight. They've taken the lead, but not for long. Maryland going to be able to stabilize aggressively.
Yeah, it was a hard-won victory.
I would say it almost guarantees Maryland this advantage, honestly, unless we see an elimination against Alvernia in the next couple of seconds. We do see Set going down. It is going to be Maryland able to find a 5-3 right now. Zarya and Symmetra both diving into a diva. There's only so much Toad's going to be able to do, and it will be Maryland.
Not the comp itself. Toad going to get rid of C3, and that's already a great start here for Alvernia. But you have to carry the momentum through. You have to carry it. The members of Alvernia running down the back line here of Maryland. They're going to take out pretty much everyone. You lose Gusty in trade, but I'd call that counterparts that they're playing against. And look at this push now from Maryland. They're just getting picked apart, playing so well as a group. You can see them moving, catching these roamers from Maryland out on their rotations, and C3 is going to fall as well. Maryland just do not look like they're playing as a team at all. Jake Keys is going to get followed. Scream is on point on this. We catch to overtime. Maryland's going to capture it back, and the Set gone as well as Scream. Maryland have finally wrestled back control. Optimal, though, Maryland, with that ultimate in the tank, doesn't even need to use it, just walking up at the members of Maryland who are falling one by one. Overtime going to tick down, and we're going to go to our final portion of this first game.
Low and slow. They're rotating when they have to. They're changing the composition to try and stay alive. And unfortunately, Scram is going to be taken down by Funny in the backline. Toad losing the mech all the same. This is going to be huge. Alvernia just not going to be able to win this first fight.
Yeah, Maryland just picks apart Alvernia. The Tracer finally getting the value it could be going for. Hasn't really hit the pay dirt that you want to see from it.
Oh, Set goes in and is taken
Yikes.
right back out. Got the Jay Keys' treatment for a second there. That's Symmetra down and out. Toad demeched again. This is a great start for Maryland. Save the fight, though.
Late Kitsune comes in, but Alvernia are going to lose Gusty, so the Pulse Bomb hitting pay dirt as the members of Maryland continue to wipe Alvernia off the map. And with just a little bit longer, Alvernia are going to have to desperation. Alvernia is finding these angles, especially with the Venture.
That feels much better.
Flint Balloon down before the fight can even really begin.
Flank beginning here. Right,
Damn.
I mean, hey, if you just take
Damn.
out Tony, take out the support as well. Why
Yup.
two Kitsunes dueling here under the bridge. But Alvernia likely going to end up on the better end, but no Set's going to fall. Funny finally goes down. The remaining HP goes away. Optimal getting low here. The beat drops, and so too do the members of Maryland, as Alvernia are still able to hold on to two of their ultimates in order to win this fight. And Optimal falling
Nice,
is
nice,
going to
nice.
mean that the game will be extended just a little bit longer. Maryland completely wipes the members trapped inside the house as Flint Balloon follows them in. Optimal going down, though, means that Alvernia has to back away. Set kills Funny.
No
and
way.
Gets two there with the ultimate.
No.
Gets three. Set on a roll right now. Alvernia now going to be chasing down C3, and it is the Ventures that are the difference makers in the end fights here. For here, the members of Alvernia try to push up, take this high ground. It's going to be tough, though. Toad not getting any sustain here, likely going to lose out on the neck. That is the case. Flint Balloon falls low, but ult Optimal is going to go down instead. Alvernia now have to back away. Goes down while Jay Keys pops the ultimate, tries to follow up here on the members of Alvernia as Maryland run it down, running through Alvernia's players here. And I don't think Alvernia is going to be able to make it out alive after this fight. So Maryland are going to push this robot back.
Regardless, Kitsune out. Set still critical. Will finally fall.
Finally falls, and it looks like Alvernia, in an effort to save Set, might have just lost themselves yet another fight as Jay Keys gets two. The DPSs from Maryland are really, really showing their gumption here.
Blade may be one of them. Gusty deleted. Had to look for the next
no.
survivor. Suzu down. Scram does not go down. Meter differential should be able to sneak their way in
Toad
to a
gets
map
it.
2 victory. This could be the end of it all. Scram into Funny. It's going to be just Jay Keys left standing. Can Jay Keys do enough? The initiation from Set not even needed. Alvernia ties us up 1-1.
Tied up 1-1.
Down, getting one stagger here. Could almost guarantee them more percentage points just like that. C3E is going to fall. Nobody's got the point cap yet because Alvernia realized if they did get the point cap, if they focused on that, they'd get maybe 8% before Jay Keys was back and Maryland was in full swing. They realized getting rid of that Kiri is
Tony, every time he
Nice
walks in,
move.
immediately dropped to 0.
Tony is going to be isolated, if you will. Going down, Maryland, they do point, but I mean, it is going to be ripped right back from their cold, dead hands. Alvernia taking this lead once again here on Flashpoint.
Taking the lead, but take a look at this here. The point actually gets back capped that whole time. So instead of an extra 20% going to Alvernia, Maryland was banned last game. I think it's enough to say that both teams see the set is good on this pick, and with Tony getting isolated from the rest. Tony getting isolated from the rest of the team means that Maryland are going to have to back up yet again without your Zarya to walk through. You can't do much as Toad this time around, and this truly does Septones feel like a comp that they've tried and tested to its limit.
Funny in the back line here. We hear the grab go on center field. Stick onto Toad, but the beat drop still not going to be enough. The headshot simply too strong. Toad has fallen. Maryland a huge opportunity against Alvernia unless they can find one more elimination. Instead, Set is eliminated. Gusty soon to follow, and Funny
for later. Jay Keys is going to drop their ultimates, getting a lot of value, but the members of Alvernia is still alive for a little bit. Have collapsed onto the point, but Toad is going to collapse as a corpse. Maryland here get 5 kills, and Alvernia
Walked over to that Vara instead. The isolation comes through. The Blizzard is down, but I do think Tony makes it out, especially with a Suzu in the pocket. Pass to Ice Block into the grab. Set has fallen to Jay Keys, and Maryland, they lose that first flashpoint, but they dominate the fight here in the second one. They tie up flashpoint 1-1, just like our series.
Well, this is what we were asking about, if Maryland was going to be able to make mid-set adaptations here. Alvernia showed up positioning. Funny moves in behind, kills off. Set, that's the Symmetra down. Alvernia now come onto the point, looking for the ultimate to come through from the Farah. Gets rid of Toad, and Alvernia's rest is left
to pick up the pieces.
Yeah, good. And find the opportunity. One Elin here seals the deal against Alvernia on this engagement. Kitsune out on the high ground from C3E. It's going to be just enough. I don't imagine Toad lives that.
Word.
Optimal not going to be far behind. Jay Keys is on a kill streak right now. Complete and total team.
Game hold. However, Alvernia kept the point back, and it's trading 1 for 1 for 1. Junker Queen, though, very low and gone as Maryland continue to hold on to the points. Alvernia going to have to desperately scram back to the point, but I don't know if they're going to be able to get
the necessary value. Maryland finding themselves in a tough position for a moment, but turning it around in an instant. Triple kill.
He's going to keep racking up percentage on this point. Finally, Jay Keys goes down, but with 2 kills now, Alvernia see themselves an opportunity to go in, but the Zarya is proving to be an absolute raid boss with the additional HP and the gravity well. Maryland turned that fight around lickety.
I'm not saying series, a little bit too far, costing them this map, but it's not over yet. They have the Kitsune rush. Clint Balloon has fallen. Tony not far behind, and Alvernia, by the skin of their teeth, may be able to sneak out, at least capping the point, if not being able to take us to flashpoint number 5. They get the team kill.
This game is being played.
Tony.
Careful.
Oh, Tony down. Set is going to be traded out. At least you take the
Jesus is low. Manages to get out just barely. Alvernia somehow holding on by the skin of their teeth, but with the Genji ultimate, that might be all that Maryland needs to clean up the fight. And Maryland are going to take game number 3.
Close, close, close. It's right. 2 out of 5, not terrible. We're going to be seeing 1 tick already gained by Maryland, though. Blink and you miss it. Oh, but Funny falls.
Funny fall.
Like a hit scan, Sojourn's not able to kind of bleed through the skies like she wants to, so it's a little bit harder to take that far out, especially when she's behind you. Off to cap, point 1, just 2 minutes into the map.
Yeah, who needs Tracer when you're playing like this? Goodness gracious, Funny.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Nittany Invitational 2025 Overwatch 2 Grand Finals. I'm still Septilence. We're going to be jumping into this match in just a couple of minutes. If you're just now joining us, we are going in with Texas Tech, who entered as the number 8 seed, went into their first game and lost to who is now their opponent again, the number 1 seed, Maryland. We've got a run back of our very first series here this weekend. We're going to be sending it into our closing best of 7 Grand Finals, which means one of these teams does not have to win 3, they have to win 4 maps. So going in, we know already that it's Lijiang Tower. We do not have any bans coming out yet. I would not be surprised to see the initial ban being Zarya. You take Zarya out of control, you're anti-Zar, and we know that Maryland really wants to play that composition. On the opposing side, they can't ban a tank if that's what happens, so I wonder if Texas Tech is instead going to ban maybe the Lucio. Lucio's very good for this map on both sides. Maybe we see a more targeted ban. It could really be anything. It's really going to matter what these players choose to bring to the table. I can sit here and hypothesize all I want, but at the end of the day, I think it is going to be an interesting scenario between the two of them. The players look like they're all about to be ready. We're getting them in lobby, and we're excited that they're going to be jumping into these grand finals. Now, there is a lot of money on the line. There is now first and second place. Second place walks away with $2,000. First place walking away with $3,150. So it is going to be a huge prize pool. I feel like I look like a weatherman right now. I feel like the thing behind me should be like the daily weather. But no, it's just me and a bunch of peas. So we're going to be hanging out here with these teams in a couple of minutes. But, I mean, it's a huge difference. It is a $1,150 difference. The good news is you're walking away with something at the end of the day. We've got our third and fourth matchup happening. I believe it is Alvernia going in against Penn Blue. That'll be $450 for fourth place and $1,000 for third. So 3 teams walking away with a quadruple-digit win. That is pretty darn good if I've ever heard it. You know what? I also just had the thought, I think I have decided what Maryland's ban is probably going to be, and it's probably going to be Cassidy. I think that makes a lot of sense. You want to take that Cass off the table early. We've seen LRF pop off in a good performance thus far. I think that could be what we're expecting to see. And yep, University of Maryland's being typed in before my very eyes. It is the Cass, and no, instead Texas Tech going for the Wu Yang ban. That is going to be surprising. I wonder if that is going to impact the play style that Maryland is ready to bring to the table. All 10 players are in the lobby. I see the lobby being put together, so we're going to go live with it in any moment here. They're giving us the wave, they're giving us the excitement, and they're giving us a great opportunity. Joining me here on the desk is going to be my good friend Jazzman. You guys saw him for this very same series yesterday. He saw this, and we're going to be jumping in for a little bit here. It's Texas Tech versus Maryland. Jazzman, you might have only been on the one broadcast, but hey, at least you know the teams.
How did I get here? What
yeah,
happened?
I just found him. I just pulled him in, so he's joining us for these grands. But, dude, you saw yesterday's matchup. This went all the way to Game 5. We're going to be jumping into Game 7. And we also, while we're waiting, should wish you a congratulations. You and your R6 team won the R6 bracket over there, so huge congrats to you guys.
We did, ladies and gentlemen, R6 champions, Penn State. Woo!
Woo!
Yeah.
I can't make the high pitch. My voice is shot.
Give
I
us
can't
the
do high
stage
pitch.
next time. Give us the stage.
Listen, as soon as we bring in people that know how to cast R6, maybe we'll talk about it. But that is not something I want to do. I don't care how much you pay me. I ain't hopping in there.
I'll cast and play, bro.
All right, at the same time, in simultaneous. But, hey, we're jumping into Lijiang Tower now. We're going to see what's happening. Going in, Maryland, they haven't lost yet. They're trying to find it. They won pretty aggressively, and they banned the best character on the side of Texas Tech. LRF not able to play Cassidy Map 1.
Yeah, and the Wu Yang ban coming up from TT kind of makes sense. We saw a lot of Lucio bans in this series,
Yep.
I remember. That could obviously be one thing that happens. You can't repeat bans. I don't know if we have – okay, so we've got clamps on tank here for Texas Tech, so you're not going to have Epic Z-Ray playing that ball. But, again – I feel like we were literally just talking about this yesterday because we were.
Yeah.
Tony's on
crazy.
Zarya, so.
Yeah. I mean, it's funny, too, because I've talked about a little bit here. I've talked about Texas Tech, and, you know, I talked to them, and they're talking about how it's a Zarya world, right? And then I talked to Maryland a little bit. They're talking about, oh, it's a Zarya world, right? So over and over, we see that energy coming through, trying to find that opportunity of how well can you play Zarya, and if you can't, how well can you play against Zarya? So it's this continued kind of rotation of it's a Zarya world, and we just have to live in it right now.
Yeah, and it's really annoying, especially when Tony's just kind of like, he's enabled by his team.
Yes.
He's very hyper-aggressive because he's allowed to be. It's very simple. Like, it doesn't really feel like it's much of a tall task for him. And it's like that level of coordination is what wins games most of the time.
Yes.
Because it's not like, oh, Tony's just going in super aggressively all on his own, and then he's dying, and he's just kind of leaving a few bubbles left, you know, and keeping his team alive for a little. He's getting good charge. He's building up his charge, and he's playing that beam. And he's always fully charged.
That's the scary thing about Tony is we will literally be 5 seconds into the match and we spectate Tony to 100. It's like, how did you do that fast?
Like off spawn.
It's literally insane. He comes in with that 100 charge so consistently. We had to pull out of lobby. I think we had to fix a couple of errors in tech, but now we're going to be jumping right back in just a moment here. It will be, I don't even know if I've said this out loud yet, Lijiang Tower is map number 1. It'll be the closing. You know, again, we started with it. Let's end with it. Lijiang on control.
Yep, that's what we played last time around, so very exciting. And it seems like we're getting ourselves in here. The pauses are over. The good luck have funds are out. Grand finals. We are finally here. It took us a very long time. I mean, less than 48 hours. Incredibly.
It's crazy because it's less than 48, but it feels so long as well. We've seen so many maps. I think I've cast somewhere between 40 and 50 maps of Overwatch in the past 2 days. So we're jumping now into Lijiang Tower. Texas Tech, they are going to be the team we're expecting to kind of be, dare I say, those Zarya breakers, the team that we're looking for to see if they can get through Tony on the Zarya. They're going to choose not to ban Zarya, at least not yet, so they're really going to have to give Tony a run for his money.
Yeah, question is around or through. Do you want to pop that bubble or do you want to go for your supports? That's the question. We've got 2 TPs coming out. These two are going to get in very aggressively. LRF is going to pick up the Soj. Nemris not going to go for the Tracer. I remember seeing Funny and Nemris fighting each other a lot in that first series, but all the way in, Maryland's already contesting points.
I mean, Nemris on this venture, though, has been a maniac, diabolical through many of the series we saw yesterday. We're going to have to see if Nemris can bring that same level of aggression to the table or not.
TP denied, but that's the first pick, so Nemris unfortunately gone. They're not going to pop Tony, so he doesn't have a ton of charge here, but it really doesn't matter. The rest of his team is kind of just falling back. Clamps is really low. No way he can sustain that, and they get 2 for their troubles. So they tried to rotate back, but 2 died, so this is going to be an even bigger stagger. Yeah,
they tried to rotate. You know, it's that common phrase, die or get out, and they tried to get out, but unfortunately, it was the die that found them. 7% now on the board for Maryland, who have been very consistent in their control performances so far. It went all the way to stage 3 in the semifinal, but I believe they were able to win it out. They were able to keep themselves alive, and even if they didn't, it was close. So now we see them trying to find that win a little bit earlier this time.
LRF now making his way in. Zarya bubble used, but she gets him back pretty quickly. Still not a lot of space taken here. Clamp's trying to make his way through alongside Nemris. Bubble gonna kind of deny them there. Tracer found out. Just trying to break through this choke. Zarya bubbles continue to stalling them out. Tony's on full charge nearly. Clamps coming in, support's already taken down, bubble used. Clamps is getting shredded by the sim and the beams.
Microwave.
Epic Z-Ray just going to be tracked down. It's just so simple, but LRF still has 2. You've lost the Lucio. High ground taken here, really aggressive by Tony. Kind of low in this fight. Maryland, however, still holding on point. Venture found out next, and Texas Tech might just be forced to reset.
Texas Tech, I mean, they don't even really get to reset because that was a 20-second stagger there. Nemeris is going to be staying alive. I believe LRF actually makes it out. Mobilized able to do so as well, living up to that name and mobilizing right back out of the fight. Going in, 70% nearly on the board, which means this next fight could possibly be the last one. We're looking at a lot of ultimates coming in from Maryland. How many are they going to choose to use before that final contest happens?
Yeah, you have Kyriel coming up soon. That's really what you need here to break in for Texas Tech, but that Kyrie is actually very low, so you got to be careful of that too. Venture caught out here by Nemeris. Suzu'd away though. The grab well finds the hazard, and he is just going to be torn down again. Texas Tech just keep losing this tank so early on, and it seems like Maryland will just have this one for free. Epic Z-Ray might have a touch, but it might just not matter.
Epic Z may have a touch, but it might be a consolation prize more than anything. Texas Tech, a couple of ultimates to walk into. The good news is Maryland wasn't banking on them touching. They used every ultimate they had. Epic Z caught off in the back line, is going to be able to rotate back into the team. But unfortunately, Nemeris does not pop out of the ground fast enough. They get eliminated, and now Texas Tech will lose that first stage of Lijiang 100-0.
Yeah, that's a rough start, and obviously with Texas Tech losing that Cassidy, it feels like maybe they're running into some issues with the damage department. Nemeris was getting caught out a lot. They really focused on that dive. They made sure that the moment that hazard was caught, they could shred him down. They had Symmetra as well to really deal with that. It just felt like the whole thing was scouted out by Maryland. There was no way that Texas Tech could push into that. It might just have to be a comp swap, but at this point, what can you really do, right? Like, I mean, we barely saw any support ults out of Texas Tech as well.
Yeah. Well, I think a lot of that had to
they
do
couldn't use it.
exactly is the fact that Epic Z just couldn't get in. I mean, it was just elimination after elimination, time and time again. It was a very unfortunate circumstance, but Texas Tech just not able to find it. Now, the good news here, Jazz, is that Maryland bans Cassidy for this one, which means if we play 6 more maps, they cannot do it again. We get Cassidy for Texas Tech from here on out. Losing control, especially in a best of 7, not even close to the end of the world.
So when do you ban Zarya?
honestly, I was thinking about it, and I do not know. It would be up to them to make the proper pick. But speaking of proper picks, Mobilized able to take Klimpaloon out of the fight early. Funny, not far behind.
There you go, Clamps staying down low, but he's going to be Suzu'd, so he's going to get his health pool replenished. And, well, no DPS, you can't really push through this and finish him off. Nice shot there from LRF, getting so confident on Jaykeezus. Forget your traps, buddy. I've got a rail gun, but Tony's at least got one. But it is a Lucio. He's going to be able to come back pretty quickly. LRF needs to be careful, though.
LRF, a player notorious for getting a little bit far ahead of himself in that forward line. Now, Jaykeezus on the Freya, going for that off-angle side pick, not able to find that aggression when it matters most, but still, Texas Tech, a fourth of the way completed here on this point, and counting, unless, the Suzu keeping LRF alive. Clamps goes in, Tony deleted from this plane of existence. Tony gone, Klimpaloon gone, LRF fully unlocked.
2 kills there off the Kitsune rush, but Funny with the trade. LRF still going. If he had enough charge, that would have been a 4th. But he actually got him. C3E died to the trap. That is so rough. Texas Tech looking completely different now. LRF is activated, and Tony has not been that much of a problem. Maybe it's the map. Maybe this part favors Hazard a lot more. They can get super aggressive. LRF popping that all early. He does not want to waste any time on this, trying to look for any squishy target. But again, maybe getting too ahead of himself. Kitsune rush right back in return. They're going to push off of this.
The wall goes up. That's a huge play there coming in from C3E to put that Kitsune rush out, but Clamps keeps it out of the equation. Dives back to the healer, somehow still breathing, but the grab is huge from Tony. Jaykeezus is off the map. Mobilized going to be traded in return, so the support going out for a DPS. Not the ideal trade, especially when your tank is right in line behind him. LRF and Nemeris, the final player, standing with Epic Z. LRF finds one, going to be found by C3E, and I don't think Epic Z makes it out of here, but that is okay. Texas Tech up to 90%, but Tony finally answering the absolute power play from LRF.
I just looked over to my left, no reaction.
They're locked in, man. They're locked in. They're not like you are 6 players, bro. They don't pop off till it's over.
I heard the mics were picking us up.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
what I heard. That's
y'all a little too loud, maybe. Y'all a little too loud, maybe.
That's our sign. We need to be on stage.
Listen, I get it, though. The pop-off is worth it. It's good to celebrate a win at a time like that. And both these teams looking for a win here. Texas Tech in okay shape to do so, but this next fight, it's really going to determine where the upcoming momentum lies.
Two DBS ults on Maryland as well as that Lucio beat. There's the ult. Beat comes out in return. Nemris has that pulse bomb. Not able to find the Kiri, but there's the beat once more. So no more support ults in this fight unless Mobilize gets his up. There's the Kitsune C3. He lives here, though, being protected by Tony, but Nemris is able to get the finish. Clamps as well, cleaning up. Both supports gone. Maryland, this was their only chance at this, but they are getting picked apart. Clamps a huge performance, and Mobilize with that Kitsune rush. Texas Tech get the response.
Stage 3 likely to be incoming. Funny may go for a last-second touch if Klimpaloon isn't able to make it, already half HP or less. Nemris goes for a double blink to Funny, but who went through and around. CE3E down. Mobilize coming back to life for Texas Tech, and I believe Tony is going to fly in just in time. You don't need that mech, do you, Tony? Because I don't think it's going to be around for very long. Takes that mech down. Klimpaloon has fallen, and I believe Texas Tech has done it. Stage 3 of map 1 of Grand Finals best of 7. Texas Tech versus Maryland, nobody going down without a fight.
They didn't come here to just get swept or sweep. It seems like we're going to be here for a very long time. First game and our last. How appropriate between both of these teams. It feels like it's kind of like a yin to the yang.
Yup.
It feels like Texas Tech have kind of been struggling on the tank end, whereas Maryland have been really strong, but LRF has been online. It feels like we're starting to see a little bit of trouble. The Tracer hasn't been having as much impact from Maryland's side, but they've got another round to fix this one. Comp switches as well can exist. But in terms of Texas Tech, they found an answer to this aggression. Maybe the lack of a Symmetra for Maryland. That was what was shredding Texas Tech last time around. But they didn't bring it that time.
Capture the objective.
Night Market has been such a hit or miss, but Jake Keys is with the teleporter up to the window. My favorite rotation, but unfortunately, Funny's going to get rotated right back to spawn. A little bit ahead of schedule there. Mobilized, able to find that kunai straight into the dome with a 5v4 advantage. Texas Tech needs to hold a W.
Look at Clamps, though. He's kind of in an off angle. He's kind of in a bad spot. Epic Z-Ray, though, he's learning the hard way not to chow Tony on that Zarya. But Clamps still kind of cut away from his team. Going to rotate back. Tony's low, but they have so much resources here. Clamps not so much. Going to be forced to back away from the Symmetra turrets. And it seems like Maryland have full control of this. Texas Tech kind of just stagnating here. But them staying alive is still good. They have a 5v5 into this.
Even with Funny going down, Texas Tech not able to break through that stonewall defense of Maryland. Tony in particular so good at rotating when a teammate needs it, trying to keep them alive. Mobilized a couple of headshots here or there. No eliminations off the back of it, though. And Epic Z-Ray goes down. Maryland in the driver's seat.
Yeah. You'll have that problem with Epic Z-Ray sometimes, just getting picked off too early. C3, maybe getting picked off by Mobilized. Going head to toe against each other. Clamps now trying to fight Funny, but he is so
he's
screwed.
dead. Yep, he's dead.
Yep, you just got to rotate or reset, and it seems like for them, they just got to leave here. Maryland, I mean, yeah, Funny just getting into that side, like dying at the beginning and still Maryland getting in, holding control this whole time. The Symmetra's back. Clamps is going to have a lot of trouble here on this hazard. It looks like Texas Tech might be stalled out again.
Dude, Mobilized accuracy is crazy. Yeah, we've been watching for like 10 seconds. I think he's hit 5 headshots on Kiri. You know, that's a projectile. That's crazy. They've got the Kitsune Rush on both sides if they choose to use it, but unfortunately not going to be using anything quite yet. They want to get that one pick. They really want to guarantee themselves a positive approach. Mobilized on a bit of a weird open here. Tony just goes in, takes out 2. The fight's over before it can even really begin. Hopefully no ultimates come out from Texas Tech, and yeah, that's a complete and total team wipe.
Just so much to focus on. Tony's up, forward positioning. You have Jay Keesis with those turrets. The Hazard just has so much of a job to do that he can't do his actual job, which is pressuring those supports, pressuring everyone in the back line, getting around Tony. Yep. It's what works so well for Texas Tech. And they've lost their Tracer as well, so they're going to be stalled out once more. And these little deaths continue to add up for Texas Tech. They have one more push into this as a result. You have plenty of util to work with. You have all those ults, but you're going to have to do it soon.
Oh, Kitsune Rush from C3E is not going to be answered, at least not yet. Clamps is gone. Nemris trying to flip it. It looks like Funny was waiting for it. Both players now into the fight, but Nemris in a 4v1. I think the rotation coming in quick. LRF gone. Clamps has fallen. In Maryland, they keep it close. They take us to stage 3, but I just don't think Texas Tech is going to be able to answer back. Maryland goes up 1-0 for map 1 of Grand Finals.
Yep. That Hazard just getting completely diffed by the Symmetra turret and the beam once again. It's just too much damage, and it really feels... What is... I'm trying to listen to what he's saying. I think he's like,
No.
I didn't.
No, he typed something in chat,
Yeah.
and it got very unfortunately censored, so it looked a little worse than it was supposed to be.
Completely
But,
distracted me.
You know, all good. It's glad to see they're having fun. They're locked in. They're able to get into this map number 1 victory from Maryland. Texas Tech keeping it very close. That was the name of the game last time. Close through and through. Stage 3, 100-0 for Maryland. So momentum on their side. But the good news is a couple of things. We see that Texas Tech can pick the map. Texas Tech can play Cassidy.
Yep.
2 very big things that can be helpful for this team going in, regardless of what that next map may be.
Yeah, and if they want to have a ball map, they can go ahead and ban Zarya whenever they feel like it,
straight
right?
up.
Like, that's kind of what my mindset is here, right? Like, you're going to swap Epic Z rated tank, you're going to ban the Zarya, and you're going to run that ball, and that's going to be your win condition.
It's going to be tough, though, because I feel like the best place to ban Zar, the more I think about it, might be Control. Because on Hybrid and Escort, you can play another tank. On Push, you can play another tank. Maybe you go for Zarya ban on Push. That wouldn't be unheard of. I just don't know if I like it as much.
Yeah, there's just so many ways. It almost feels like you just have to kind of shut up and deal with it, right?
Yep,
Like, you kind of just got to find a way around it. For them, it wasn't the hazard. At least not whenever the Symmetra came into play. I think that just completely shut them down. The dive that they had going, the sort of semi-dive because they had the Tracer and then they swapped around with the Venture as well. It just didn't end up working out at all because they were dealing with so much. It was Tony, positioning himself very forward. The Symmetra was protecting the supports. Not much you can do.
Yeah, not much you can do at a time like that. And, I talked about it a lot. The Zarya is helpful, but Tony on the Zarya is a completely different beast. We saw that moment where the Kiriko had been fighting in a 1v1, was going low, didn't have the teleport. Tony left point to try and go play defense for that Kiriko, knew he had to keep that support alive, was unfortunately not able to do so, but the idea of even having that game knowledge of knowing that's a helpful thing to do goes a really long way. Texas Tech coming in on the Midtown pick. Second time we're seeing Midtown today.
Yeah, Midtown. If I remember correctly, because I actually don't remember this map because I'm thinking of the Rivals.
It's the New York one. It's the New York one.
Because there's a Rivals map called Midtown.
No, this is going to be interesting because I believe Texas Tech chose Midtown in their semifinal and won it handedly. It was LRF on the Ash at the time doing a great job. The ban had come through, but it wasn't enough. They full held and then got 33% on their first push into point. So it was a really dominant performance here. I'm not surprised to see this be their map choice.
Yeah, and it's nice to see that he has a wide variety of hit scans to play with, but that cast is going to be harmful, right? Like, they have the option to play that now. Ash, of course, is always available. I guess Soldier's still kind of like, you see him every once in a while.
We saw him a lot yesterday. Just not, seemingly, no disrespect to the teams that have been eliminated, but the ones that were the ones playing Soldier. So maybe there is a little bit of a communication or a connection there that Soldier might not be as viable as characters like Sojourn, who has a very similar kit. Cassidy and Ash are very strong as well. So I think there's a lot of DPS versatility, and I think LRF, it's almost like he's getting to take off the weights to fight here a little bit. the Cassidy's already been banned. He doesn't have to worry about it anymore. He gets to just play his game from here on out.
Yeah, now the question is, what do we want to ban on the side of Texas Tech, right? Like, because what's running through my head is, like, they're going to run out of options, right? Like, they're going to run out of bans to have, at some point, this problem of kind of getting the right tank for the right situation is going to come back to bite them.
Yes.
And there's no ban that's going to be able to save you by the time you're on the third or maybe even the fourth map.
I think you bring up a good point because you're down 0-1 right now. And you know what's worse than being down 0-1?
Being down 0-3, probably.
Being down 0-2 at the very least. So do you go in, do the Zarya ban to make it that much easier to just say, okay, we tied up, we make it a best of 5. Then we only need to win 3 each. We only need to keep going. But it's going to be difficult for what you just said. Sure, you ban the Zarya. Sure, you win that map. But you lose the card of banning the Zarya, which becomes that much harder. So we've actually gotten Texas Tech's ban. It's going to be Orisa. They're going to try to keep this Orisa off the table here for Maryland.
Have they played her? Did they even play Orisa in their last series together?
I do not think so. But it doesn't mean they never have. Just because we haven't seen it this weekend doesn't mean that's not their meta. Doesn't mean that's not their strategy.
I'm kind of. I guess it is hybrid, but I was going to say I am a little surprised. Or is it? Yeah. So I'm a little
hybrid.
surprised.
Yeah, you're right.
Maybe a sim ban?
That's kind of what I was expecting, to be honest. I thought it was going to be a sim ban. Now, Maryland still hasn't banned. Never too late. Could throw that Symmetra in there. But the Orisa ban, hold on. I have half a thought.
Oh, I see it. The steam's like coming out the ear.
I had to put it all together. Is the Orisa ban intentional to avoid a tank ban that would harm Texas Tech?
Oh,
Did they do it so a different tank could not be banned?
That is a good point, yeah. And it feels like because they have such a limited pool, it makes sense why you would want to do that.
Well, it makes sense to your point as well of, like, it's difficult to ban a specific character because Maryland is going to play anything.
There's a Lucio ban.
There it is. We knew it was coming. The Lucio ban. But it's to think that, okay, they're going to ban Orisa now. We're going to ban Orisa. Now they can't ban anything that'll hurt us. We'll protect our play by banning just something.
Could be a ball.
could be a ball.
But
I didn't catch if Epic Z had rotated or not.
That is the question. Yeah,
if
his Lucio's gone.
But if Epic Z rotated the tank, they weren't going to play Lucio anyway. That's the thing. So we're going to have to see what happens here on Midtown. It's going to be a lot of ifs, ands, whats, and buts, but we're going to jump in Maryland versus Texas Tech. 1-0 in favor of Maryland here on map 2.
Very interested to see what we're going to have in terms of a tank pool for Texas Tech in that case. It is Epic Z-Ray on, well, I was going to say the Lucio, but no Lucio. On the support, Maryland College, I mean, they just had such a good defense on that last time around. The moment that they captured the point, it was just all over. It really feels like it came down to that Symmetra at the end of the day.
Yep.
So I'm interested to see if we're going to bring it again, obviously, whenever they're on defense. For Texas Tech, kind of not a question. You have LRF on the Ash as well, potentially. So this is interesting. I think that they're kind of just going to, I mean, they're just going full defense. I don't know. What else is there to say?
It's going to be that hyper-aggressive defense coming through here, and I'm wondering if we're going to see Maryland go for something a little flashier, a little louder, and if Texas Tech starting on the defense, if they're going to play more passive, or if they're going to do that similar play style we saw in their semifinal, where they just suffocate the opposing team to the point of being unable to approach. It's going to come down to a lot of play styles, a lot of character picks. Jay Keys in particular, if they choose to stay on this hero, it could be interesting. It's going to really rely on how well they can play.
Tony's walking out of spawn with a Sigma here, so we're not going to be having that Zarya off the start. It makes a lot of sense. It is Midtown. You really need that shield sometimes. He's just looking for that early pick. Has the 2 supports scouted out here. Now, that's one thing I was going to talk about. C3E's got the Wu Yang here. And He has been on top of things, and I don't think I could say the same. Nice angle here from Jakizas. I mean, this is just so much pressure. Texas Tech can't really play off of plants in the shield here. They're forced to back up because of this Widow, and the Tracer as well, starting to deal tons of damage. Okay, that's a huge pick on
This is
Mobilize.
huge, though, because I want to see Mobilize swap to Baptiste. I don't want to see the Ana. I think the Baptiste works so well with this team comp, and Mobilize playing the Ana. They're using it for the Nano Annihilation. It's not going to be enough. Integration from Tony onto LRF out of air. We're already getting the chance to see more Midtown than we did in that semifinal. I think Maryland might have this cap in the bag.
Absolutely insane. And they did that with a Widow, right? Like, that was just Tracer leading the aggression, and maybe the supports as well leading the fight. Otherwise, it was mainly just the backline pressure. They just completely got forced off of that point. The Squishies weren't able to play safely nearby. No contest was there, and now Maryland going to start to walk them down.
Oh, that's going to be a good accretion. The Rom trying to go in, trying to get that punch through the shield. And they need to force Tony to shield as early as possible so that they can dive through it and get somebody in the back line. Now, Jakey's is still on Widow here, yet to get an elimination by himself, but clearly does not need to be. It's about building that pressure. Jakey's is 9 HP, down to 0, and Texas Tech, they take the lead just in time for it to be flipped back on its head. C3E takes Nemers out of the equation, and Maryland, they're going to have the tie-up here, at least stalling the cart for a moment. Texas Tech stands.
I'm applying a lot of pressure here, kind of splitting up Tony from the rest of his team and just playing this corner. You got C3E with that ult. You've also got the wave. Kitsune Rush coming on through. C3E starting to make his way in. Sigma ult there, catches out Epic Z-Ray. Both supports down. Mobilized, living up to his name now as he's in the dirt, and so are the rest of Maryland, or rather Texas Tech, as Nemris. Last one on point, cleared out. Maryland breakthrough.
Maryland able to break through here. It looks like things are finally going to be working out. We've got it all sorted, and Maryland find themselves in a pretty good position. Now, this point coming up, this secondary point approach for Maryland, it's pretty notorious that it will get stalled out. Things are going to be happening. Maryland does find themselves in the winner's seat. Texas Tech, now Pulse Bomb goes out, not able to find much. Symmetra down and out. Funny goes in, LRF goes down, and Maryland continues to barrel forward.
Tracer pick. Doing wonders. Funny's been so aggressive here, and it's allowing for Jakizas to continue to find it. Mobilize dead first, and that is rough. Now Maryland can kind of just trap them here. And you can see Funny already trying to deal a bit of damage, but he's got to really get away.
He's got to run.
Taking so much space, at the very least, and he lives through it.
That was wild, down to 50 HP, able to stay alive, and Maryland just doing a phenomenal job. Texas Tech not even really getting the chance to use any ults because the fights haven't really happened in a full 5v5. Somebody has gone down first every single time, but with Texas Tech getting the opportunity to play a hard defense, it's going to have to be now or never. 4.5 minutes left on the clock. Tony threw his shield up to catch Mobilized Bionade, and it worked. Jay Keezus has fallen, slams to the back line, likely going to pop an Annihilation, if not a Nano Boost on the back of it, but still they go down. The Annihilation, it buys time. It's not a good usage of the ultimate, but it is still going to work well. Stalls Maryland in their tracks.
Stalling is pretty much the entire thing here for Texas Tech. They've got to waste time. It's the ult from the Hanzo. This Tracer, again, just so problematic. You've got LRF now on this Cassidy. That flashbang could maybe help out, but Clamps actually finds the first pick. Tony on the Sigma.
I don't think Funny expected that at all. The Wu Yang Epic Z almost found that elimination, but wasn't able to do so. They know Funny's in the backline somewhere, but they know that if they take the fight up front, it could be a 5v4 if they were fast enough. Funny goes in deep, tries to find the pulse, whiffs it, and the recall just not going to be able to do much more than keep him out of harm's way for another moment. Photon barrier up from Texas Tech as they continue to stall out. Near 2 minutes off the clock now.
I feel like Tony's just trying to find a way to get this flux in, right? Like, you really want this ult to find the backline.
Well, also, he can't risk getting slept.
Exactly, that too, and he doesn't have his shift all the time, but he's going to try and walk through now. Where is that Ana? Nemris is dead first, so this is plenty of space for Maryland. They might not need that ult after all, as they are just taking this miss sleep. You have plenty of ults here for Maryland. If they want to keep them here, if they want to hold them off, they totally could. But at the same time, it's right. You know, their spawn is right there, and LRF also has that ult to work with. Nemris.
Do it! Ah, would have been so awesome. Mobilized, able to find Jay Keezus, but the fight going to be ending, I believe, in favor of Maryland here in this first half. Texas Tech doing a phenomenal job on the defense, but Maryland doing even better on the offense, just continuously forcing this team out of position. Tony, just the accuracy is absurd. The accretion in the third slot through, and 2:48 on the clock for Maryland College Park.
There's literally no Zarya ban. This guy is just crazy on Sig too. On Sig
Straight
attack,
up,
right?
Straight up.
That works so well, and I feel like it countered the Ram super well, even despite the fact that Ram can shoot through shields.
Yep.
He was just able to back up, right? Like, there's so much spacing that you can do with Sigma. You're very versatile. I mean, I say you're very mobile, but obviously not actually very mobile. But you can move around with your shield, and I think that worked out in the end. I think Texas Tech, they were stalling out. I felt like they had a little bit of a hold, but they really geared up for that defense. It feels like they could have had way more time than that.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, it was a really strong showing from Maryland. It almost feels like Tony just got sick of the Zarya talk. He's like, hey, I'm not just a Zarya. I can do a lot more here as well. He's able to find it, and it has been a beautiful performance so far from Maryland College Park. They put the action down. They put the pressure through, and now they've given themselves a strong stabilization in that three-point victory. The bad news is Texas Tech, the win condition is not even possible yet. They have to take us to extra rounds to then try and win this map. It's a big hill ahead of them. Not impossible, but difficult regardless.
Yeah, the full capture is not going to make this easy, and that's what it feels like. It feels like, despite the fact that Texas Tech have been able to hold up against Maryland, it's always Maryland that are like, all right, you got to come chase us, right? Like, Texas are the chasers, and it feels like in this case, getting that full capture makes this no different. Like, Texas Tech are going to have to change something up. They're going to have to play perfectly for so long. It just feels like Maryland are able to hold that together a lot more. We've still got the Ram coming out from Clamps. See if it works out. Tony again. Same lineups altogether. I think Jay Keezus on the Freya is different. But
yeah. Well, it's different for this map, but we've seen it this series. We see LRF going for the Cassidy swap as well. Not surprising. They didn't really get to play too much of it toward the end there, and it's a quick teleport in, but the accretion did land. They had to rotate back out. The bus stop just not going to cut it. Tony falls low, but is it low enough? The healing comes through. Tony stays standing, and it's Nemris that bites that bullet first. That gravity orb finds the Symmetra, and the rest of Texas Tech has to backpedal. Tony on fire.
Yeah, Nemris has not been having a good series in terms of that opening death. He has been finding himself dead very early in some of these fights, and it feels like that's not what you really want from a Symmetra who's meant to, you know, stay alive and keep those turrets activated. I mean, it doesn't matter. Anyone who dies is kind of bad there. But yeah, I mean, it just feels like there's no safe place to play here for Texas Tech, despite the fact that they want to get a setup going around this Ramatra and the Symmetra. If the Symmetra dies first, if the Ram just takes way too much damage on this engagement, there's really not much you can do. LRF making his way through, trying to take some space here. Texas Tech, or rather Maryland, actually doing a really good job of stalling this one out.
Not necessarily a fake TP, but a split focus teleport is going to be really interesting because it leaves Clamps as the only target in that primary approach. Mobilize goes down, but not quite out. Finally going to be taken out by Clip Balloon, their counterpart on the Kiriko. Maryland in the back line with that 5v4 advantage. Texas Tech stalled out without a Kiriko available. This is going to be a tough fight to win, especially because they have yet to find a pick.
Yang out comes through.
Both.
Trying to find anything. It actually catches Jay Keezus in the air. Insane ult, and LRF will capitalize, so no more Freya. And that was the ult that they were kind of banking on. Kitsune Rush comes on through. Clamp's going to try and finish off Tony, but Clip Balloon finds two in the back line. The supports are gone, and so is LRF. Texas Tech now suddenly having to find their way through this. Clamps trying to work with that Kitsune rush, but there's just nothing that he can do. And Texas Tech, despite the control, despite the ults, will lose it to Akiri 3K.
Yeah, five eliminations in that fight. 3 of them Klimpaloon. I mean, oh my goodness, talk about supportal combat. Able to come through large and in charge with only 2 minutes left on the clock. Texas Tech needs to find anything just to keep the cart rolling, just to continue to the 3rd point, to keep playing Midtown. This is a tough scenario to be in, no doubt.
Yeah, didn't even capture a full sector. Like, it is just rough here for Texas Tech. But they're going to have to find a way through. And they have the Ram ult to work with as well. You have the Sim TP as well.
They're going to try it again.
Happen. Sim wall as well. So you have plenty of options. But funny,
no way.
On the back line, Pulse Bomb on the stairs. It actually gets LRF. It did not stick, but that doesn't matter. That's a pick now for Maryland. He's just going to follow right behind with that ult as well. Such good positioning from Maryland. Sim wall going to force them back. But it's only going to hurt for just a little bit. There's the Ram ult to force the support. He's just looking for the timing. He's got 2 inside of it. There's Nemris gone again. The Annihilation going to go away. And all of resources for Texas Tech now gone in this fight. And it's just going to be Clamps getting taken down. Epic Z-Ray is going to get staggered out of this. And Texas Tech, no answers with their ults. They're going to have 2 more ults to work with, but this is their last shot.
Yeah, 50 seconds left on the clock here is a brutal circumstance to be a part of. Texas Tech find themselves in this scenario. It's going to be a tough turnaround, but they may be able to find something. Just getting to point. They only have 2 ultimates in the pocket. Maryland with nearly 3 of their own. Going into this engagement will be hard, but Texas Tech, if they want to avoid going down 0-2, it is a now or never moment.
You have so many ults to work with here. You have Tony on that Flux. You have double support ults. This is such a rough fight to have here. You really just got to hope for a huge ult out of Epic Z-Ray. Early Kitsune pop. They want to get aggressive onto this. I think it's a huge call. And look at those backliners. LRF doesn't get stuck, but it is the tank. Clam's going to get taken down extremely low, but he will be saved by the Wu Yang ult. But that Wu Yang ult could have been used aggressively. Mobilize goes down. LRF gets the trade. You still have picks here for Texas Tech, but do you have a way in?
You get the picks. You're missing your support, and now you're missing your primary DPS. LRF has to roll into the point, misses the flashbang, misses the fan, playing pure panic right now. Takes Jakeezus out of the equation, but is the only player standing except for the Wu Yang, who just can't heal you enough for Epic Z. The only player left standing on point. Not going to be able to live forever at a time like this. Kitsune from Mobilize goes in, both supports down, and I believe that is the end of Midtown. Maryland College Park find themselves up 2-0 in this best-of-7 series. 2 maps down, 2 to go.
That did not look like map 1. That did not look like that close series that we
all.
saw. And that's kind of, it seems like that pattern has been repeating itself, right? Like map 1 in the last game against between Texas Tech and Maryland. That first game was really, really close. But this was just pure domination. And it really feels like for Maryland, they're kind of just running through Texas Tech because Texas Tech are so stagnant on their comps. Like Maryland have been able to play whatever they need to against this composition. No matter how good Texas Tech play, that might just break you at the end.
I think Tony proved that, though. I mean, I said it as a joke, but like it is a very true statement that Zarya was not banned. That very much wasn't intentional. Like, I don't need Zarya. I'm here to play whatever tank I have to. It was not only a win, but it was a message to Texas Tech. It's not about playing the Zarya. It's not about breaking the Zarya. Because if you break the Zarya, I've got 5 more tanks in my arsenal that I'm willing to play. We did just get confirmation that the players are requesting a bio break, so we're going to give them the opportunity to go ahead, use the restroom, maybe talk a little bit of strategy, but don't go anywhere. We've got at least 2 more maps for you here at the Nittany Invitational. That same level of aggression to the table or not?
TP denied, but that's the first pick. So Nemris unfortunately gone. They're not going to pop Tony, so he doesn't have a ton of charge here, but it really doesn't matter. The rest of his team is kind of just falling back. Clamps is really low. No way he can sustain that, and they get 2 for their trouble. Bubble used. Clamps is getting shredded by the Sim and the beams. Epic Z-Ray just going to be tracked down. It's just so simple. Really aggressive by Tony. Kind of low in this fight. Maryland, however, still holding on point. Venture found out next, and Texas Tech might just be forced to reset. Break in for Texas Tech, but that Kiri's actually very low, so you got to be careful of that too. Venture caught out here by Nemris. Suzu'd away though. The grab well finds the hazard, and he is just going to be torn down again. Texas Tech just keep losing this tank so early on, and it seems like Maryland.
Funny, not far behind.
There you go, Clamp staying down low, but he's going to be Suzu'd, so he's going to get his health full replenished, and well, no DPS, you can't really push through this and finish him off. Nice shot there from LRF, getting so confident on Jakeezus. Forget your traps, buddy. They're going to push off of this.
The wall goes up. That's a huge play there coming in from C3E to put the Kitsune rush out, but Clamps keeps it out of the equation. Dives back to the healer, somehow still breathing, but the grab is huge from Tony. Jay Keys is off the map. Mobilize going to be traded in return, so the support going out for a DPS. Not the ideal C. LRF finds one. Going to be found by C3E, and I don't think Epic C makes it out of here, but that is okay. Texas Tech up to 90.
Maryland as well as that Lucio beat. There's the ult. Beat comes out in return. Nemris has that pulse bomb. Not able to find the Kiri, but there's the beat once more. So no more support ults in this fight unless Mobilize gets his up. There's the Kitsune. C3 lives here though, being protected by Tony, but Nemris is able to get the finish.
For Texas Tech, and I believe Tony is going to fly in just in time. You don't need that mech, do you, Tony? Because I don't think it's going to be around for very long. Takes that mech down. Clip Balloon has fallen, and I believe Texas Tech has done it. Stage 3 of map 1 of Grand Finals best of 7. Texas Tech versus, but Jay Keys is with the teleporter up to the window. My favorite rotation, but unfortunately, Funny's going to get rotated right back to spawn. A little bit ahead of schedule there.
Z-Ray sometimes is getting picked off too early. C3 maybe getting picked up by Mobilize. Going head to toe against each other. Clamps now trying to fight Funny, but he is so
he's
screwed.
dead. Yep, he's dead.
Yep, you just got to rotate or reset, and it seems like for them, they just got to leave here.
Positive approach. Mobilize on a bit of a weird open here. Tony just goes in, takes out two. The fight's over before it can even really begin. Hopefully, no ultimates come out from Texas Tech, and yeah, that's a complete and total team wipe.
Just so much to focus on. Tony's up, forward positioning. You have Jay Keys with those turrets. The hazard pressure. Texas Tech can't really play off of Clamps and the shield here. They're forced to back up because of this Widow and the Tracer as well, starting to deal tons of damage.
Okay,
that's a huge pick.
I don't want to see the Ana. I think the Baptiste works so well with this team comp, and Mobilize playing the Ana. They're using it for the Nano Annihilation. It's not going to be enough. An accretion from Tony
as well, leading the fight. Otherwise, it was mainly just the backline pressure. They just completely got forced off of that point. The Squishies weren't able to play safe.
Now we're never 4.5 minutes left on the clock. Tony threw his shield up to catch Mobilized Bionade, and it worked. Jay Keys has fallen. Clamps in the back line, likely going to pop an Annihilation, if not a Nano Boost on the back of it, but still, they go down. The Annihilation, it buys time. Texas Tech doing a phenomenal job on the defense, but Maryland doing even better on the offense, just continuously forcing this team out of position. Tony, just the accuracy is absurd. The accretion in the third slot through, and 2:48 on the clock for Maryland College Park. They had to rotate back out. The bus stop just not going to cut it. Tony falls low, but is it low enough? The healing comes through. Tony stays standing, and it's Nemris that bites that to win, especially because they have yet to find a pick.
Hangout comes through.
Both.
Trying to find anything. It actually catches Jay Keys, and that was the ult that they were kind of banking on. Kitsune Rush comes on through. Clamp's going to try and finish off Tony, but Clip Balloon finds two in the back line. The supports are gone, and so is LRF. Texas Tech now suddenly having to find their way through this. Clamp's trying to work with that Kitsune Rush, but there's just nothing that he can do.
They're going to try it again.
Happen. Simwall as well, so you have plenty of options.
No way.
On the back line, Pulse Bomb on the stairs. It actually gets LRF. There's the Ram ult to force the support. Jake, he's just looking for the timing. He's got two inside of it. There's Nemris gone again. The Annihilation going to go away, and all of resources for Texas Tech now gone in this fight. And it's just going to be Clamps getting taken down. Epic Z-Ray
man playing pure panic right now. Takes Jay Keys out of the equation, but it's the only player standing except for the Wu Yang, who just can't heal you enough for, and I believe that is the end of Midtown. Maryland College Park find themselves up 2-0 in this best of 7 series. Two maps can bring that same level of aggression to the table or not.
Denied, that's the first pick. So Nemris unfortunately gone. They're not going to pop Tony, so he doesn't have a ton of charge here, but it really doesn't matter. The rest of his team is kind of just falling back. Clamps is really low. No way he can sustain that, and they get 2 for their trouble. Bubble used. Clamps is getting shredded by the Sim and the beams. Epic Z-Ray just going to be tracked down. It's just so simple. Really aggressive by Tony. Kind of low in this fight. Maryland, however, still holding on point. Venture found out next, and Texas Tech might just be forced to reset. Break in for Texas Tech, but that Kiri's actually very low, so you got to be careful of that too. Venture caught out here by Nemris. Suzu'd away though. The grab well finds the hazard, and he is just going to be torn down again. Texas Tech just keep losing this tank so early on, and it seems like Maryland.
Funny, not far behind.
There you go, Clamp staying down low, but he's going to be Suzu'd, so he's going to get his health full replenished, and well, no DPS, you can't really push through this and finish him off. Nice shot there from LRF, getting so confident on Jay Keys. Forget your traps, buddy. They're going to push off of this.
The wall goes up. That's a huge play there coming in from C3E to put the Kitsune Rush out, but Clamps keeps it out of the equation. Dives back to the healer, somehow still breathing, but the grab is huge from Tony. Jay Keys is off the map. Mobilize going to be traded in return, so the support going out for a DPS. Not the ideal Z. LRF finds one. Going to be found by C3E, and I don't think Epic Z makes it out of here, but that is okay. Texas Tech up to 90.
Maryland as well as that Lucio beat. There's the ult. Beat comes out in return. Nemris has that pulse bomb. Not able to find the Kiri, but there's the beat once more. So no more support ults in this fight unless Mobilize gets his up. There's the Kitsune. C3 lives here though, being protected by Tony, but Nemris is able to get the finish.
For Texas Tech, and I believe Tony is going to fly in just in time. You don't need that mech, do you, Tony? Because I don't think it's going to be around for very long. Takes that mech down. Clip Balloon has fallen, and I believe Texas Tech has done it. Stage 3 of Map 1 of Grand Finals Best of 7. Texas Tech versus, but Jay Keys is with the teleporter up to the window. My favorite rotation, but unfortunately, Funny's going to get rotated right back to spawn. A little bit ahead of schedule there.
Z-Ray sometimes just getting picked up too early. C3 maybe getting picked up by Mobilize. Going head to toe against each other. Clamps now trying to fight Funny, but he is so
he's
screwed.
Dead. Yep, he's dead.
Yep, you guys got to rotate or reset, and it seems like for them, they just got to leave here.
Positive approach. Mobilize on a bit of a weird open here. Tony just goes in, takes out 2. The fight's over before it can even really begin. Hopefully, no ultimates come out from Texas Tech. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Nittany Invitational 2025. I am still Septilence, joined no longer by Jazzman. Big shout out to him, but he is a student at the end of the day who's got some midterm work to do. And if a student isn't the most important thing in your life, well, being, it should be. That's the importance of this story. So, something very exciting for me personally is one of my longest standing friends in the world of esports is going to join me on the mic for the first time ever. We've known each other for nearly 5 years, but we've never gotten to commentate together. My good friend Kyler, who is also running the head of production about 10 feet away, hence him not being on camera. But you're going to hear him when he starts talking right now.
Yeah, nice to finally be on a cast. I don't realize we've never actually done this.
It's been never.
Yeah, I know early days I was doing some stuff with some of the other casters, but anyways, we are here, we are in, and it's not about us. Right? We are now 2 maps in. We're on to the 3rd map here between University of Maryland, College Park, and Texas Tech University. And honestly, signs of life from Texas Tech, right? We would say there was some instances of here's the play, here's the moment, but I mean, honestly, the Freya from Maryland in that last map really being, I think, one of the driving forces to shut that down.
Yes.
And as we say that, we are going to Dorado, but now I am seeing it here. I don't need to type it and update it.
Yeah.
But it is actually Texas Tech banning the Symmetra.
Oh.
And it is Maryland banning the ball.
Yeah,
so
okay, that checks out.
Yeah. So with that said, I don't know quite yet where Maryland wants to start, if they want to start on attack or defense. But still, new bans for new map.
New bans for the new map, Dorado. We did not see a whole lot of yesterday. I think we saw it 2 times, both times when Syracuse was playing. They really like this map. And going in, I like what you said about seeing signs of life, because it is 2-0 in favor of Maryland right now. But I will say there's signs of life, but the heartbeat has not yet stabilized. Map 1 looked a lot better than Map 2 there, Midtown, not ending super in favor of our friends over at Texas Tech. But Maryland, they came in to win. They beat Texas Tech once already, and they beat everybody else. They have yet to drop a series here this weekend so far. If anybody's going to, it's going to be Texas Tech. But unfortunately, things just haven't been shaking up yet. We took a slightly longer break, about 10 minutes. They had a lot of time to strategize. Now we're going to get to see firsthand if that time was worth it.
Yeah, absolutely, right? It was a longer break, so maybe Texas Tech uses the time, gets a little bit more warm, right? Resets themselves, and then gets themselves ready for this next and final map. But we'll see what happens from here, as it looks like we are about to go into the match. So, Dorado loading up. I mean, we've seen this map a few times over the weekend.
I think
obviously,
twice.
Escort, not the game mode that we've seen the most. It seems to be something that most of the teams have shied away from. But remember, this is a best of 7. So with that in mind, knowing that there is guaranteed one more map after this, maybe it shows some longer-term strategy, especially if you are Texas Tech, if they can clear themselves on a Dorado. Remember, this was the map that the Roadhog absolutely popped off last night. This was a way for Alvernia to really get themselves into it. I doubt that we'll see that here,
Agreed.
But could be.
It's definitely got to have something to do with strategy, because as that observer, as that commentator, and even tapping back into my old coaching and playing days, I always hesitate a little bit about that existence of, Hybrid and Escort are very similar. And it was a very one-sided or hybrid map. So going into this new escort is going to be really scary. It's going to be really difficult because when Maryland got started, they were near impossible to stop. So Texas Tech, they're going to have to stop them a lot earlier. They're going to have to put their feet on the ground a little bit more aggressively, a little bit faster. And as these doors open, let's see how well Maryland can do.
Yeah, Maryland first outdoor looking for it here. The Widowmaker trying to get information off the side, but it doesn't look like anything to be seen. Yeah, immediately we see some changes to the composition. Here comes Funny on the flank. But honestly, just holding the battle line now, if they can isolate Ray here, that might be the problem. And there it is. Maryland sees their opening, and now here it comes. Dive down onto the back line. They're going to look for the honor first. Surely that's going to be gone, and that means Texas Tech has to regroup for the first fight.
And you know what, K-Tad, I'm realizing something that, with the ball ban makes a lot more sense now because Epic Z had been swapped into that tank position. Epic Z, notorious for that ball gameplay, especially on a map like Dorado. Was that the original plan? Did Maryland see through it and go for that ball ban, forcing Epic Z onto a slightly less comfortable tank, especially with Zedoink coming in on the Kiriko? You see that nano boost. I think we might need Epic Z to swap onto something a little less forward-facing, something a little more chunkier, a little more defensive.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, right now it forces them into this kind of dive composition, and that's just not working for Texas Tech, right? We see Ray go down once again. LRF in the backline trying to get that damage from high, but it looks like it's not going to be enough as they can just continue. Once they clear the tank, Maryland just gets to walk right through the front door, push everyone through, and that's already first point for Maryland College Park.
I mean, I'm getting Midtown flashbacks for sure. This is a very scary scenario. We see Texas Tech, they lose that back foot. Epic Z goes down twice. I love the swap. I think it's going to be easier to play D.Va into D.Va. I think you can get through there, but am I speaking too soon? The damage out is going to be a big play for Texas Tech to keep Ray alive, just to contest as Maryland has not stopped moving this cart for literally even a single second since door open.
Yeah, they're looking for it here, but I do agree with the swap. It does give them a lot of that, at least stall time with the defense matrix in the back line. They're going to fight up top, but meanwhile, the Tracers fight down on the bottom ground as here it comes. C3E just doing exactly what they've been doing all game long. They clear it, they send them back, and once again, Texas Tech back to the drawing board. They lose another one there.
They lose, but at least they lose that one quickly. We're not seeing a lot of stagger here. We're getting to that opportunity toward the second point right before you cap it, where it does become easier for that defensive team to play. You've got a high ground advantage, you've got a spawn advantage, and you've got likely a player advantage unless Maryland finds a first pick again. If they do, I'm just praying it's not Epic Z. LRF going low will go down to C3E.
Yeah, but that was the Waylay ultimate, so we'll see if that ends up playing once he comes back up. But meanwhile, Texas Tech still holding. This is against what we saw earlier in the tournament from them, right? The pullback, the team holds and stalls this time around. They push forward, and now they get punished. There goes the Doink. He's gone. Tony has to remech, uses the ultimate, will pass through. But meanwhile, Texas Tech still not getting anything from it. They burn their bomb, but they get something. Ray gets that one. It's a Tracer duel in the side room, but it's not going to matter too much as the rest of the team, Texas Tech, has rallied onto the cart. They're going to try to get there, and it looks like they will. Tony gets one kill in the back onto the Widow, but not there. Texas Tech, signs of life once again.
K-Ted, would you believe that D.Va Bomb kill from Epic Z is the first actual D.Va Bomb kill we've seen all weekend? All the D-Mechs, all the bombs, that's the first time we've seen somebody actually go down to one.
I mean, honestly, it's been such great defensive work from both sides, right? Across this tournament, everyone. That D.Va Bomb is less to say that they're not doing it right. It's just that everyone has been reacting well. In that moment, the chaos of that fight, we see it there. They don't get it.
Oh, my God.
What a shot from Jay Keys. He will get traded back at the end of it. But, hey, take your clip and go, as now Maryland College Park, they do get to send it through. They will clear forward, and it looks like they are going to take this fight.
Limpaloon barely staying alive in the back line. Epic Z going to lose that mech. Actually, a big opportunity for Maryland to get right back into the fray here. Epic Z just cannot farm it fast enough. And the cart moving slow, but moving regardless. 2.5 minutes getting into Dorado third is terrifying for Texas Tech.
Yeah, but they're going to contest it right here. Here comes the regroup. They're going to try to get on, but do they have the ultimates for it? It doesn't look like they do. Instead, they are just going to push back. It's the regroup past the door. They don't think they're going to get anything more here, so they hold for now. But 3 minutes 40 on the clock going into this last sector here on Dorado. It means Maryland College Park needs just a little bit more to finish out and close the map. Meanwhile, Texas Tech holding back. LRF, this switch to the Widow. Let's see what they get. Yes, they do clear Funny. What more can they get, though? That's just the Tracer. They're just going to pull back. Maryland not too much in danger.
Oh!
But never mind, LRF hits shots like that.
LRF finally picking up the pace a little bit. I'm not going to lie, I'd rather see the Ashe than the Widowmaker here, but clearly the Widowmaker is working. Clint Balloon with the flank play in the back line takes Nemris out of the equation. You've got a flanking Kiriko, so Portal Combat comes to play once again. Look, the proof in the pudding. C3E able to find a double kill. Both supports for Texas Tech down, and just when the team started to stabilize, they get dismantled from within.
Yeah, they tried to look for it, but instead LRF can only just watch from the balcony there, as instead the rest of his team gets cleared as he moves forward. They had the numbers advantage. They thought that they had what they needed to get in there, but instead now it is a swap back. We do see the Cassidy coming back onto the table for LRF. Close quarters. He wants to get in there with the rest of his team. Let's see if that is enough to close this, as here comes the Kyriel as they go through.
Boy.
But Tony clears out Mobilize. They almost lose LRF in the end as well. The rest of the team on the floor is spread out, trying to split that focus, as here comes Tony swinging back around. He is low, but instead he will get through, as now Kyriel from the side of Texas Tech goes right on through. They're going to get some damage back, and actually they managed to hold. Nemris burns himself. It's a draw, but it causes them to hold the line.
I think a draw is such a good way to put that, K-Tab, because there wasn't really a win for Texas Tech. It was a very close back and forth there. Nemris being just an absolute martyr with that play. Said, please pull the giant wooden horse in your gates. I promise there's nobody in here. They fall for it. Nemris able to put that damage down, keeping Texas Tech alive for just a moment longer. We're now down to about 100 seconds left on the clock. Maryland looking for that high ground advantage. Epic Z-Ray doing notably better on this Diva here. Gets the bomb out, stays alive for a little bit longer, but Zadoink has fallen. The Kiriko missing 5v4 in favor of Maryland College Park with 80 seconds left now.
80 seconds left on the clock, but instead, here we go. Oh! There goes a beautiful nade for Mobilize, but he needs to stay alive.
Oh,
VM
God.
just trying to keep him alive, but no. Tony there gets the double immediately after the self-destruct. It means that Texas Tech needs to stall it out. Funny, looking for the clear. They are just 4 meters away from finishing. 1 minute on the clock. Anything below this and the finish won't make a difference. And instead, they get one more. They've demeched Ray. Now with no tank, what else can they do? They're just going to get right into the face of their Cassidy, but it's a beautiful sleep from Mobilize. That might have just saved his Cassidy. Looking for one more, almost clears him, but no! C3E shuts him down again on the damage, and there it is. There's the stick, there's the kill. The Nemris! Big double post bomb means that they might still just be alive in this one. Tanks back up, but they are all so low on Maryland. They're going to have to back it up. It's Texas Tech. They get 2 and manage to hold.
I'll be honest, I had my post-match, my post-round notes kind of in my mind, and one of my notes was going to be that Nemris, I really wasn't feeling the strongest about the play style so far. I wasn't feeling in love with the Tracer, but holy cow, has Nemris made me eat my words on that one. Not only 2 pulse bomb sticks in a row, but a double kill, including a triple coming in after that. Nemris on the Tracer really took a little bit to get warmed up. Maybe the nerves had to subside, but Nemris is coming to life here for Texas Tech right now. Let's see if they can keep it up for 6 more seconds.
Yeah, last fight territory. Here
No
we go.
way.
There's the nano boost right there onto LRF. They're just going to send them straight through. Deadeye goes out, but it's not going to be enough. Tony gets that kill. Zadoink, meanwhile, closes out on Funny on the backside. They're looking for more. It's a DMEC from Ray, but can he get back in? They likely no. Here comes Zadoink. Here comes the Kyriot as they go right through. They're going to try to just hold the line. If they can keep it up, but Zadoink gets one, trades it back over. Tracer up. Nemris, last man standing, needs to hold onto the cart. There's the recall, trying to hold it back. Maryland looking for it here. LRF has switched to the Sombra.
Oh no!
Anything but this is the bomb. It might just be it. Oh my God!
Oh, that is so unfortunate. LRF throws the translocator just a hair too far, and it puts him over the wall. Not able to get back up there in time. 0 seconds left on the clock, but 3 points on the board for our friends over at Maryland. Huge shoes to fill for Texas Tech. They have to make it all the way to the end of the map, just like Midtown, and then do it all again to try and beat Maryland to go up 2 or to go into map 4 2-1. But if Maryland wins this, they will be on series point.
Yeah, and honestly, I mean, we're seeing the switches, right? It's obviously a lot of changes to the composition. There's ideas that Texas Tech has been trying and trying out, working through it again and again and again. But on the other side, Maryland hasn't needed to swap that much, right? They haven't been feeling like they've needed to change up the comp. So until Texas Tech can find that answer, it really is Maryland's game to lose here.
Maryland's game to lose. I think it has really felt that way since the end of map number 1, especially with the domination we saw back in Midtown, and they just carried that momentum forward. It feels like my concern was almost satiated in the sense of there's a lot of similarity between Hybrid and Escort, and clearly Maryland has that same mindset. They played exactly the same. They played the aggression they needed to bring to the table, and they made it work wonders. 0 seconds left, yes, but capping all 3 in Dorado, that's not something we see often to begin with.
Yeah, definitely not. That last corner is always so hard to get through. But all right, here we go. Texas Tech, their chance on the offense, sticking with the Diva for now, but a Lucio coming in as the change for the support line. Let's see if that makes the major difference. As here we go, Tony just trying to hold this high ground, forces them back, but instead it's a rotation over to the side. They're trying to get onto the flank. Maryland calls it out, catches it very quickly as they rotate in turn. Meanwhile, Cart just moving ever so slightly down the line. They're going to try to push forward again, but Nemris very low, mobilized first to drop. They're going to look for damage on the side, but it's only just onto the immediate ice block, and that means Maryland wins out on first fight.
I mean, did Maryland win first fight, or did C3E win first fight? My goodness, 3 eliminations back to back to back. Possibly the best Wu Yang player we have seen this weekend so far. By the way, for those that don't know, Wu Yang came out, I think, just under 4 weeks ago. Just under a month ago, and already we've got players playing him of this caliber.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, just showing the masterclass here, doing so much work for the squad on this character. And now let's see what else can they do. Texas Tech now looking to be a little bit split, but maybe this is what they need, trying to isolate, right? We said before, isolate and then destroy.
Yep.
They're trying to get these kills off. They will try to force it back. Meanwhile, though, Jay Kizis forces the rest of the team backwards. Ray will lose his mech, but meanwhile, the rest of the squad right here, that ice wall closing off the path for the rest of the squad to get to the fight. They're going to have to find a new way forward or force everybody through the door. But once they go through, it's Maryland College Park waiting for them on the other side. Texas Tech loses their back line, and that means they have to pull back.
Getting hindered and still winning the engagement there. Funny with the 95% on the board. I mean, look at this. Maryland, they've got a damn near full old apocalypse on their side, just waiting for the opportunity to use those because the fight hasn't necessarily called for them yet.
Yeah, it really hasn't yet. They haven't needed to. They haven't been in a position where they absolutely were in trouble. Blizzard on the side means that it's just a clear fight. They burn 2, they burn 3. They're just stuck in the tiny room here. Look at that. The rest of the squad just trying to get there in support, but it's not going to be enough. Texas Tech all will fall.
Epic Z-Ray, just such a good play there. Unfortunately, wasn't able to keep Zadoink alive, but that defense matrix kept him up way longer, very close to the chance of survival. Not able to find it, but still, great play regardless.
Yeah, what a move. Now Texas Tech, though, has ultimates on their side to play with. Let's see if that makes a big difference out of it all. Maryland College Park did burn the Blizzard and the Waylay ult, so they will be a little bit less aware, but when they had 6 walking into it, there's an eat. Beautiful eat on the pulse bar. Means that there is no damage there. 1 ult has been claimed. Meanwhile, looking forward around the side. Tony dives forward, but not able to do it. Has to immediately hop back. They try to get over the wall, and now here comes the rest of the squad. There's a self-destruct. Will not get anyone there. Everyone else pulls back, but it does mean space has been taken. Overwatch are in the rest of the squad. On the side, LRF, nice headshot onto the Kirin. Means he goes down. Looking for the next one. Gets another one on the side. They finally start to move the chains, and they will get the cart to the door. Yeah,
they finally break the shackles of Maryland off for just a moment, and Texas Tech still holding on to 2, but now 1 ultimate, 4.14 meters away. The high noon to help, but I think it's just going to get defense matrixed. Let's see.
Waiting for it.
Oh, gotcha!
Oh, it's the self-destruct, though.
You got to get the Diva, and they're not going to be able to do so. Tony back in mech immediately. An unfortunate play as Maryland has really begun to flip the script. They're taking Texas Tech down 1 at a time.
Yeah, they will get it 1 by 1. They thought they had it. They burned a lot, but it's the retake from Maryland College Park as they get themselves onto the part, and that means that with that last self-destruct, Tony with the hero play means that they shut it down. It's actually just a last-minute Hail Mary, but it's not enough.
Maryland College Park with a beautiful performance of Dorado. Now, K-Tad, my biggest concern is going to be that going in, ball has been banned. We've got Epic Z on the tank. Do we swap it back? Do we put Epic Z back on the Lucio, who has already been banned, can't be banned again? Or do we keep him on the ball and pray that it's enough to keep us in this series?
I mean, if you're Texas Tech, you got to be looking for something, right? These bans, a lot of the biggest bans have been burned, right? We have seen, at least from what you would have assumed in the series,
yes,
the Cassidy being taken away from the side of LRF, the ball now being taken away from Epic Z-Ray, right? These are big picks, but there are some things still not taken away, right? Tracer has been banned previously in this series. We've seen that before.
Wu Yang as well.
We've seen the Wu Yang. Oh, well, Wu Yang has been taken out.
Yes.
So that means he's clear for the rest of the series.
That's right. That's right. It's going to be interesting. We saw the Lucio ban. We saw the Wu Yang ban. We saw a little bit of aggression coming out from these players in terms of target focus with the Cassidy ban. We saw the Orisa ban, which I am admittedly still a little bit confused about. But like I was talking about with Jazz, man, it could have been something just to protect their tank going into Midtown. It's been a bit of a back-and-forth series in terms of what these bans mean and how impactful they have been thus far. But going into what could possibly be our fourth and final map of Grand Finals, Runa Sapi coming in next.
Yeah, Runa Sapi, I mean, push onto here. I don't know. I don't know how to feel about this. I feel like, yeah, we are thinking about these brawl compositions, right? The divas being so prevalent and just constant fighting and all of that. Is this the time? Is there an answer that Texas Tech maybe has against that with another tank ban?
I think it's just Zarya ban. I think Tony's going to play anything, but I think the Zarya ban is just like you need to make sure he's not playing Zarya. Can he play other tanks well? I mean, yeah, look at that Sigma back on Midtown, right? Absolute freak on that tank roll. But in all things considered, you want to just take out that best one. You want to take that Zarya, nip it in the bud as quickly as you can. You want to look for that opportunity to strike early and find what's coming towards you when you need to kind of climb uphill like this Sisyphus style that I talked about back in those semifinals. But the players are going to take a break before we jump into map number 4, possibly our final map. So folks, if you've made it this far, why leave now? We'll see you right back here with the Nittany Invitational Grand Finals in just a minute. That same level of aggression to the table or not?
TP denied,
Oh,
but that's the
not.
first pick. So Nemris unfortunately gone. They're not going to pop Tony, so he doesn't have a ton of charge here. But it really doesn't matter. The rest of his team is kind of just falling back. Clamps is really low. No way he can sustain that. And they get 2 for their trouble. Bubble used. Clamps is getting shredded by the Sim and the beams. Epic Z-Ray just going to be tracked down. It's just so simple. Really aggressive by Tony. Kind of low in this fight. Maryland, however, still holding on point. Venture found out next. And Texas Tech might just be forced to reset. Break in for Texas Tech, but that Kiri is actually very low, so you got to be careful of that too. Venture caught out here by Nemris. Suzu'd away though. The grab well finds the hazard, and he is just going to be torn down again. Texas Tech just keep losing this tank so early on, and it seems like Maryland.
Funny, not far behind.
There you go, Clamp staying down low, but he's going to be Suzu'd, so he's going to get his health full replenished, and well, no DPS, you can't really push through this and finish him off. Nice shot there from LRF, getting so confident on Jay Keezus. Forget your traps, buddy. We're going to push off of this.
The wall goes up. That's a huge play there coming in from C3. Edith, but then can Sune rush out, but Clamps keeps it out of the equation. Dives back to the healer, somehow still breathing, but the grab is huge from Tony. Jay Keys is off the map. Mobilize going to be traded in return, so the support going out for a DPS. Not the ideal C. LRF finds one. Going to be found by C3E, and I don't think Epic C makes it out of here, but that is okay. Texas Tech up to 90.
Maryland as well as that Lucio beat. There's the ult. Beat comes out in return. Nemris has that pulse bomb. Not able to find the Kiri, but there's the beat once more. So no more support ults in this fight unless Mobilize gets his up. There's the Kitsune C3. He lives here though, being protected by Tony, but Nemris is able to get the finish.
For Texas Tech, and I believe Tony is going to fly in just in time. You don't need that mech, do you, Tony? Because I don't think it's going to be around for very long. Takes that mech down. Clip balloon has fallen, and I believe Texas Tech has done it. Stage 3 of map 1 of Grand Finals best of 7. Texas Tech versus, but Jay Keys is with the teleporter up to the window. My favorite rotation, but unfortunately, Funny's going to get rotated right back to spawn. A little bit ahead of schedule there.
Z-Ray sometimes is getting picked off too early. C3 maybe getting picked off by Mobilize. Going head to toe against each other. Clamps now trying to fight Funny, but he is so
he's
screwed.
dead. Yep, he's dead.
Yep, you just got to rotate or reset, and it seems like for them, they just got to leave here.
Positive approach. Mobilize on a bit of a weird open here. Tony just goes in, takes out 2. The fight's over before it can even really begin. Hopefully, no ultimates come out from Texas Tech, and yeah, that's a complete and total team wipe.
Just so much to focus on. Tony's up, forward positioning. You have Jay Keezus with those turrets. The hazard pressure, Texas Tech can't really play off of Clamps in the shield here. They're forced to back up because of this Widow, and the Tracer as well, starting to deal tons of damage. Okay, that's a huge pick.
I don't want to see the Ana. I think the Baptiste works so well with this team comp, and Mobilize playing the Ana. They're using it for the Nano Annihilation. It's not going to be enough. In a creation from Tony.
As well. leading the fight. Otherwise, it was mainly just the backline pressure. They just completely got forced off of that point. The Squishies weren't able to play safe.
Now we're at 4.5 minutes left on the clock. Tony threw his shield up to catch mobilized Bionade, and it worked. Jake Keezus has fallen, slams to the back line, likely going to pop an Annihilation, if not a Nano Boost on the back of it, but still, they go down. The Annihilation, it buys time. Texas Tech doing a phenomenal job on the defense, but Maryland doing even better on the offense, just continuously forcing this team out of position. Tony, just the accuracy is absurd. The accretion in the third slot through in 2:48 on the clock for Maryland College Park. They had to rotate back out. The bus stop just not going to cut it. Tony falls low, but is it low enough? The healing comes through. Tony stays standing, and it's Nemris that bites that to win, especially because they have yet to find a pick.
Out comes through.
Both.
Trying to find anything. It actually catches Jake Keezus, and that was the ult that they were kind of banking on. Kitsune Rush comes on through. Clamp's going to try and finish off Tony, but Clipaloon finds two in the back line. The supports are gone, and so is LRF. Texas Tech now suddenly having to find their way through this. Clamp's trying to work with that Kitsune Rush, but there's just nothing that he can do.
They're going to try it again.
Simwall as well, so you have plenty of options.
No way.
On the back line, Pulse Bomb on the stairs. It actually gets LRF. There's the Ram ult to force the support. Jake Keezus just looking for the timing. He's got two inside of it. There's Nemris gone again. The Annihilation going to go away, and all of resources for Texas Tech now gone in this fight. And it's just going to be Clamps getting taken down. Epic Z-Rays,
man, playing pure panic right now. Takes Jake Keezus out of the equation, but it's the only player standing except for the Wu Yang, who just can't heal you enough for, and I believe that is the end of Midtown. Maryland College Park find themselves up 2-0 in this best-of-7 series. Two maps.
Isolate Ray here. That might be the problem, and there it is. Maryland sees their opening, and now here it comes. Dive down onto the back line. They're going to look for the honor first. Surely that's going to be gone, and that means Texas Tech has to regroup for the first fight.
And you know what, K-Tad, I'm realizing
right
something.
Up top, but meanwhile, the Tracers fight down on the bottom ground, as here it comes.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Nittany Invitational 2025 Overwatch 2 Grand Finals. Maryland currently up 3-0 over their opponents, Texas Tech. I'm still Septilence, but my co-caster has changed, but a fourth time. I have a fourth co-caster here in this series. I'm going to be joined by DMT, graduate of Penn State, previous Penn State Overwatch player, but now the sixth man for Maryland. So, DMT, how you doing, man?
Doing good, doing good. Happy to be casting. A bit weird seeing them play and also casting, so yeah. I'll leave it up to you to call all the important notes.
Hey, listen, I mean, there's a little bit of biases. Who are we to blame you? You are coming in as a substitute for us right now for your team who's actively playing. But, I mean, I've got to say, Maryland looking really, really good. I feel like yesterday we saw kind of maybe one composition with a little bit of change, but today it has been adapt, and they are crushing it. So, I mean, how much time and work is going into building that team cohesion?
Oh, you know, they've got a core that's pretty strong.
Yeah.
It's no surprise that they don't need me, really, to fill any gaps. And because of that, they don't need to make too many changes other than they played well, played with the Sigma, like you saw, as opposed to Zarya.
Right.
And it worked out. So, yeah.
Speaking of that Zarya as well, we haven't seen that ban yet from Texas Tech. But without going into specifics of what comes next, do you think that would be enough to kind of slow Maryland down right now? Do you think removing that Zarya is going to make Tony any less effective?
It always will. It's like, 5-10%.
Right, sure,
right?
sure.
Because you get less damage overall. But he's just going to play Diva, and he's just as good there.
I mean, we've seen the Diva, we've seen the Rom, we've seen the Sigma. Like, there's clearly so much versatility. That's why I was wondering, we haven't seen the Zarya ban yet, but it's like, how much is it going to do at this point? Because clearly he's just going to play something else just as well.
Yeah, you really have to focus on two people, and I think when you take out a band like Zarya and you feel like you are able to now focus on someone else, you have to, step up if you're a Maryland player. And I think Funny has been doing that today, which is great. He did great on Genji, and I told him that. And that's really the difference maker, actually, is when someone goes down, someone else has to go up. So I'm glad that happened, and they're showing it. They're showing that they deserve it.
Yeah, and I would love to hear a little bit, because I talk about all the time that I'm 1,000 years old and that I used to play Overwatch 1 in college, and Overwatch 2 is so different. So going in with those bans in mind, how effective are you kind of finding them as a current player in the sense of, it's like we talk about this a lot with the supports we have right now. If you ban Wu Yang, okay, it's Lucio Kiri. You ban the other one, it's the other two. You ban the other one, it's the other two. So, like, how effective is it really being in terms of kind of helping a losing team out in a series?
Yeah, it'll never be that effective until you're able to, well, I'll be honest, just ban the same hero over and over.
Right.
And until it gets to that point, you're always going to have the better players at the end of the day, right? And you can't have this crutch to rely on. It's nice if in a world where you don't want to, where you want to eliminate someone that is a one-trick or someone that uses Zarya so much like Tony does, but it doesn't matter. He's great, and they're showing it.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like we're going to be hopping into game in just a minute here. Runa Sapi push map going to be the 4th and potentially final map coming out from our friends Texas Tech and Maryland College Park. So let's see what these teams are going to be able to bring to the table. It looks like our ban from Texas Tech was Diva, so it feels like maybe they jumped the Zarya hurdle and we're like, hey, let's get rid of that secondary choice instead. But Maryland going for that Sojourn ban.
Yeah, the Sojourn's interesting. I know that they're focusing on their DPS to try and get them out of the fight, make them play flex DPS more and more. It's smart because it's a long-range map, and Sojourn is very good here.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, we've seen LRF playing a lot of that long distance, that long to mid-range, so playing Sojourn here, this is a great map for her. I was talking about that earlier. I don't really think there's a bad Sojourn map, but some do just lend themselves better to what she brings to the table. So removing her, it really could slow down what we're seeing from Texas Tech.
Yeah, definitely. The last map, Dorado, is not the best for Sojourn, especially so they were fine with having him play whatever there. And yeah, it's interesting to see how they're going to adapt to this then. I like the soldier pick instead, but his perks are not that good in my opinion.
And that's the problem, right? It's like Soldier's he's never really been a bad character, but it's just a lot of what he can do, even with the perks, someone else can do better.
Yeah. I'm interested to see how this ball works out. They haven't played it, I don't believe.
This is the first time this series, yeah.
Yeah, and I've always been a ball player, so I'm happy to always see it. And it's very hard to play it, so.
Yeah, Ball is, I think, one of the hardest tanks to play in a setting like this. He was a lot easier in Overwatch 2, when you're in Overwatch 1, when you had that second tank. Instead, they're going to go for an isolation early. It's funny taking out Nemers. You talked about Funny's ability to play today, getting that backline pick, being in the face of danger, and taking Nemers out of the equation. Epic Z-Ray able to go low, but should be able to make it out with their life here. Bot immediately in favor of Maryland.
Yeah, you need to set up this ball so perfectly, and any one mistake, any misinput from your key, it's over. You have to hit people perfectly, and it's so hard to follow up with Tracer with all the damage that they have coming from their support.
Without a doubt. Jake Keys going to be pile drive by Epic Z-Ray going in, has that grapple as well, but I think he's gonna go down. Wow, amazing to make it out there. I mean, TMT, when you're playing Ball, how often is it you're staring at 100 HP or less?
Oh, it's so often, and it's a bit frustrating from the other side, other point of view, but you have to be in the fight as long as possible, so keeping your health up is important.
These bubbles have been so good from Tony. Every pile drive, there's a bubble on that person, getting him some more charge. Jake Keys with the Dragons already in pocket. It's going to be a 1-1 trade, the tank out for a support, but now Mobilize has fallen the sticky from Funny, who is really starting to take charge of this push map. Runa Sapi has Maryland written all over it. If they win this, they win Grand Finals, and they win a total of $3,150.
Yeah, this is a large prize pool this year. I'm glad with how much the event has taken over. The first 2 years that I ran it, it was a great success. We had plenty of teams.
Yes.
Since then, the prize pool's only gotten bigger. The support and teams have only been better. It's awesome.
Jake Keys on the Hanzo, continues to play through, unable to get any eliminations, but a lot of that body shot damage matters. Especially if you've got a Zarya on your team, every tick of damage matters so much, because it's going to be Tony's job to clean up. Jake Keys is taking his doink out of the equation, 5v4 now on the board. The bot near center, but that forward spawn still active for Maryland.
Yeah, Texas Tech is trying to set up their soldier in a way to follow up with these pile drives, but it's so hard on a map like this because he's such a defensive hero and this is such a fast-moving map.
Even more so with the bubbles, right? Even if LRF is in position, there's nowhere for him to go, so the position LRF is currently going to be in is spawn with Epic Z-Ray. They've both been sent away. Maryland, nearly 5 ultimates on the board, but Texas Tech, I mean, TMT, what's happening wrong here? What does Texas Tech need to change to stop Maryland's just snowball of danger?
Yeah, they're getting Maryland to turn around and move their mouse a lot so that you're not really sure where the point of attack is, which is good. But what they need to do is just follow up on a hero and just wait for that bubble. You just saw it go out, and now this is like a decent time to attack. But then the ults are coming out now, and it's going to be so hard again.
I mean, it's every ult under the sun right now. Texas Tech dropping 3, Tony dropping that grab on the side of Maryland, and critical condition barely, finally going to go down. C3E not far behind with 83 meters on the board. Texas Tech has a large hill ahead of them, but it could be so much worse. Jake Keys is finally going to get staggered out. Clint Balloon lives, and I genuinely don't. Oh, there we go. I was going to say don't know how, but they're going to go ahead for that tactical reset, and Texas Tech finally resetting, getting rid of forward spawn, and getting some positive momentum.
That was really good there. If you look at the ults, it's still an advantage for Maryland, but I honestly don't mind it. I think that the Curie ultimate is not that good against ball.
Agreed.
And I think you can kite it well, so I think they did really well there.
Do you think the Curie ultimate is good with ball, or is Suzu just so important it does not matter?
Yeah, it is so important, and I don't think it's that necessary with ball.
Yeah.
You're not in the ultimate as much as you are with Zarya.
Right, and then that Zarya Curie just so terrifying, but Funny takes down Mobilized early, so the Curie we've been talking about, well, hopefully you don't need her because she's gone. It's going to be this Wrecking Ball going down second in line. Nemers is going to find C3E, but I'm going to call it too little too late. You lost a lot of damage dealers on the side of Texas Tech, and Maryland, they're going to take the lead right back here.
Yeah, Texas Tech needs to find a kill with the pulse bomb primarily on on one of the healers, as long as the Suzu and Bubbles are out. And when you have so many abilities like that, it's so hard to live. I mean, look at how well he's hiding here.
Ooh, Nemris is going to go for the recall, takes it out of the equation, and Clint Balloon's Kitsune Rush with the Zarya, like you just mentioned, can be really strong, especially in terms of taking space, which I think may be the sole goal of that Kitsune. Yeah. They get that entire straight for free. They get to push the bot back, and they get to stabilize a little longer, because as simple as it sounds, it's important to say that Maryland, they don't have to win this in tradition. They just need their number to be bigger at the end of this.
Yeah, they're playing really disciplined, which I like to see. You know, sometimes what I would do is I'd go for the kill here and really try and put them out of their misery, but they're really playing safe here. I like it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just that stability. We've seen how close a lot of the maps were, down to final meters, down to final percentages, and Maryland wants to make sure that they can continue with that Midtown energy, with that Dorado energy. Nemers finally going to put down Funny, but a little bit out of the fight, to be honest. They have to get back to that main fray to help out the team, and Tony falling. There's the domino that needed to go down. Texas Tech continues. They're going to get to 30, might even get to that forward spawn before the recontest.
Yeah, this is a really good fight for Texas Tech. That stagger onto Tony was really good. I think they need one more fight in order to get this checkpoint, but if they get the checkpoint, they're actually in a really good position. It goes to show that maybe being disciplined right there wasn't the case, and you should have gone for that kill.
And here it is. It's going to be forward spawn on their side. Epic Z is going to find a really good opportunity to get that stagger to keep the team away long enough for forward spawn. But May, will give their life for the cause to try that. The stick on the J Keys. At least it's a trade. Numbers coming to life here on this Tracer, trying to find just 28 more meters to take the lead here for Texas Tech.
Yeah, I heard the pregame speech that they were giving each other. They need to play loose. That's what they were trying to do. And I think they're setting up for it. They're trying to take these 1v1, show that they're better individually, and they've got the players for it. So I like it there.
I think they were mentioning to me earlier today, this is the second or third LAN for a lot of them. So there's not a lot of player experience. There's not a lot of opportunity to stay alive in a situation like this. Zadoin gets taken out by Tony, only at 20 charge, by the way. So Texas Tech, the discipline to not shoot the Zarya has gotten a lot better as this series has gone on.
It has. It's so hard to play against this Zarya, and they've been improving no matter what. They've showed such great.
That's a tough one. We see Mobilize go down. LRF not far behind. With 3 minutes left, the gap has been closed by Texas Tech. We need the gap to be positive for Texas Tech if they want to continue moving into this series. Still a near 30-meter differential. That was a tough loss because that Kitsune, it felt fine in the moment, but Mobilize just went down so fast.
Yeah, I love the story from Texas Tech, no matter what team you're on. I mean, coming here and taking 3 planes in order to get here. We had a similar story our first time running this event. That's the type of storylines I love to get with the team, with the venue in Penn State. You know, you gotta travel in order to be here. It takes a lot.
Absolutely. I mean, I drove 5 hours myself to be here, and I don't even live that far. So the people coming from these other states, it's amazing to have them here to come out. And Texas Tech, regardless, first place, second place, they're walking away with some money, and that makes this trip worthwhile, regardless. I mean, most definitely.
Yeah.
Ooh, a very early beat drop from Zadoin. Tony hears it, sees it, does not care. Goes in, 95 charge, gets a triple kill, 2 minutes on the clock. Maryland, if they hit triple digits, this could be disastrous for Texas Tech.
Yeah, I don't know if Tony telegraphed that the beat was not going to hit those 2 people that he killed, but it was a great grab regardless. It's a bit unfortunate from Lelucio's point of view that he didn't get his 2 teammates there.
Texas Tech going for a couple of swaps here that I don't necessarily hate, to be honest. I think one of them is a little more courageous than the other, if we're being honest. I think Epic Z-Ray coming in on this Rhine could be mildly disastrous if not played correctly. But LRF, we saw the Bastion briefly yesterday. It did work at the end of the day, but as Nemris has already gone down, you hear the high noon.
No.
Oh, wow! And nobody's going to fall. Mobilized on the Baptiste, I believe, way too late. I wanted to see this Baptiste, 3 maps ago, if I'm being honest. Mobilized will be going down to Clint Balloon. 80 seconds left, and DMT, I've got to be honest, things are looking a little bit tough for the side of Texas Tech.
It is. It's going to be hard, especially these late swaps. They should, if they wanted to make a swap, they had to do it a few flights ago. But I like the bravery regardless.
True.
So, yeah.
Especially with the spawn advantage that you have at a moment like this, you can be a little more courageous, you can be a little more reckless. I mean, ideally you're trying not to die at all, but if you have to, you're going to go through and look for that opportunity. We see the Wu Yang ultimate making an appearance. This could be a big stun for the team. Has to dive out of the fight. Bastion goes down though, 136, a minute left. I think Ryan is not long for this world either. Funny and Jay Keys is gone, Zadoink has fallen, and Tony with a 15-player kill streak. Chris, can you hit tab for me real quick? I want to see what that looks like. We're seeing Tony 20-2, Maryland College Park. Hey, congrats to you too, DMT. That's a 4-0 victory for the team.
They played really well, honestly. I'm so glad with them. I'm really impressed with the improvements that Funny made throughout the day.
Yes.
He hit more pulse bombs. He did better on Genji. Tony played just as well as the day before, and honestly, I'm glad for Maryland. It's a bittersweet feeling for me seeing my former team lose. To Texas Tech, who played amazing. But also, it's great to see them get this the third time is definitely the charm for them. I'm so glad.
I mean, without a doubt, third time is the charm. Texas Tech, they come all the way through. They get knocked into lowers round 1. They make it all the way to grand finals, and they do, might I say, a hell of a job. They get there. They're not able to win it out, but they've got a lot to be proud of. It was a great series, a great weekend for them, and as a reminder, they are still walking away with $2,000. So definitely some money in the pocket, not bad.
Not bad at all, and they can easily take a good team dinner with that. They definitely deserve it, and I'm also happy for not just really
Tony, if we can.
With the funding that with the prize pool money, it's not really about that for these players, really.
Right. I mean, honestly, it rarely is for a lot of players.
Right.
It's more about that title. It's more about that caliber of play, of getting to come play LAN, of getting to be proud of what you're doing. Like the prize pool, I've heard a lot of players say, like, they're like, it's great, but it's not why we're here, you know?
Yeah, and that's what this event's for. It's not really a $50,000 or $100,000 tournament with life-changing money. It's about the prestige. It's about coming to an event, meeting people, and having a bit of trash talk and all the other
absolutely. Well, hey, DMT, thank you so much for hopping on the mic with me. We've got Tony coming in for an interview here from Maryland, our first-place winners here at the Nittany Invitational 2025. If you might not know Tony's face, but you obviously know his name, possibly in the kill feed the most of anyone this entire weekend. So, Tony, you really led a dominant charge there going in. So, first of all, congratulations. How does the win feel for you guys?
It feels great, man. You know, winning. I've lost too many lands, and I really wanted this one. I know Moose or Clint Balloon. This is his third time here. We've gotten second twice. So this just feels like a long time coming, honestly.
Without a doubt. So going in, the question I want to ask, I think a lot of people are wondering about it. We never see a Zarya ban there coming into Texas Tech, that grand finals. I think we were all expecting it. It never shows up. So be honest with us here. You know, the series is over. You can play your hand a little bit. How much would it really have stopped you? Because we saw the Sigma. It was great. We saw a little bit of Rom. It looked great. We saw, I mean, just so many things. And Zarya didn't have to be what you were doing. So what would it have looked like, you think?
I really don't think that, like, Zarya is even my best character.
Sure.
It's just she's so good. She's so good. But as you saw, like when we pulled out the Sigma, we pulled out the Diva, we were still super comfortable. Like the thing with our team is we're so adaptable. Especially Jakees, I don't think he even knew what characters he was going to play when we came out of spawn. So bans, you can't really hurt us with the bans.
And going in, you know, Lijiang Tower, the first time around, and back to yesterday's very first match, was really dominant for you guys. You won that, I think, 2-0. Was the only map that was one-sided in that Game 5 that we saw yesterday. But you guys came in today, you win one, and then you lost one. Was there any worry about that? Was there any thought about that? Or was it just like, hey, let's just keep winning. We don't have to worry about it?
Yeah, pretty much we were just like, as long as we keep playing our game, you know, mistakes are going to happen. We're going to lose a map or two. It is what it is. As long as we stay focused and keep playing what we planned on playing, they can't stop us.
And you know, I believe one of your teammates had mentioned that you guys are kind of playing with what's referred to as like a core 3, and then you've got 2 players that are newer to the roster, newer to the field. How does it feel to know that even with the smaller amount of playtime you guys have, that you can still kick butt like that?
Well, even though we haven't been playing together as a team that long, we've known each other for a really long time. And just playing ranked together, you know, just being around these guys, we already know what we're going to do before we even do it.
Absolutely. Well, hey, man, congrats to you and the team. A huge win for you guys. Thank you for the interview as well. Go celebrate a huge win. Congratulations to Maryland, our victors here at the Nittany Invitational. And, folks, with that, I mean, that's going to be the end of the Nittany Invitational here. So I do want to say thank you to so many people. Of course, the 8 teams that come out. Big shout out to my boy Cabbage as well for helping put a lot of this together. He was on the mic. He was the admin. He was getting in touch with the teams. He was getting our production team here. He was making it all happen, and this could not have happened without him. A big shout out to DMT as well for hopping on the mic with me, for being one of the original pioneers of making the Nittany Invitational happen. So we're grateful for him as well. We're grateful for every single player, every single team, even the games off stream, because the Nittany Invitational could not happen without players that wanted to make it happen. Thank you all for watching, because we could not do what we do without you. But that, my friends, brings the Nittany Invitational to a close. We love each and every one of you so much. We want to give a big shout out to Quinn as well, who I believe I spoke to yesterday coming into this matchup. Quinn was able, I mean, again, as I referred to DMT, one of the leading pioneers in bringing the Nittany Invitational back to Penn State. It's what the students wanted. We were more than happy to be here, and I'm glad that everybody got to have a great weekend full of some great Overwatch. A big shout out to the Collegiate Sport Management Group, CSMG, and Esports U. Lots of you are probably watching this on the Esports U channel for sponsoring that prize pool, because like we talk about, the prize pool, it doesn't have to be that leading force, but nobody's ever disappointed to see one, and we could not have had one without Esports U. Thank you again all so much for watching. We love each and every one of you. Check your posture, drink some water, don't forget to love each other, and enjoy the rest of your weekend. Have a good night, everybody. That same level of aggression to the table or not?
TP denied, but that's the first pick. So Nemris unfortunately gone. They're not going to pop Tony, so he doesn't have a ton of charge here, but it really doesn't matter. The rest of his team is kind of just falling back. Clamps is really low. No way he can sustain that, and they get 2 for their trouble. Bubble used. Clamps is getting shredded by the Sim and the beams. Epic Z-Ray just going to be tracked down. It's just so simple. Really aggressive by Tony. Kind of low in this fight. Maryland, however, still holding on point. Venture found out next, and Texas Tech might just be forced to reset. Break in for Texas Tech, but that Kiri is actually very low, so you got to be careful of that too. Venture caught out here by Nemris. Suzu it away though. The grab well finds the hazard, and he is just going to be torn down again. Texas Tech just keep losing this tank so early on, and it seems like Maryland.
Funny, not far behind.
There you go, Clamp staying down low, but he's going to be Suzu'd, so he's going to get his health full replenished, and well, no DPS, you can't really push through this and finish him off. Nice shot there from LRF, getting so confident on Jake Heezus. Forget your traps, buddy. We're going to push off of this.
The wall goes up. That's a huge play there coming in from C3. Edith, but they can soon rush out, but Clamps keeps it out of the equation. Dives back to the healer, somehow still breathing, but the grab is huge from Tony. Jake Keys is off the map. Mobilize going to be traded in return, so the support going out for a DPS. Not the ideal to see. LRF finds one. Going to be found by C3E, and I don't think Epic Z makes it out of here, but that is okay. Texas Tech up to 90.
Maryland as well as that Lucio beat. There's the ult. Beat comes out in return. Nemris has that pulse bomb. Not able to find the Kiri, but there's the beat once more. So no more support ults in this fight unless Mobilize gets his up. There's the Kitsune C3. He lives here though, being protected by Tony, but Nemris is able to get the finish.
For Texas Tech, and I believe Tony is going to fly in just in time. You don't need that mech, do you, Tony? Because I don't think it's going to be around for very long. Takes that mech down. Clip Balloon has fallen, and I believe Texas Tech has done it. Stage 3 of Map 1 of Grand Finals Best of 7. Texas Tech versus, but Jake Keys is with the teleporter up to the window. My favorite rotation, but unfortunately, Funny's going to get rotated right back to spawn. A little bit ahead of schedule there.
Z-Ray sometimes just getting picked up too early. C3 maybe getting picked up by Mobilize. Going head to toe against each other. Clamps now trying to fight Funny, but he is so
he's
screwed.
dead. Yep, he's dead.
Yep, you guys got to rotate or reset, and it seems like for them, they just got to leave here.
Positive approach. Mobilize on a bit of a weird open here. Tony just goes in, takes out 2. The fight's over before it can even really begin. Hopefully, no ultimates come out from Texas Tech, and yeah, that's a complete and total team wipe.
Just so much to focus on. Tony's up, forward positioning. You have Jake Heezus with those turrets. The hazard pressure. Texas Tech can't really play off of Clamps and the shield here. They're forced to back up because of this Widow and the Tracer as well, starting to deal tons of damage. Okay, that's a huge pick.
I don't want to see the Ana. I think the Baptiste works so well with this team comp, and Mobilize playing the Ana. They're using it for the Nano Annihilation. It's not going to be enough. An accretion from Tony
as well, leading the fight. Otherwise, it was mainly just the backline pressure. They just completely got forced off of that point. The Squishies weren't able to play safe.
Now we're never 4.5 minutes left on the clock. Tony threw his shield up to catch Mobilized Bionade, and it worked. Jake Keezus has fallen. Clamps to the back line, likely going to pop an Annihilation, if not a Nano Boost on the back of it, but still they go down. The Annihilation, it buys time. Texas Tech doing a phenomenal job on the defense, but Maryland doing even better on the offense, just continuously forcing this team out of position. Tony, just the accuracy is absurd. The accretion in the third slot through in 2:48 on the clock for Maryland College Park. They had to rotate back out. The bus stop just not going to cut it. Tony falls low, but is it low enough? The healing comes through. Tony stays standing, and it's Nemris that bites that to win, especially because they have yet to find a pick.
Hangout comes through.
Both.
Trying to find anything. It actually catches Jake Keezus, and that was the ult that they were kind of banking on. Kitsune Rush comes on through. Clamp's going to try and finish off Tony, but Clipballoon finds two in the back line. The supports are gone, and so is LRF. Texas Tech now suddenly having to find their way through this. Clamp's trying to work with that Kitsune Rush, but there's just nothing that he can do.
They're going to try it again.
Happen. Simwall as well, so you have plenty of options. But funny,
no way.
On the back line, Pulse Bomb on the stairs. It actually gets LRF. There's the Ram ult to force the supports. Jake Keezus just looking for the timing. He's got two inside of it. There's Nemris gone again. The Annihilation going to go away, and all of resources for Texas Tech now gone in this fight. And it's just going to be Clamps getting taken down. Epic Z-Ray.
Man, playing pure panic right now. Takes Jake Keezus out of the equation, but it's the only player standing except for the Wu Yang who just can't heal you enough for it. And I believe that is the end of Midtown. Maryland College Park find themselves up 2-0 in this best-of-7 series. Two maps.
Isolate Ray here. That might be the problem, and there it is. Maryland sees their opening, and now here it comes. Dive down onto the back line. They're going to look for the Ana first. Surely that's going to be gone, and that means Texas Tech has to regroup for the first fight.
And you know what, K-Tad, I'm realizing
right
something.
Top, but meanwhile, the Tracers fight down on the bottom ground, as here it comes. C3E just doing exactly what they've been doing all game long. They clear it, they send them back, and once again, Texas Tech back to the drawing board. They lose another one there. But it's not going to matter too much as the rest of the team, Texas Tech, has rallied onto the cart. They're going to try to get there, and it looks like they will. Tony gets one kill in the back onto the Widow, but not there. Texas Tech, signs of life once again.
K-Tad, would you believe that Diva
That moment, the chaos of that fight, we see it there. They don't get it.
Oh my God!
What a shot from Jake Keezus. He will get traded back at the end of it, but hey, take your clip and go, as now Maryland College Park, they do get to send it through. They will clear forward, and it looks like they are going to take this fight. Meanwhile, Texas Tech holding back. LRF, this switch to the Widow. Let's see what they get. Yes, they do clear. Funny. What more can they get, though? That's just the Tracer. They're just going to pull back. Maryland not too much in danger! But never mind. LRF hits shot from Mobilize. That might have just saved his. Cassidy looking for one more. Almost gets him, but no! C3E shuts him down again on the damage. And there it is. There's the stick. There's the kill. The Nemris! Big double pulse bomb means that they might still just be alive in this one. Tanks back up, but they are all so low on Maryland. They're going to have to back it up. It's Texas Tech. They get two and manage to hold. I'll be honest. Meanwhile, Cart just moving ever so slightly down the line. They're going to try to push forward again, but Nemris very low. Mobilized first to drop. They're going to look for damage on the side, but it's only just onto the immediate ice block, and that means Maryland wins out on first fight.
Oh, there we go.
Blizzard on the side means that it's just a clear
wow.
fight. They burn two, they burn three. They're just stuck in the tiny room here. Look at that. The rest of the squad just trying to get there in support, but it's not going to be enough. Texas Tech all will fall.
Epic Z-Ray, just such a good play there. Unfortunately, wasn't able to trick. Let's see.
For it.
Oh, gotcha.
Oh, it's the self-destruct, though.
You got to get the Diva, and they're not going to be able to do so. Tony back immediately. An unfortunate play as Maryland has really begun to flip the script. They're taking Texas Tech down one at a time.
Yeah, they will get it.
Go down. Wow, amazing to make it out there. I mean, TMT, when you're playing ball, how often is it you're staring at 100 HP or less?
Oh, it's health up is important.
These bubbles have been so good from Tony. Every pile drive, there's a bubble on that person, getting him some more charge. Jake Keezus with the Dragons already in pocket. It's going to be a 1-1 trade. The tank out for a support, but now Mobilize has fallen the sticky from Funny, who is really starting to take charge on the side of Maryland. And critical condition, barely, finally, going to go down. C3E not far behind with 83 meters on the board. Texas Tech. And here it is. It's going to be forward spawn on their side. Epic Z is going to find a really good opportunity to get that stagger, to keep the team away long enough for forward spawn. But may, yes, will give their life for the cause to try that. The stick on the Keys, at least 95 charge, gets a triple kill, 2 minutes on the clock. Maryland, if they hit triple digits, this could be disastrous for Texas Tech.
Yeah, I don't know if Tony telegraphed that the beat was not going to hit those 2 people that he killed, but it was a great grab regardless. It's a bit unfortunate from...
We saw the Bastion briefly yesterday. It did work at the end of the day, but as Nemris has already gone down, you hear the high noon.
No.
Oh, wow! And nobody's going to fall. Mobilized on the Baptiste, I believe, way too late. I wanted to see this Baptiste, 3 maps ago, if I'm being honest. Mobilized will be going down to... You're trying not to die at all, but if you have to, you're going to go through and look for that opportunity. We see the Wu Yang ultimate making an appearance. This could be a big stun for the team. Has to dive out of the fight. Bastion goes down, though. 136, a minute left. I think Ryan is not long for this world either. Funny and Jay Keys is gone. Zadoink has fallen. Bring that same level of aggression to the table or not?
TP denied,
Oh,
that's the first pick. So Nemris unfortunately gone. They're not going to pop Tony, so he doesn't have a ton of charge here, but it really doesn't matter. The rest of his team is kind of just falling back. Clamps is really low. No way he can sustain that, and they get 2 for their trouble. Bubble used. Clamps is getting shredded by the Sim and the beams. Epic Z-Ray just going to be tracked down. It's just so simple. Really aggressive by Tony. Kind of low in this fight. Maryland, however, still holding on point. Venture found out next, and Texas Tech might just be forced to reset. Break in for Texas Tech, but that Kiri is actually very low, so you got to be careful of that too. Venture caught out here by Nemris. Suzu'd away though. The grab well finds the hazard, and he is just going to be torn down again. Texas Tech just keep losing this tank so early on, and it seems like Maryland...
Funny, not far behind.
There you go, Clamp staying down low, but he's going to be Suzu'd, so he's going to get his health full replenished, and well, no DPS, you can't really push through this and finish him off. Nice shot there from LRF, getting so confident on Jay Keezus. Forget your traps, buddy. We're going to push off of this.
The wall goes up. That's a huge play there coming in from C3E to put that Kitsune rush out, but Clamps keeps it out of the equation. Dives back to the healer, somehow still breathing, but the grab is huge from Tony. Jay Keys is off the map. Mobilized going to be traded.